Chapter 1. On the night of childbirth, no one signed the consent form for surgery, Beicheng Hospital. It's 23 p.m. sharp. Have Tang Jun's family arrived? Tang Jun's family? Have Tang Jun's family arrived? In the quiet corridor, the nurse's voice was particularly crisp. In the delivery room, Tang Jung, who was so painful that he almost stopped breathing, could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. For the 5th time, this is the 5th time that the nurse took the operation consent form to the corridor to ask her immediate relatives to sign, but Gu Jingzhou still did not appear for a long time. At this moment, her cold body seemed to fall into the ice cellar, and her pale face was even more bloody. "Doctor, my husband may be busy. Can I sign the surgery consent form by myself?" The choked and hoarse voice made the delivery doctor's nose sour. But some principles engraved in her bones made her refuse. "It has to be very crisp and neat. How can this be? You are pregnant with twins now, and the fetal position is not right, and the situation is very unhappy. Doctor, I just remembered that my husband went abroad on a business trip a few days ago, so he really can't sign this word." Tang Jung didn't know how much effort he had put in to tell this lie naturally. All she knew was that when she said this, her heart was deeply cracked again, or the kind of mouth that was difficult to recover no matter how much it was repaired. Gu Jingzhou, in fact, he didn't go on a business trip at all, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that he doesn't answer her phone or reply to her messages. Even though she is in the delivery room now, he is still cold-blooded and ruthless. Tang Jung smiled and burst into tears in her eyes. Scenes of the past were replayed like a movie in front of her. She suddenly found that she couldn't even feel the pain. It turns out that disappointment and heart death are like this feeling, like a magic hand pulling you into the abyss. What about other relatives? You can call them to sign quickly, such as your parents. The doctor saw that Tang Jung's condition was getting worse and worse, and his tone was a little anxious. It's not that their hospital is afraid of taking responsibility, but that her surgery is extremely difficult now, except for abnormal fetal position and abnormal fetal movement. And her own condition was too bad. Although there was no further examination and confirmation, from her face and weakness, she knew that she must have suffered from some serious illness. So she insisted on waiting for Tang Zhou's family to sign the consent for the operation, otherwise there would be an emergency during the operation, and she really didn't know how to explain it to her family. What's more, there have been many medical incidents in recent years, as well as the unreasonable attitude of their families, which have left a certain shadow in their hearts. "I don't have parents," Tang Jung said lightly. The doctor was surprised and was about to open his mouth. Tang Jung then said that he had no brothers or sisters, because I was an orphan. The doctor frowned and looked at the calm and desperate look in her eyes. She whispered, "What about the friend? If it really doesn't work, you can ask them to sign for you." Tang Jung smiled again, saying that she was laughing, but the tears in her eyes couldn't be controlled. Her hands tightened the sheets tightly. Her voice was stained with tears, "And I didn't have any friends. Doctor. This." She couldn't describe her mood at this time. No matter how sad Tang Jung smiles, it's not that she is not in the North City now, and the distant water can't save the near fire. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a sudden bell interrupted Tang Jung's words. "It's your mobile phone. Pick it up quickly. Maybe your husband called back." The doctor gave the mobile phone to Tang Jing at the first time, and his eyes fell on her tight eyebrows, and her heart was slightly sore. In her heart, she scolded her husband all the time. He was an orphan, had no father or mother, no siblings, and her only friend was not in Beicheng. In this case, her husband, who is not human, is not by her side yet. Seeing that she is about to give birth, to put it difficult to say, if you don't contribute, it's okay to pay someone to take care of her. Pregnant woman, has he forgotten that she is pregnant now, or a pregnant woman who is about to give birth at any time? Bah, what the fuck is a scumbag? He doesn't care about people's lives when he's happy life. It's simply unbearable. Wait a minute. When her scumbag appears behind her, she must scold him. Tang Zhou also thought it was Gu Jingzhou who called back, but when she saw the word Shanshan on the screen clearly, she burst into tears. The trembling lips slid open even more eagerly, and she choked and said, "Shanshan, are you back? Hurry up, come to Beicheng Hospital to help me sign the consent form for the operation, and save my child." Mu Shanshan answered the phone without saying a word, and her head exploded directly. She wanted to make fun of Tang Jung and let her guess where she was now, but she heard her choking and sobbing. "Tang Jung, what's wrong with you? What's the matter? What kind of surgical consent form? I'm going to give birth. The situation is not very good. Hurry up, hurry up. Do. Tang Jung's afterwords are stuck in a busy sound. Mu Shanshan suddenly became anxious. "Hey, Tang Jung, you talk." While making a sound of anxiety, she stopped the car and rushed to Beicheng Hospital. In the car, she shook her hand and pulled Gu Jingzhou out of the blacklist and dialed the phone. "Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable." The mechanical sound sounded over and over again, but Mu Shanshan still fought stubbornly and kept fighting. "Gu Jingzhou, you bastard," answered the phone. "Tang Jung is in the hospital now. The hospital urgently needed someone to sign, and although she got on the bus and rushed to Beicheng Hospital as soon as possible, it took an hour to get there from the airport at the earliest. She was afraid that she would be too late. Guo Jingzhou is in the city, so he must have rushed there faster than her. But, oh my god, the president of Guo's family is really cute. He must have been caught this time. While waiting for the traffic light, the driver looked at his mobile phone and suddenly joked. President Guo. Mu Shanshan frowned and said, "Isn't this the bastard Guo Jingzhou who didn't answer her phone for a long time?" The driver in front glanced at her through the inner rearview mirror and saw that she seemed to be a little interested. It's endless. Yes, Guo Jingzhou, the richest man in Beicheng. Girl, you are not a native of us, or how can you not know the president of Guo? Let me tell you, Guo Jingzhou is a very popular figure in our North City. Outstanding appearance and outstanding ability, not to mention the foreign, it is more than 100 billion yuan. I heard that overseas branches are also very open. Tell me, which woman doesn't like such a handsome and rich man? The most important thing is that he is still single. To put it no exaggeration, there is almost no woman in the whole North City who doesn't want to marry him. Mu Shanshan listened to the driver's praise of Guo Jingzhou, and anger began to appear on her face. It's not fake to be handsome and rich, but what does it mean to be single? Did Guo Jingzhou say it to the outside world? What is Tangjun? Master, can you drive faster? I'm in a hurry to go to Beicheng Hospital. While Mu Shanshan was told the driver, she had already seen Guo Jingzhou's charming woman in the golden house on the hot search. Chapter 2. Does Tang Zhen suffer from a serious illness? Guo Jingzhou's woman has a beautiful face and a slender figure, and her eyes are like Tang Zhao's, which is very beautiful. The more Mu Shanshan looked at it, the more angry she became. She quit the hot search and called Guo Jingzhou again. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. It was still a mechanical sound, and Mu Shanshan could no longer control the anger and curse in her body. You bastard. The driver in front. North City Hospital. When Mu Shanshan arrived, Tang Zhen was already undergoing surgery. She signed the consent form for the operation as soon as possible, and then wandered outside the operating room in a hurry. And the beautiful and clean face was full of worry about Tang Zhen, and the atria was even more faintly painful and angry. Guo Jingzhou, the bastard, thought of his handsome and heroic gentleman sitting opposite the woman under the bright light, and her anger gradually came down. Candlelight dinner, hee, Guo Jingzhou is in a really good mood. No one signed Tang Zhen's consent form for surgery in the hospital. He actually has spare time to play romance with women. Oh, my god, have you seen it? Mr. Guo's mysterious girlfriend has finally been exposed to her true face. Guess who she is? Ling Juro, the most famous Xiaohuadan, is the top traffic recently. Yes, I saw it. Ling Juro is so beautiful. It's really a natural setting to be with Mr. Guo. No, for a person with status like Mr. Guo, the women around him will naturally not be bad. Well, there were rumors that Mr. Guo had a secret marriage before, and that his wife was an orphan with no family background and could not be on the stage. Now it's okay. Ling Zhi softened his relationship and made an official announcement. Let's see how those rumormongers make up nonsense. Isn't it? Mr. Guo's wife is an orphan? Oh, it's ridiculous that they think this is the story of Prince Charming and Cinderella. The voices of the two nurses gradually moved away, but Mu Shanshan was so angry that her heart hurt. Official announcement. Guo Jingzhou's bastard actually announced the relationship with Ling Juro that night in Tangzhong. Is this a human doing, beast? It's okay to have no heart and no lungs. And you still humiliate Tang Zhong like this. War. Suddenly, the door of the operating room opened, and Mu Shanshan rushed up with an arrow step. You look anxious, doctor, how is my friend? When the attending physician saw that it was Mu Shanshan who finally came to sign for Tang Zhen, he roughly guessed something in his heart. Then he said lightly that although the mother and son, girl, are safe, the baby girl is not in a good condition. It is best to contact his father to discuss the treatment. And the mother is weak, so our suggestion is to give her a comprehensive examination. Because when she gave birth just now, her indexes were abnormal. According to our experience, she should have suffered from some serious disease. As for what it is, it can only be confirmed after examination. At this time, Mu Shanshan thundered, and the sky was spinning. Mother and son? Baby girl? Treatment? Did Tang Zhen give birth to a dragon and phoenix fetus? But she may have a serious illness. Oh, my god, what on earth did she hide from her? If it's true as the doctor said, she has a serious illness, she can't be unaware of it. The only possibility is that she hid it from her. Baby, what's wrong with the baby girl? Mu Shanshan's voice trembled a little at this time. The doctor sighed. Amniotic fluid inhalation, lung infection, and various emergencies such as dyspnea may occur in the future, so contact the child's father as soon as possible to determine the treatment plan. The doctor left after saying that, but Mu Shanshan's painful heart could no longer control the throbbing. When the nurse saw that she almost collapsed, she said, Miss, cheer up and be strong. Your friend needs you now, and she has a cesarean section, so she can't be careless. As for the child, don't worry, we will try our best to treat him. Now please come and send your friend to the general ward together, okay? The nurse's calm and crisp voice swept away the sudden pain in Mu Shanshan's heart. She suddenly came in a trance. Yes, Tang Zheng needs her now, very much. The next day, Winner Hotel. Guo Jingzhou was awakened by a ringing of the phone. Hello, Mr. Guo, the young lady is missing. The nanny's anxious voice crashed into his brain. Suddenly, he jumped up and sat up, with a cold and low voice. Is it gone? Have you looked for all the villas? Seeing that Tang Zheng's birth is imminent, and the old man who is far abroad for treatment is thinking about it. If she has a good or a bad at this time, the old man will definitely not accept it. I've looked for it. I've looked inside and outside, and I've also made a phone call, but the young lady's mobile phone is off. I really don't know where else she can go. The nanny's voice trembled. Even through the screen, she was about to cry because of Guo Jingzhou's cold breath. Although the monthly salary of 30,000 yuan is not much in Beicheng, especially in the status of Guo Jingzhou, it is free, relaxed and comfortable. Why do you say that? Haha, because it's an unpleasant thing. She doesn't even have to cook for Tang Zheng to eat. At most, she just drags the water on the ground to prevent her from accidentally falling down. The rest is all done by Tang Zheng. Fortunately, she, Mrs. Guo, who is not favored and has no power, is easy to handle and will not sue her, which makes her more and more unscrupulous and unscrupulous. In fact, it's no wonder that the nanny's power doesn't pay attention to Tang Zheng. Who would let Guo Jingzhou never go back to the villa? But if he comes back here for one night, she doesn't dare to bully Tang Zheng like this villain. You can't stand such a big living person. What's the use of me raising you? Pack up and get out of the villa immediately. The voice that does not allow others to put their beaks is angry. Out, the nanny begged in an instant. Mr. Guo, don't drive me away. I'm looking for the young lady, and I'll go find her right now. I remember that she used to like to sit by the lake. I'll go and have a look. After the nanny finished speaking, she walked out of the villa quickly. Although she looked down on Tang Zheng, she didn't want to lose the job. And she firmly believes that if she loses this job, she will never find such a comfortable job in the future. Guo Jingzhou hung up the phone and reached out to rub his painful eyebrows. Suddenly, his mind flashed through the lakeside that had just been in the mouth of the nanny, and his black eyes subconsciously narrowed slightly. Does Tang Zheng like to sit by the lake? What does she sit there as a pregnant woman? You intend to add trouble to him, don't you? Fortunately, there is no good or evil in the child's belly, otherwise he can't forgive her. Click. Suddenly, the closed door was opened, and then, Ling Jiro's slender figure came in. Jingzhou, you are awake. Seeing him wake up, Ling Jiro's face was full of charming and gentle smiles. Guo Jingzhou nodded, and then raised his hand to pinch the swollen and painful eyebrows. I'm sorry for your hard work last night. Ling Jiro's body and mind tightened, and her eyes were guilty. It's not hard. It's just Jingzhou. You were drunk last night and kept talking in your dream. Is there anything annoying? Speaking of last night, Ling Jiro almost bit and swallowed a mouthful of silver teeth. She thought that Guo Jingzhou's drunkenness was her best opportunity. Unexpectedly, he kept shouting Tang Zheng's name, and she was so angry that she almost dropped his mobile phone on the spot. Did you touch my mobile phone? Guo Jingzhou suddenly answered the question, and his sharp eyes like a falcon stared at Ling Jiro's small face, and his eyes were obscure and deep. Chapter 3. Isn't it funny that Guo Jingzhou is convinced of other people's words? Ling Jiro was stared at by Guo Jingzhou's deep eyes and felt guilty for a while, and her eyes dodged. But the pretty face is still harmless and unworldly. Well, you accidentally broke it when you were drunk last night. I asked someone to repair it. What's wrong? Didn't it be repaired? Guo Jingzhou didn't say anything, but his long and narrow cold eyes stared straight at her. For a long time, he gently opened his thin lips and spit out a sentence, which is not an example. Then he got up and left the hotel. After he left, Ling Jiro's eyes were sinister and poisonous, like a poisonous snake. Don't you take an example? Jingzhou obviously didn't believe what she said. However, what if she touched his mobile phone? Otherwise, how could she unconsciously delete the text messages and call records sent to him by Tang Zheng? Humph, he agreed to accompany her, but his heart was full of Tang Zheng, and she was unwilling. Dijing Villa. Guo Jingzhou came back with a clear coldness and happened to meet the nanny who had not found Tang Zheng's whereabouts. I saw her grey-headed face and her head muttering something all the time. Have you found the young lady? Suddenly, the man's deep and cold voice sounded. The nanny was shocked and looked up to see that it was Guo Jingzhou. Her face suddenly turned white and squeaked. No, I couldn't find it. The young lady was not by the lake. While saying that, the nanny still hated and scolded Tang Zheng as a bitch. She was a bitch. She had a big belly and was not honest, and she didn't know if she had stolen a man. No wonder she thinks of Tang Zheng so much. After all, Guo Jingzhou has not stayed in the villa for the night since she was pregnant, and she feels that Tang Zheng, who is dull and doesn't have many words, is empty and lonely in her bones. Guo Jingzhou frowned, and his sharp eyes glanced at the nanny, and then walked in. When the nanny saw his slender and straight body going inside, she was so scared that her heart was about to jump out. Oh, my God, there is no time to clean up inside now. It's a mess. If Mr. Guo sees it. So did the unfavored young lady. In the past, she would clean up the house spotlessly when she came home from work, but last night, somehow, she was lazy and didn't clean up. Of course, neither the nanny nor Guo Jingzhou will know that Tang Jun fell asleep on the sofa after eating instant noodles last night. When she woke up again, her stomach was faintly throating. At that time, she called Guo Jingzhou with trembling hands, but he didn't answer. She thought he was busy and chose to send a message, but after a long time, the message she sent was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no reply at all. She finally realized that Guo Jingzhou not only didn't want to go back to the villa, but he didn't even want to take care of her. At that moment, her heart was cold to the ice cellar. She knew that she could no longer rely on him, so she dialed the 120 emergency number. But she didn't expect that her situation was a little tricky when she was about to give birth. She had to be signed by her family before the operation, and Guo Jingzhou. What's going on? Guo Jingzhou entered the living room and looked at the messy arrangement of the coffee table and dining table, and his dark eyes narrowed. When he looked at the dirty fruit skin and some junk snack bags, and even the instant noodle box, his anger suddenly came up. A villa worth tens of billions, he didn't expect this scene. This is all eaten by the young lady. I haven't had time to clean it up yet. I'm sorry, Mr. Guo, I'll clean it up right away. The nanny said without shuddering. The guilty face was already in a thin sweat. There was indeed what Tang Jing ate on the coffee table, that is, the box of instant noodles, and the other snacks and fruits were eaten by her. I give you a monthly salary of 30,000 yen, and that's how you take care of her. Guo Jingzhou's eyes gathered an obscure anger in his eyes. Tang Jun is an orphan. He knows that he is not picky about food, but now that she is pregnant with the Guo family's child, is she too wayward? Mr. Guo is wronged. I can't stop the young lady from eating instant noodles. And she won't let me add fresh vegetables, fish and milk to the refrigerator. She said that she hated eating those things and asked me not to tell you, or she would dismiss me. The nanny was so scared by Guo Jingzhou that she shed tears, and her aggrieved look really seemed to contain a lot of grievances. Guo Jingzhou frowned. Because he didn't go back to the villa for many years, he didn't know whether the nanny's words were true or false, but he knew that Tang Jun was sometimes wayward. With a deep voice, he said again that he didn't let you add vegetables and fish, so what does she usually eat? Instant noodles? No, it's not. Sometimes the young lady will order takeaway, but she eats a lot of instant noodles. Because she likes to eat it, there are still several boxes in the young lady's room. If you don't believe it, Mr. Guo can have a look. I know that no matter what I say now, it's my fault. I didn't do my duty to take care of my young lady. But she is the master and I am the servant. I can't force what she doesn't like and what she doesn't want to eat, can I? The nanny said pitifully, and the crocodile tears rolled down in her eyes. Guo Jingzhou lowered his eyes and saw her crying, and his heart was annoyed. All right, you go back first. You don't need it here for the time being. When the nanny heard that he didn't need 3 words coldly, she was so scared that she didn't kneel down for him on the spot, and her voice trembled. So, Mr. Guo, will you dismiss me? Sorry, as long as you don't dismiss me. I swear that I will take good care of my wife in the future. Please don't dismiss me. I still have 2 children in high school, and they need money inside and outside. I really can't live without this job. After the nanny finished speaking, she sobbed more and more, and her body trembled into sifted chaff. Guo Jingzhou glanced sideways at her trembling body and said in a low voice, okay, I won't dismiss you for the time being. Go back first. It's not that Guo Jingzhou is soft-hearted to the nanny, but that she has been taking care of Tang Jun in the villa since she became pregnant. Tang Jun didn't say anything to her, so he felt that Tang Jun must be quite satisfied with this nanny. Since he is a person she is satisfied with, he will naturally not resign casually. Thank you, Mr. Guo, then I'll clean up the house before I leave. Guo Jingzhou didn't reply to her, but went straight upstairs to Tang Jun's room. Downstairs, the nanny saw his slender figure slowly disappearing from her sight, and then she exhaled softly. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, otherwise there would be no way to explain the situation today. And the boxes of instant noodles in Tang Jun's room were also put in by her wisdom in advance, which was originally for Tang Jun's convenience, so that she would not always ask herself to help her get it. Unexpectedly, those boxes of instant noodles saved her life and helped her keep the job. Guo Jingzhou is not big. Good man, think about it, even his wife can be so indifferent and ruthless, let alone people who have nothing to do with him. If she knew that instant noodles were specially put in Tang Jun's room for the convenience of watching short videos by herself, not to mention keeping a job, I'm afraid she doesn't want to find a job in the whole North City. Chapter 4 If a child is born a month early, it won't be the seed of other men. Click. Guo Jingzhou pushed open the door of Tang Jun's room. However, when his dark eyes looked at the neat furnishings and the clean floor inside, his eyes tightened. The coffee table on the first floor and the Sichuanya restaurant were in a mess, but I didn't expect that her room was neatly tidy, which was simply a heaven and a place. Guo Jingzhou slowly walked in, and the soft light projected out of the window shone on him, like a layer of gold-plated light, dazzling. He was originally heroic and sharp. Ming's facial features, straight and tall figure, and his reserved temperament make him look like a prince coming out of a comic at this moment, which is so noble that people can't reach it. Looking down, he really saw several boxes of instant noodles neatly arranged in the corner of the wall. Suddenly, his cold eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but feel anger in his body. Bending down, his bony big hand opened the unpacked box at the top, but when he looked at the only 2 buckets of instant noodles left in it, his eyes were cold. Tang Zhong, a woman, has a heart, right? She knew that the 2 children in her belly were her grandfather's life-saving straw, but she still abused them like this. She didn't spare her own life. Why did she take his Guo Jingzhou's child to hell? What a snake and scorpion's heart. Taking out his mobile phone, he directly dialed Feng Xiu's phone. His voice was dark and angry. He went to find Tang Zheng to see where she was now. Feng Xiu was stunned and seemed to be a little surprised that he, who had never cared about Tang Zheng, would take the initiative to find someone. Okay, Mr. Guo, however, surprise is surprise. As his personal assistant, Feng Xiu dares not ask too much about him and Tang Zheng. After all, this is a private matter. Guo's old house. Mom, Tang Zheng gave birth, and she also gave birth to a pair of dragons and phoenixes. This is good. Grandpa doesn't know how high she will carry her when he comes back. Guo Tianxian said sourly. Wen Lan's graceful and delicate face, but her thin eyebrows were suddenly tried, and her tone was a little bitter. What? Just give birth? Isn't it still a month before the due date? Why is it so sudden? Qianqian, you listened to someone. You must have made a mistake. Wen Lan didn't like Tang Zheng in her heart. She felt that an orphan like Tang Zheng, who had no family and no background, was not worthy of her son Gu Jingzhou at all, but the old man in the family recognized her. Seeing that Wen Lan was suspicious, Guo Qianqian hurriedly handed over her mobile phone. Look, is this person Tang Zheng? Wen Lan looked down at her mobile phone, and then saw that it was indeed Tang Zhengho lying on the single bed on the screen. The corners of her mouth twitched twice. Is it really her? This Tang Zheng is worthy of being an orphan raised by his father and mother. She didn't even tell us about giving birth to such a big thing. What does she want to do? Do you want people to see my Wen Lan's joke? Guo Qianqian sneered coldly. Mom, you said that she is an orphan, so why do you have too much hope for her? And a woman like her who can't get on the stage, except that Grandpa will look up at her, who else can look at her in the whole North City? Humph, let me tell you that now that the child has been born, let her divorce her brother quickly, so as not to delay Sister Jiro from entering our family. Mom, what do you think? Guo Qianqian's mind is the same as Wen Lan's. She feels that she has excellent ability. Her handsome brother and Tang Zheng are just like a flower stuck in cow dung. And Tang Zheng is that piece of cow dung, which is disgusting no matter how you look at it. Wen Lan's eyes sneered gloomy. Marriage naturally wants her to leave your brother, but now the urgent thing is to go to the hospital to see the child first, so that your grandfather doesn't know and reprimand us for doing too much. Let's go, Qianqian. After saying that, the mother and daughter drove directly to Beicheng Hospital. On the other side, Feng Xiu reported the whereabouts of Tang Zheng to Guo Jingzhou. His heart tightened. Hospital? How could Tang Zheng be in the hospital? In fact, Feng Xiu found out about Tang Zheng's birth, but he hid it. He thought that it would be better for Mr. Guo to feel such a surprise as a father. Although he usually looks cold and doesn't approach people, he should like children very much in his heart. Because Feng Xiu saw the interface of his browsing video several times, he stopped for several seconds on those soft and sticky children. Beicheng Hospital. When Wen Lan and Guo Xianxian arrived, Mu Shenshen was feeding Tang Zheng. Mom. When Tang Zheng saw Wen Lan appear, he opened his mouth in a weak voice, and surprise flashed in his pupils. Wen Lan saw that she appeared in astonishment, and a delicate and graceful face appeared. Are the children okay? What's wrong with you? Why don't you tell us about such a big thing as having a child? What would outsiders think of our family if they knew? Guo Tianqian's help, that is, Tang Zheng. Although you are not spoiled by my brother, you are pregnant with the children of our Guo family. You have done too much. Also, even if you don't want to contact me and my mother, what about my brother? As a father, he always has the right to know the birth of the child as soon as possible. But Tang Zheng, you didn't tell my brother. Oh, I don't. These 2 children are not my brother, are they? Guo Qianqian looked at Tang Zheng with a sneer, and her open words made Tang Zheng, who was in a slightly better mood, into the abyss. Isn't the child Guo Jingzhou's? Guo Tianqian, as a child's biological aunt, actually said such words. And Wen Lan hasn't scolded her yet, which means that they don't want the child to be Guo Jingzhou's. Anyway, she and Guo Jingzhou are secretly married. If the child is really not Guo Jingzhou's, they can just sweep her out of the house, right? Tang Zheng, what's going on? I just went to the doctor to ask, and she said that you gave birth 1 month early. These 2 children. Mom, what do you want to say? Do you also suspect that the child is not Go Jingzhou's? Tang Zhong raised his eyes, and his black and white eyes looked straight at the unkind mother and daughter, and his heart was already hurt to the extreme. Tang Zhong, I don't doubt it. I always doubt that the child is not Jingzhou's. Wen Lan sneered. Yes, Tang Zhong, my brother doesn't like you at all. How can he touch you and hit you as soon as he touches you? Oh, it's really a little strange. By the way, what about the kid? Now that they are born, let's see if they look like my brother. Guo Qianqian looked at Tang Zhong with a cold smile and thought to himself, don't think that your mother and son are precious, even if grandpa likes you. The whole Guo family, oh, there are several times more people who don't like you than grandpa. Mu Shanshan didn't want to interrupt Tang Zhong's family affairs, but this would hear Wen Lan and Guo Qianqian's excessive words. She couldn't help but lose her temper and said, Miss Guo, your crooked appearance doesn't look like the spirited Guo Dong. What? Aren't you Guo Dong's daughter? Oh, it's no wonder that you and Guo Jingzhou look the same. Chapter 5 There is no mirror, but there is always urine. Didn't you spray bubbles to take care of yourself when you get up? You bitch, what are you talking about me, crooked melons and split dates? Guo Qianqian didn't expect the curtain. Shanshan dared to say her in such ugly words, and immediately walked towards her angrily and wanted to slap her hard. Damn it, she is Guo's money. Where did this bitch come from? How dare she help Tang Zhong fight her with yin and yang? Do you want to die? Qianqian, don't be impulsive. Wen Lan quickly pulled Guo Qianqian and then looked at Mu Shanshan for a few seconds. Q, which Qianjing are you from? It looks a little familiar, but little girl, it's better to take care of other people's family affairs, otherwise, you don't know when disaster will come. Also, don't talk so badly at a young age, so as not to suffer a disaster. And do you know that I can sue you for slander, just what you just said? If my husband listens to you again, I'm afraid you won't know how you died. Wen Lan's cold eyes swept at Mu Shanshan in a gloomy way. Seeing that her grimace was not as good as Tang Zhao's handling, he directly threatened in a gloomy tone. Mu Shanshan didn't buy her trick. She was about to open her mouth, but Tang Zhong stopped her. Shanshan, you go out first. I want to talk to them alone. Tang Zhong is not a fool. She also knows that Wen Lan and Guo Tianqian are coming here now, and it is not as simple to see her. But about some things between her and the Guo family, she really doesn't want to involve Shanshan. Tang Zhong, are you stupid? With their cannibal appearance, what are you talking about with them? It's just a waste of saliva. It's better to stay in bed and have a good rest. Shanshan, don't worry. I'm fine. Tang Zhong clapped his friend's hand, and his eyes were full of reassuring her. Mu Shanshan frowned and opened her mouth to say something else, but when she saw Tang Zhong smiling and nodding to her, she finally had to purse her lips and leave the ward. Tang Zhong, at least you are also the young lady of the Guo family now. Can't you have some taste when making friends? It's true that a horse is matched with a saddle, and a dog is running happily with a bell. Guo Tianqian sneered and said arrogantly. Tang Zhong's eyes suddenly became cold. Guo Tianqian, you can humiliate me however you want, but don't humiliate Shanshan. Guo Tianqian sneered. Oh, does her poor look need me to humiliate her? You don't even look at yourself in the mirror. There is no mirror, but there is always urine. Guo Tianqian, didn't you take care of your sour appearance when you got up? It's a shame for the Guo family to have a daughter like you, and it's a shame for Guo Jingzhou to have a sister like you. It's still a celebrity. Look down for yourself. Except for Guo's identity disguise, how can you look like a celebrity? Face or nose? Or is it a newly rimpleted chest? Tang Zhong endured Guo Tianqian for a long time, and it also broke out completely at this moment. In the past, for the sake of Guo Jingzhou's face, she blindly endured it, thinking that she was his sister anyway. If she really wanted to quarrel, she couldn't lose her own face, and Guo Jingzhou was too embarrassed. But after last night, she didn't want to put up with it anymore, especially when she saw the top hot search on her mobile phone. Her heart was already cold. Her life and death were at stake in the delivery room, but no one signed a word, but Guo Jingzhou was enjoying a candlelight dinner with his white moonlight. He is still dressed so formally and gracefully and heroic. Not to mention the temperament, the bright light projected by the crystal lamp makes the gentleman more and more noble, like an aristocratic prince. At that moment, Tang Zhong could not ignore the sourness and pain in her heart. She also knew that Guo Jingzhou's man's heart was smelly and hard, and it was difficult to cover the heat. But when she saw him raising his glass to other women with her own eyes, her heart seemed to have been cut open a deep mouth, filled with pain and bitterness. Guo Jingzhou, this man is really heartless. Even if their marriage is not voluntary, he himself said that as long as they don't divorce one day, they must be loyal to the marriage and stick to the bottom line. But what about him? What else have you done? When she doesn't need him, he is not by her side. When she needs him most, he is still not by her side. And he also forgot that no matter how sensible and patient Tang Zhong was, she was just a physical body. She was no different from ordinary people. She would be in pain and heartbreak, and even secretly shed tears. Tang Zhong, don't forget your current identity. Are these vulgar words what you should say as the young lady of the Guo family? Apologize to Qianqian. Wen Lan didn't expect Tang Zheng to speak so badly, and her face suddenly sank to blame. Tang Zheng laughed and looked up at the unkind mother and daughter. He sarcastically said that the person who should apologize was her, Mrs. Gore. It was naturally a good thing to spoil her daughter, but she spoiled her as a celebrity who hated the world and was jealous and bit people. Oh, if you know, you will say that this is the rich man of the Gore family, and his status is noble. If you don't know, they thought it was which dog forgot to let the rope. You, how can you be so reasonable? Tang Zheng, I really underestimated you. This should be your true face, right? He is gentle and generous in front of the old man, but he is so bitter, vulgar and despicable in front of us. He is really an uneducated orphan. In the past, Wen Lan always thought that Tang Zheng was a very easy to maim person, but it was not until today that she found that there was a rebellious heart hidden under her weak appearance. She was stiff, and she was choked if she was careless. Since Mrs. Gore knows that I am an uneducated orphan, what are you doing here? Do you want me to continue to quarrel with you vulgarly? A kind reminder, you are noble and come from a famous family, and I, an orphan. Not to mention being noisy, you can't talk about fighting when you get angry, so are you sure you still want to get in my way here? Wen Lan had never seen Tang Zheng with such a cold face. She felt that she seemed to have changed overnight and became strange. Mom, look at her. The child's whole life is horizontal, and even you don't care about it. Divorce, you must divorce her. Guo Tianqian pulled her voice and said angrily. Tang Zheng sneered, divorce? Don't think about it. 3 years of youth, more than 1,000 days and nights, they kicked her Tang Zheng out of the Gore family and dreamed when they wanted to divorce her. Humph, I know that an insatiable person like you is not so easy to agree. Tell me, how much money do you want to divorce my brother? Guo Tianqian sneered contemptuously. They are not fools, and they also know that when it comes to divorce, Tang Zheng will definitely knock on their Gore family money. However, as long as it's not too much, they just satisfy her. Who makes her feel sorry for her? 3 billion. If Guo Jingzhou is willing to give me 3 billion, I will immediately sign the divorce. After brushing, Guo Tianqian listened to her lion's mouth and suddenly became angry. That's it, Tang Zheng, you bitch, you really dare to open your mouth, 3 billion, I'm afraid it's not worth this number even if you sell you, but you dare to think. Chapter 6. Tang Zheng's mouth became sharp. His mouth was used to open his mouth and his brain was used to think about things. Why, Guo Tianqian, your mouth is used to spray feces and your brain is used to store paste. Tang Zheng was angry, but he was not ambiguous at all, especially Guo Tianqian, who had never looked at her directly. In my memory, she and Guo Jingzhou have been married for 3 years, and she has never called her sister-in-law. This is still a trivial matter. After all, she is about the same age as herself, but she just can't stand her harshness every time, and she talks about her identity. That face, seriously, she looked disgusted and wanted to vomit. What a celebrity with a high and good education, with Guo Tianqian. Oh, Shangshan is right, she and Guo Jingzhou are simply one heaven and one earth. Not to mention appearance, the gap between quality and education is even bigger, and there is also knowledge and ability. Guo Jingzhou is like a god of Beicheng, and his sister's diploma from a famous university is actually bought. She has a stupid brain and ordinary facial features, but she wants to treat herself as a princess and queen. She also threatened that the only person in the whole North City who is worthy of her is Bo Yechen of Buzz Group. However, she doesn't want to think about who Bo Yechen is. The ability and power are second only to the heir of the Bo family under Guo Jingzhou. And he also has an identity that Guo Tianqian and others don't know, that is, Brother Shangshan. Tang Zheng, I warn you that you'd better keep your mouth clean, otherwise. Guo Tianqian's eyes were full of vicious light, as if she was going to cut Tang Zheng alive. Tang Zheng smiled faintly, otherwise what? Do it to me? While I just finished production? Her words that were not cold or hot completely angered Guo Tianqian, and she suddenly rushed up and raised her hand to slap her fiercely. What are you doing? Suddenly, a low and cold voice sounded at the door. Wen Lan and Guo Tianqian turned their faces in an instant. When they saw Guo Jingzhou, who was in a suit and leather shoes and had a deterrent breath, they immediately complained. Guo Tianqian, brother, you came just in time. Clean up Tang Zheng quickly. Do you know what she just said to me? The mouth is full of dung. Wen Lan also pulled her lips coldly. Yes, Jingzhou, I just heard her say this to Tianqian. You have to be the master of Tianqian in this matter. Also, no matter how much her current words and deeds represent our family, such unsightly words as spraying dung, I don't want to hear it again. The person is yours, you can watch the discipline. Yes, brother, she was really too much just now. She didn't want to fight me. Even her mother said a few words to her, and she still talked back. It was simply unreasonable to be uneducated and raised. If an orphan can expect her to be educated, Tianqian, don't embarrass your sister-in-law. The mother and daughter blamed all the faults on Tang Zheng, but Guo Jingzhou felt that it was very noisy. Then the deep black eyes looked at Tang Zheng and asked Wen Chen, is that so? Tang Zheng didn't want to pay attention to him. To be precise, she was disgusted when she saw him now. Thinking of the misery that her life was on the line last night and no one came to sign, she held back a flame of anger in her chest. What's wrong with your stomach? How to flatten it? Seeing that she ignored him, Go Jingzhou walked straight to her side with his tall body. However, when he saw her already flattened abdomen, a thunder flashed through his head. Hospital, flat stomach? What happened to Tang Zheng? Tang Zhong, let me ask you something. The thick voice was sandwiched with the last good temper, and he said angrily. Tang Zhong raised his head and looked straight at his long and narrow phoenix eyes, and said coldly, what do you want me to say? Did you say that the child died young? Go Jingzhou, is your heart black or red? Even if they don't like you, you shouldn't curse them. Tiger poison doesn't eat children, and what about you? I want them to die, don't I? Tang Zhong. Go Jingzhou didn't like her hedgehog look very much, and her tone was a little cold again. When Lan saw that the atmosphere between the two of them was so ting, she sneered and said, Tang Zhong, this is your wrong thing. It's okay if you don't tell us about giving birth to such a big thing. Why is Lian Jingzhou still hiding it? I'm hiding it? Tang Zhong sneered, and then his eyes showed resentment, disgust and contempt. I made dozens of phone calls and sent several messages, but can you blame me for sinking in the sea? That's right. When I was so in pain that I didn't even have the strength to call for help, Mr. Gore was accompanying the delicate white moonlight. The atmosphere is so romantic and beautiful, how can you be willing to be disturbed? So the shutdown is also normal. After all, after the candlelight dinner, each other was in a hurry to go to the hotel to sleep, didn't they? But Go Jingzhou, isn't this feeling of cheating particularly exciting? Where are the wildflowers? It smells good, right? But at least you are the president of Goose Group. Can I ask you to show your face? It's not wrong for fish to steal fishy fish. The wrong thing is that after stealing, they don't even know how to wipe their mouths. TSK, it's disgusting. Vomit, I'm about to spit it out overnight. Go Jingzhou was stunned, and his clear face looked down on Tang Zheng, who covered his mouth and vomited, and his face turned pale and dark. Seriously, after 3 years of marriage, he never knew that this woman was so sharp-toothed, which surprised him. But he caught a key point in her mouth, that is, she gave birth to a child, or two. It's just that he clearly remembered that she was still a month away from the due date. How could it be so sudden? Suddenly, the question in the heart of a straight man came directly to the question, and the child was born. Isn't it a month before the due date? At this moment, Tang Zheng's heart was like a heavy stone thrown from the sky and fell straight down. Sure enough, there must be a mother and a son, and Go Jingzhou, like Wen Lan and Go Qianqian, also suspected that the child was not his, right? It's ridiculous, isn't it? She gave him her whole heart and body wholeheartedly, but she didn't expect that what she got was his cold-blooded questioning. The heart died at this moment, and her last hope for him was also gone. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Go Jingzhou's mobile phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Feng Xiu. He lowered his eyes and stared at Tang Zheng, who didn't look at him, and then turned around and walked out. Say. Feng Xiu said directly in a hurry, Mr. Go, you and Miss Ling were photographed at dinner last night. The picture has been searched for fever. Do you need to deal with it? Feng Xiu is not a fool. He knows how much misunderstanding the pictures of Go Jingzhou and Lin Jiro will cause. Especially here in Tang Zheng, he didn't dare to think about how sad she would be when she saw this picture. The most important thing is some inappropriately attacking comments from netizens below the picture. He feels that Tang Zheng will definitely feel uncomfortable when he sees it. After all, the hidden marriage already wronged her. If these pictures were not dealt with, it was assumed that Mr. Go and Miss Ling were a match made in heaven, then she. Go Jingzhou was a little stunned at this time. Tang Zheng's words that seemed to have eaten gun explosives suddenly flashed in her mind, and she instantly understood that she had seen those pictures. It's just that what's wrong with her? After 3 years of husband and wife, even if there is no affection, she doesn't trust him so much, does she? Chapter 7 Divorce. I want to divorce Go Jingzhou. No, she has already seen it. After saying that, Go Jingzhou hung up the phone and turned around to enter the ward. Suddenly, an angry and sharp female sounded up behind him, Go Jingzhou. At this time, Mu Shanshan was holding 2 baby bottles in one hand and a cup of warm water in the other. Go Jingzhou turned around and saw the blue-pink milk bottle in her hand. The cold and hard atria suddenly became a little soft. Blue. Pink. Did Tang Zheng give birth to a dragon and phoenix fetus? Miss Mu, what's the matter? Go Jingzhou stared at him fiercely when he saw Mu Shanshan's eyes, and said indifferently in an alienated tone. Of course, Mu Shanshan knows him, but he doesn't know him well, and he doesn't want to have a deep relationship with Tang Zheng's friend. First, the 3 views and hobbies are different, and the other is that the communication is the same as Tang Zheng, which is very weak. Mu Shanshan didn't expect that he was still so arrogant and calm at this time, and suddenly the anger suppressed in his body came out. Then, with a bang, she directly splashed the cup of warm water in her hand on Go Jingzhou's handsome face. The sudden wetness made Go Jingzhou's face gloomy and his eyes gloomy for a moment. His hawk-like black eyes looked straight at the woman in front of him who was not afraid of death, and there was an impulse to strangle her to death. Others are indeed right. Women can't be spoiled, and the cats and dogs around her should not give a good face, otherwise they will be more and more unscrupulous than each other, kicking their noses in the face. Just like the current Mu Shanshan, he gave Tang Zheng a good face for the sake of face, but what about her? Shameless bastard, do you know it has appeared now? Where were you when Tang Zheng's life was hanging in the balance last night and asked his family to sign the consent form for surgery? What are you doing again? Gu Jingzhou, I originally thought that people like you had a good mouth, but I didn't expect that. Oh, a silicone chest, has nose, and a plastic surgery face, you can also go down your mouth. This taste is casual. Tang Zheng really took 8 lives to marry you. Mu Shanshan stared at Gao herself with an angry face. Gu Jingzhou's tone was unkind, and she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with splashing water on his face. Gu Jingzhou narrowed his eyes, looked at the woman with angry scarlet eyes staring at him, and raised his hand to wipe his face. The voice is bone-piercingly cool. Miss Mu, there is a degree in everything, and it should be stopped in moderation. It's not suitable for a fart. What am I suitable for a scumbag like you? You think I'm Tang Zheng, and the soft persimmon is easy to hold, don't you? And your mother and your sister, who came to the hospital without caring about Tang Zheng, opened their mouths to blame this and that, and even blatantly humiliated the child born by Tang Zheng was not your Gu Jingzhou. It's ridiculous. Even if Tang Zheng is an orphan without the support of his mother's family, isn't it too much to take care of your family? Others don't know whether the child is yours or not. Don't you know whether you slept with Tang Zheng or not? Gu Jingzhou, if you are still a man, go to your mother and your sister immediately to clarify the child's affairs to me. Don't let me look down on you. Finally, after clarifying, please take the 2 mad dogs of your Gu family and leave the Tang Zheng ward immediately. From now on, she and her 2 children don't need you, and they don't need you to take care of your family anymore. I, Mu Shanshan, will take care of their mother and son, daughter, by myself. After Mu Shanshan finished speaking domineeringly, she went straight into Tang Zheng's ward. Gu Jingzhou's face was slightly gloomy, and then he followed in. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are the clothes wet? Gu Qianqian was surprised when she saw that her brother's face and neckline were full of undried water stains. Wen Lan was also shocked. Just as she opened her mouth and was about to open her mouth, Gu Jingzhou had already taken the lead and said in a low voice, Mom, Qianqian, come out with me. Although Tang Zheng's child was born a month prematurely, he was sure that he was the father of the child. The reason why Wen Lan and Gu Qianqian were asked to come out is to warn them that they must pay attention to moderation in their actions and words. He also knows that they don't like Tang Zheng, but how can they talk nonsense about children? After the 3 of the Gu family left the ward, Tang Zheng glanced at Mu Shanshan's empty cup, and then thought of Gu Jingzhou's wet and embarrassed appearance just now, and suddenly guessed something. Bastard, the farther you go, the better. It's bad to look at it. Mu Shanshan closed the door angrily and kept cursing. Tang Zheng's heart was warm when he saw the small appearance of the milk and fierce protection of the calf. But Gu Jingzhou is not a good person to mess with. Shanshan is a violent person, so she said softly, Shanshan, promise me not to anger Gu Jingzhou in the future. He is not easy to mess with. Mu Shanshan didn't care and snorted coldly. He is not easy to mess with. Is it easy for you to mess with? I really thought you were an orphan and no one would support you, didn't you? Bastard. Shanshan, you and the Bo family have a delicate relationship. I just don't want you to anger Gu Jingzhou, the bastard, and cause trouble to Bo Yechen. What's the trouble? Although I followed my mother into the Bo family, I have never begged him for so many years. I rely on myself for everything. He, a cheap brother, is satisfied. Speaking of Tang Zheng, you really think my relationship with him is too complicated, not to mention that I was abroad before. Even my mother is at Bo's house, and I can't see him several times a year. It's either a business trip or an inspection project. Your worries are really unnecessary. Tang Zheng pursed her lips. She really didn't know much about Bo Yechen's situation, but she knew that the reason why Gu Jingzhou tolerated all the excessive actions of Mu Shanshan towards him was largely because of Bo Yechen's face. Although Bo Yechen did not admit that Mu Shanshan was his sister, at least she and her mother have been in the Bo family for so many years. Even for the sake of Chairman Bo's face, Bo Yechen is not too much. Well, don't patronize and worry about me. Tell me, what are your plans now? Mu Shanshan patted Tang Zheng's hands and asked distressedly. Tang Zheng was in a trance for a moment, and then said, Divorce, I want to divorce Gu Jingzhou. As soon as Mu Shanshan heard her words, her dull heart suddenly opened up. Seriously, she was really afraid that she would put up with everything because of the 2 newborn children. Have you really made a decision? What about the others? For example, in terms of compensation, 3 years of youth. Anyway, Gu Jingzhou, the scumbag, has wasted your 3 years in vain. I tell you, don't be stupid and arrogant and say that you are clean. With his assets worth hundreds of billions, you can at least give me a mouth to fight for 1 billion. How will you and the children live in the next half of your life? I will raise you now, but I don't plan to raise you for the rest of my life. I have to get married, so you have to fight for it yourself, okay? Mu Shanshan's words almost made Tang Zheng laugh, and she blinked her beautiful eyes. Xiao Yingying looked at her. 1 billion. 3 years of youth, even if it is 1 billion a year, what I deserve is 3 billion. What do you think, Shanshan? By the way, how are the 2 children? Are they all right? Is the lung infection serious? What does the doctor say? Where are they now? I really want to see them. When it comes to children, Tang Zheng couldn't help but talk endlessly. Mu Shanshan sighed and looked at Tang Zheng with a glorious maternal face, and suddenly her eyes were full of envy. Tang Zheng didn't see those 2 children carefully, but she saw them clearly. The 2 soft and small ones, with facial features more like Tang Zheng, are very cute, especially the baby girl, who opened her mouth and cried loudly and kicked her hands and feet, which almost softened her heart. Chapter 8. That Tang Zheng, I didn't like her at all, in the corridor. Brother, really, Tang Zheng, such a woman is not worthy of you. She is not even as good as Sister Jiro's toe, and she is rude and uneducated. Such a person is not worthy of my sister-in-law at all. Guo Qianqian said angrily. Guo Jingzhou didn't say anything, but put his hands in his pockets and looked at Wenlan deeply. His voice was so cold that he couldn't hear the emotion. Mom, do you think so, right? In the past 3 years, Guo Jingzhou did not know Wenlan and Guo Qianqian's attitude towards Tang Zheng. The reason why he didn't make a sound is that Tang Zheng's hard-hearted nature has never complained in front of him. Secondly, Wenlan and Guo Qianqian were not too much, so he just opened one eye and closed one eye. In addition, after Tang Zheng became pregnant, he never went back to the Dijing villa, and the relationship between the husband and wife was even more alienated and indifferent. Wenlan looked at Guo Jingzhou, who couldn't touch her eyes, and frowned. Jingzhou, since you have said everything, my mother doesn't want to lie to you anymore. That's right, I haven't liked that Tang Zheng at all. If it weren't for your grandfather's insistence on letting you marry her, oh, how could a girl like her with no family background enter my family? And Qianqian didn't wrong her. With her upbreeding virtue just now, she doesn't look like the young lady of the Guo family. Do you know what she just said to Qianqian? She said that Qianqian was a dog, and she also said that I remembered to tie the rope when I brought the dog out. Jingzhou, listen, is this what people say? At least Qianqian is also her sister-in-law, and she actually said such insulting words. And her friend is not a good person. He is just a shrew. Wenlan was so angry that her face turned a little red. Seriously, if she hadn't wanted to maintain a dignified and elegant image just now, she would have torn Tang Zhou's mouth in the morning to see if she still had the ability to say no. What do you want me to do? Guo Jingzhou said faintly in a slightly low voice. Wenlan sneered coldly. Naturally, it was a divorce. A person like her is not worthy of your wife. Anyway, now that the child is born. Jingzhou, when it comes to those 2 children, think about it yourself. Are they yours or not? Tang Zhong was born a month early. Suddenly, Guo Jingzhou's handsome face sank, and his cool voice was cold to the bone. Mom, I'm sure the child is mine. As for the divorce, I will ask her what she means first. If she doesn't want to leave, I won't force her. After all, she is the one chosen by Grandpa. If Grandpa knows, I'm afraid it's hard to tell her. Brother, you are stupid. You can secretly leave her, that is, the kind that doesn't let Grandpa know. Guo Qianqian said anxiously. Wenlan also agreed. Yes, Jingzhou, Qianqian is right, it's okay to hide it from the old man. Guo Jingzhou looked at the mother and daughter in front of him, and couldn't wait for him to divorce Tang Zheng in the next second. His deep eyes narrowed slightly. Thin lips are coldness that he doesn't even feel. Do you want me to divorce like this? Guo Qianqian replied, of course, brother, only if you divorce Tang Zheng can you marry Sister Jiro home, right? Speaking of Ling Jiro, Wenla's mother also smiled a little. Yes, a few days ago, I went shopping with Jiro's mother. She also asked about you and Jiro. I said it was fast. When Tang Zheng's child is a lifetime, you can marry Jiro into the family. As soon as Tang Zheng, who was still in pain, came out of the ward, she heard something in Wenla's mouth marry Jiro into the door. In an instant, her heart ached faintly. Guo Jingzhou, a man, he is really strong-hearted. The 2 children didn't take a look first. He actually discussed here about marrying Ling Jiro and going home. It seemed that her decision to divorce was right. Scumbag, Tang Zheng, let's go. Mu Shanshan deliberately raised her voice. After cursing, she helped Tang Zheng to walk forward. Guo Jingzhou turned around and saw her thin body struggling to move, and displeasure flashed on her cold face. This woman doesn't lie in bed and have a good rest. What should she do? Mom, you go back first. I'll talk to her. After saying that, before Wenla's mother and daughter could speak, Guo Jingzhou had already walked in the direction of Tang Zheng. Guo Qianqian was proud and looked at Guo Jingzhou's dark and unhappy face towards Tang Zheng, and she was extremely happy and proud. Humph, what if she gave birth to a dragon and phoenix fetus? As long as she can't get her brother's approval of the 2 children, Tang Zheng is still a poor person who no one looks up to. Tang Zhong, you just finished the operation and didn't lie in the room. Why did you come out? After Guo Jingzhou caught up with Tang Zheng and Mu Shanshan, the cold reprimand directly said in a low voice. His tone was his usual solemnity and coldness. Tang Zhou's heart stinged slightly. He turned his face to look at his handsome and warm face, pulled the corners of his lips and smiled forcefully. In her eyes, she was full of disappointment and heartbreak. Guo Jingzhou, a man, can be gentle to anyone, but it is impossible for her alone. Guo Jingzhou, you must be sick. You also know that Tang Zheng has just finished the operation. Why do you still look at her? How fierce are you? Mu Shanshan gave him a fierce look, as if she was going to slap her live. Seriously, she felt that Guo Jingzhou and Bo Yechen, who never smiled and always had a cold face, must have been brothers in her last life. Otherwise, why do both of them have facial paralysis, and each one is more serious than the other? Miss Mu, I don't want to quarrel with you. Guo Jingzhou has never been a good-tempered person. It will be tolerating Mu Shanshan over and over again purely for the sake of Tang Zheng's face. But now he finds that sometimes some faces really can't be scrupulous, otherwise people who don't know themselves will only be more and more presumptuous to you, and even kick your nose in the face to the bottom limit. You think I'm rare? Hey, Guo Jingzhou, why are you crazy? Put down Tang Zheng. Before Mu Shanshan finished her words, Guo Jingzhou directly bent down and hugged Tang Zheng, and then turned around and walked towards the ward. The sudden takeoff made Tang Zheng's body and mind tighten, and two slender hands instinctively wrapped around his neck. Xiu Mei wristed, Guo Jingzhou, let me down, and I can go by myself. In fact, Tang Zheng wants to say, don't touch me with the dirty hands you have touched other women. I feel disgusted. Guo Jingzhou ignored Tang Zheng's words, and just held her to the ward with a cold and solemn face. When he walked to the door, his tall and straight figure suddenly stood up, slightly tilting his handsome face. In a low voice, she said to Mu Shanshan, Tang Zheng and I have something to talk about. Miss Mu, please stay. After saying that, he slammed the door with his foot. But Mu Shanshan, who was separated by a door, turned black at this time. Guo Jingzhou, why is this man so shameless? Is there anything else to say? Call him an uncle, say he is a psychopath. He wants to think that there is a position in Tang Zheng in his heart. Will he put her alone in that kind of collapse and despair last night? Scumbag. Chapter 9. If you want to capture the past, you should also have a degree. It's not good to play. Guo Jingzhou, let's divorce. In the ward, Tang Zheng said in a calm voice. Guo Jingzhou was stunned for a moment, and then his long and narrow phoenix eyes looked at her condescendingly. Did he think clearly? Tang Zheng laughed. Do you think we still need to think about our relationship? Guo Jingzhou was choked by her, frowned and said, condition. He thought that he should have mentioned the word divorce. After all, Tang Zheng loves him, and now that the child has been born, how could she take the initiative to divorce? And after 3 years of living together, she knew that he was right, and he never gave up his body to coax her good temper. This is also the reason why she has been cautious in front of him for so many years, suffering from gains and losses. But now that she took the initiative to mention it, he would see what tricks she played. 3 years of youth, how much do you think I am worth? Tang Zheng looked at the handsome man in front of him coldly, and his heart hurt like a drop of blood. Look, this is the man she loves with all her self-esteem and pride. Even if she files for divorce now, he still looks calm and at ease. It's like everything in the world can't lift any ripples in his heart. No, in fact, Tang Zheng understands that she is the only one who can't lift the ripples in his heart, not everyone. Guo Jingzhou looked down and glanced at her serious appearance, and then took out a blank check from her pocket. The voice is as deserted as usual, but with a little humiliation, and the numbers are filled in casually. Seeing that he was so cold, Tang Zheng squeezed his hands hanging on the quilt tightly. Then neither humble nor arrogant, 3 billion, Guo Jingzhou, if you give me 3 billion, I will complete you and the white moonlight, otherwise, she will only deserve the little third scolded by individuals. Even if Guo Jingzhou and Ling Jiro have known each other since childhood and are still childhood sweethearts, as long as she is still the young lady of the Guo family, she will never see the light. Even if she and Guo Jingzhou are secretly married, she, Ling Jiro, can't take advantage of it. Tang Zheng, if you want to catch the past, you should have a degree. It's not good to play it. Guo Jingzhou did not directly reply to her about 3 billion yang, but said angrily with a calm black face. Tang Zheng retorted coldly, Guo Jingzhou, are you reluctant to pay 3 billion, or do you, like your mother, think that I, Tang Zheng, don't deserve the 3 billion? But don't forget that we are husband and wife, and I have absolute ownership in terms of property division. Guo Jingzhou didn't like Tang Zheng's sharp look at him very much, and his dark eyes were slightly cold. In a deep tone, what ownership do you have? Did you manage the company for me or sign the project for me? Tang Zheng, people are precious in self-awareness, and you have never been stupid. Why, a child's head starts to rust all his life. You are always asking for prices with me. What do you think you are? Don't forget, without me, Guo Jingzhou to marry you, you don't even have a safe haven, and you still have 3 billion. Do you think you deserve this 3 billion? The man's words were so stupid that Tang Zheng's heart was bloody. Sure enough, he was like Wenlan and others, and he had never looked up to her in his heart. Although Tang Jun had experienced the feeling of being looked down upon for a long time, Gu Jingzhou felt it, which still made her feel pain through her heart. It turned out that Shanshan was right. Her 3 years of youth was to feed a dog, a wolf-hearted dog. You can hear what he just said. Originally, she just wanted to test whether he had feelings for her or not, but it turned out that she didn't want to embarrass her too much. Looking up, she blinked her sour eyes and said again, "But we are husband and wife, Gu Jingzhou, even if you don't want to, you don't want to lose the share I deserve after the divorce, do you? If you can't do it, see you in court." When Gu Jingzhou heard her words, he felt a little childish. His handsome face was gentle and contemptuous. The court. "Tang Zhong, are you sure you want to fight a lawsuit with me?" He wants to say, "Tang Zhong, do you have the brains to fight a lawsuit with me, and you are not afraid that I will let you clean up and leave the house?" Tang Zhong looked at him in a slow voice. "It was not that I wanted to fight with you, but that you forced me to fight with you. Gu Jingzhou, after 3 years of marriage, I found that you were not such a man, and you didn't even want to swallow the little money I deserve." Gu Jingzhou sneered. "Don't you know best whether I'm a man or not? Besides, let's talk about your little money. Oh, do you think it's floating down from the sky and put it into your account with your mouth? Tang Zhong, but if you don't open your mouth like a lion, I won't give you a penny. Now, an insatiable woman like you doesn't want to think. What about those 2 children?" Gu Jingzhou's words were interrupted by Tang Zhong, which was already very unpleasant. It was shameful to listen to her again, and even the newborn child was taken aback. He suddenly became even more annoyed. "Don't you just want to threaten me with those 2 children? Tang Zhong, die. I don't even love you, so how can I love those 2 children? Isn't it custody? I'll give you the right, but don't even think about the money." "Well, Gu Jingzhou, that's what you said." Tang Zhong saw him slowly drilling into the net he had woven, and suddenly raised an inexplicable smile at the corners of his lips, but more than that, he was heartbroken. In the 3 years of marriage, she has witnessed many mixed faces with her own eyes, but it is the first time she has seen Gu Jingzhou's face. Suddenly, she felt that this man was very strange. Everything in the past seemed to be a dream that trapped her body and mind for 3 years. Gu Jingzhou thought that Tang Zhong would panic about the angry words he said. After all, she had no job and no income in the past few years, and now she suddenly raised 2 children. Unexpectedly, he didn't see any fear and panic on her face at all. On the contrary, he looked relaxed physically and mentally, as if relieved. In an instant, he somehow felt a sense of emptiness in his body and mind, as if something important was passing in his body little by little. And he wanted to reach out and catch it, but it was in vain. "Can you help me call Shanshan in? I have something to ask her. By the way, don't go too far. I have something to trouble you later." Suddenly, Tang Zhong's voice spoke faintly again. Gu Jingzhou's cold face was much more beautiful. To be precise, he was pleased by Tang Zhong's words that he had something to do. Oh, he knew that this woman was inseparable from him, so what kind of pretending to be strong? Coax him a few words. Will he die if he is soft? What's more, if she doesn't bow her head, is it possible to expect him to bow his head to coax her? Ridiculous. But is she too quiet about him and Ling Jiro? Doesn't she love him and care about him? It shouldn't be like this when he sees him with other women. Is he pretending again? Are you working? Chapter 10. The staff came to the door to handle the divorce for them, ward. After listening to Tang Zhong's words, Mu Shanshan felt bad. What? Did the scumbag really say that? Tang Zhong smiled bitterly and said nothing, but the sadness in her eyes almost flooded the whole room backwards. Seeing that she didn't say a word, Mu Shanshan hugged her tightly and patted her back, comforting her. "Tang Zhong, don't worry, even if that scumbag doesn't give you a penny, you still have me. If it really doesn't work, I'll ask my mother and Uncle Bo to help you together." "I don't believe it. We 4 adults can't support 2 children. No, Shanshan, don't have the idea of involving Uncle Bo in my matter, otherwise it will be more difficult for you to be with Boyecheng," Tang Zhong said eagerly. Mu Shanshan didn't care. What's wrong with being a human being? His paralyzed face, I never wanted to be a human being in front of him. Anyway, my mother lives with Uncle Bo, not with him. That's what I said, but I still don't want to be reborn because of you. Besides, he and Gu Jingzhou are mortally mortals. If I knew that you helped me like this, I would definitely feel uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. What kind of friends do I have to make? Do I have to look at his face? Well, it's not your concern at all, Mu Shanshan said boldly. Follow. Then her mobile phone jingled, and it was Yi Qilan's reply to the message. "Shanshan, your Uncle Bo has told the people of the Civil Affairs Bureau to go there, and it will arrive in about 20 minutes. When Mu Shanshan saw the message, the corners of her mouth almost grinned. "Tang Zhong, the people of the Civil Affairs Bureau were already on the way. Do you want to ask Gu Jingzhou, the scumbag, to come in?" Tang Zhong pursed his lips, and then said, "No, Shanshan, can you find a wheelchair? I want to see the 2 children." Mu Shanshan's heart suddenly tightened, and then she pulled out a stiff smile. "Okay, wait for me. I'll push the wheelchair over now." The doctor said that the baby girl's condition was not very good, and the treatment plan could only be determined after further observation and examination. But at present, Tang Zheng and Guo Jingzhou are getting divorced. To be honest, she really doesn't want Tang Zheng to know about the baby, but luckily, the baby boy is very healthy and she is not a fool. After a while, Tang Zheng will definitely be suspicious when he sees the baby girl's condition. After all, the little girl's crying voice and condition are too bad. There is also the reason why she was born 1 month early. Her breath is very weak, which makes people tremble just by looking at it. Alas, what might I do? After a while, Mu Shanshan pushed the wheelchair over, but just as Tang Zheng was about to sit in the wheelchair, Guo Jingzhou's slender figure suddenly came in. His voice is his usual low and cold voice. Tang Zhong, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid that you will fall into the root of the disease? Although Guo Jingzhou is a father for the first time, he still knows more or less about women's period of labor. He was so good at kung fu. Tang Zhong got up several times, and suddenly an unknown anger gushed out of his body. The handsome face hides the anger that is about to break out. Damn it, she can't do it well, but she has to do it when she is in labor. What's the matter? Want to gain his pity and heartache? Guo Jingzhou, get out of the way. When Mu Shanshan saw that Guo Jingzhou stopped in front of the wheelchair and did not allow Tang Zheng to sit down, her whole thin body stood up like a hedgehog, and her fire-breathing eyes were eager to burn him to ashes. This scumbag doesn't know where he came from and cares about Tang Zheng. It really made her angry. Why did she want to beat him so much when she saw his face? It's a pity that she can't beat this tall scumbag, otherwise she has to teach him how to behave. Shanshan, don't quarrel with him. Forget it. I'm not going to see the baby. Tang Zheng gave up the idea of seeing the two children again and spoke leisurely. Guo Jingzhou frowned, and his cold tone softened a little. It's okay to see the child at any time. Don't be in a hurry at this time. Tang Zheng, don't let my last good impression of you disappear. Tang Zheng looked up, accustomed to his indifference and cruel words. She laughed and didn't argue. Soon, she would be completely relieved. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Guo Jingzhou thought he had really poked her mind, and contempt flashed on his heartless lips. He knew that all the small emotions and tempers of Tang Zheng were nothing more than to attract his attention, and now, he admitted that she had succeeded. Buckle, buckle, buckle. Suddenly, just as the atmosphere was stiff and Mu Shanshan was about to curse, the door of the ward was knocked. Several people looked back and saw that it was the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau, with different faces. In particular, Guo Jingzhou, who didn't know the inside story, turned black into the carbon in the stove. As smart as he is, even if Tang Zheng hasn't said a word now, he knows what the people of the Civil Affairs Bureau are doing here. Suddenly, anger appeared on Qingzhen's face, and when Qingshi asked, Tang Zheng, do you really want to divorce me? He thought she was just joking just now, but he didn't expect that she asked Mu Shanshan to use the Bo family to invite the people of the Civil Affairs Bureau to the hospital, which made him look too embarrassed. The staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau also opened their eyes wide in surprise. They never thought that the person Chairman Bo asked them to come to go through the divorce procedures was Guo Jingzhou. That's it. What should they do? Hello, could you please help us with the divorce? Tang Zheng said to the staff with a smile. Mu Shan also urged to delete. Yes, help them go through the formalities quickly. We, Tang Zheng, don't want to see this scumbag again. Several staff members sighed. Oh, my god, scumbag. I'm afraid only Miss Mu in front of me dares to say this word. Mr. Gu, you. As soon as the staff opened his mouth, he was lost by Guo Jingzhou's cold look. In an instant, his internal organs seemed to be in the eye cellar, and it was bone-piercing cold. The two parties have discussed the divorce. It's just a formality. Looking at Guo Jingzhou's shy appearance, it is clear that he and the young lady have not reached a consensus. This really makes it difficult for them to do things. I'll sign it first. Tang Zheng saw that the staff who was glanced at by Guo Jingzhou looked very embarrassed and said softly. Then the staff seemed to catch the last straw and handed the divorce agreement to be signed to Tang Zheng. Guo Jingzhou didn't say anything. His deep dark eyes squinted slightly at Tang Zheng, trying to see the clue in her calm face. However, Tang Zheng did not look up at him, but directly took the pen from the staff's hand and signed his name without any nostalgance. Guo Jingzhou's cold heart seemed to be hit hard by something, and his angry pupils were full of shock and disbelievability. Tang Zheng. She actually signed the divorce agreement for real. She didn't hesitate to sign it. Damn, what kind of trick is she playing? Chapter 11. Don't want to get a divorce. Is it interesting to play this kind of trick? Guo Jingzhou, it's your turn. Tang Zheng, who had finished signing, did not embarrass the staff and directly handed him the pen and the divorce agreement in his hand. On a fair and beautiful face, there is still a little sense of relief and pleasure when you look closely. Even the woman smiled at him with her eyebrows bent. Laugh so quietly, so happily, and so heartless. Guo Jingzhou's chest ached, and he stared closely at her black eyes for a moment. To be honest, he couldn't guess what Tang Zheng was thinking. You said she didn't want to divorce herself, but her name was signed so neatly. You said she wanted to get a divorce. Why did she have disappointment and pain in her eyes? It seems that something broke her heart. Tang Jung, let me ask you one last time, are you sure you want a divorce? The low voice was mixed with the meaning of patient anger. He thought that Tang Jung would understand what he meant. But Gu Jingzhou didn't expect that she didn't hesitate, so she just said faintly, right. It's a very concise and decisive word, but Gu Jingzhou's eyes are gloomy, and his voice is even more clear. It's okay, as you wish. After saying that, he directly reached out and angrily snatched the pen and divorce agreement in her hand, and began to sign. However, he repeated several strokes in a row. Unexpectedly, he didn't sign his name. The handsome face sank. He shook the pen in his hand twice fiercely, and continued to write arrogantly, but still couldn't write. Suddenly, Gu Jingzhou, who could no longer control the anger in his body, directly threw the pen to the ground and split it in half. The black eyes, like the cold pool, stared straight at Tang Jung's harmless pale pretty face. The voice was full of sarcasm. Tang Jung, if you don't want to divorce, you can say it directly. Is it interesting to play this kind of trick? Do you think I'm as idle as you? After saying that, he directly threw the divorce agreement on her face, then turned around and left the room. Mu Shanshan was about to explode with anger at this time. She was about to scold Gu Jingzhou's bastard. She looked sideways and saw the delicate skin on Tang Jung's face, which was scratched by the sharp corners of the paper. A sudden shock. Tang Jung, are you alright? Tang Jung squeezed his lips, and then picked up the page of the agreement that Gu Jingzhou had not signed on the quilt sheet, and laughed dumbly. Is the pen broken? Oh, it's not bad in the morning or late, but it's broken when Gu Jingzhou signed. No wonder he said she was playing tricks. Gu Jingzhou is a scumbag. I haven't seen a scumbag like him in more than 20 years. He didn't have any demeanor. He still threw the paper so hard to see that he scratched your face. I had to ask him to settle the account. After saying that, Mu Shanshan took out her mobile phone to call Gu Jingzhou. Tang Jung stopped it. Well, Shanshan, anyway, I have finished signing the words I should sign, and leave the rest to Gu Jingzhou. I'm sorry to bother you. After Tang Jung persuaded Mu Shanshan, he handed over the scattered pages of paper to several staff in front of him and whispered. The staff will also be arrogant and dare not take a breath. They are afraid of being in trouble. Mrs. Guo can rest assured that we will discuss the next matter with Mr. Guo, and we will not disturb your rest. Bye. Then several people slipped away. Seeing that her face was not lightly injured, Mu Shanshan frowned and got up. Don't move around. I'll call a nurse to help you deal with the wound on her face. Tang Jung nodded, and his sour and bloated heart left with Gu Jingzhou's anger, and gradually stabilized. In the past, she always thought that it would be a very terrible thing to divorce Gu Jingzhou, because she had no father, no mother, no relatives, and not many only friends, only Shanshan. If she really divorces, her world will be as Gu Jingzhou just said. Without him, she will not even have a safe haven, let alone talk about a good life. Perhaps in his eyes, she Tang Jung is a woman who will never be satisfied and will not be blessed. Because of the name of the young lady of the Gu family, it was almost the dream of all Beicheng women, but when it came to her Tang Jung, Gu Jingzhou, thinking of these 3 words engraved into his bone marrow, Tang Jung took a deep breath. She finally understood that she was not afraid of divorce, not that she was inseparable from Gu Jingzhou, and that she would die without him. After all, after the death of people's hearts, all the darkness seems to become sudden in an instant. Looking back suddenly, you will find that in fact, the relief after letting go is really hearty and comfortable. There is no thought, no persistence, and no more colic heart for him. Ding ding ding. In the car, Gu Jingzhou's mobile phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Mu Shanshan. Without thinking about it, he pressed it directly, and his cold face flashed with irritation and disorder. In the corridor of the hospital, Mu Shanshan saw that her phone was hung up and cursed a few harsh words, so she went to the nurse to help Tang Jung deal with the injury. I thought to myself that Gu Jingzhou, the scumbag, was a little stupid, otherwise he would dare to answer her phone, and she would have scolded him as a dog. Blink, 10 days have passed. Tang Jung and his 2 children were finally discharged from the hospital, but soon there was another problem. That's where they live. Do you want to go back to Dijing Villa? But she has signed the divorce. If she doesn't go back, she will have nowhere to go for a while. Tang Jung, it's all done. Let's go home. After completing the discharge procedures, Mu Shanshan pushed a dragon and phoenix fetus stroller and came over with excitement. Tang Jung pursed his lips and was about to open his mouth when a tall figure enveloped him. She looked up and saw Feng Xiu, Gu Jingzhou's personal assistant. Young lady, Mr. Gu asked me to pick you up and the young master and the young lady home. Please. Following Feng Xiu is the nanny of Dijing Villa. I don't know if it was too bad for Tang Jung, who was pregnant in the past, but the nanny was a little guilty and dared not look her straight in the eye. She always felt that Tang Jung's eyes were a little scared after giving birth to a child. Sorry, Gu Jingzhou and I have divorced. Didn't he tell you? Tang Jung said in a faint voice. Feng Xiu and the nanny looked shocked at the same time. Divorce? They really don't know this. What's the matter? Did he really not tell you? Tang Zhong was also surprised by Feng Xiu, and the nanny now looked surprised. This. Mr. Gore really didn't say anything. He just asked me to pick you up and the young master and the young lady home. Feng Xiu replied. Mu Shanshan sneered coldly. We, Tang Zheng, have divorced Gu Jingzhou, the scumbag, and our little prince Xiao glutinous rice has nothing to do with him, because he personally promised to give custody to Tang Zheng. So Assistant Feng, could you please give way? By the way, help me bring a word to the scumbag when you go back, saying that his bones must be hard to the end, and don't let me look down on him. After listening to Mu Shanshan's words, Feng Xiu was shocked in an instant. Did he hear it right? What did Miss Mu just say? Mr. Gore personally promised to give the custody of the young master and the young lady to the young lady. This? No, the Gore family has a big career. It's hard to expect a young master and a young lady to inherit the family. How could Mr. Gore give custody to the young lady? Chapter 12 Gore Jingzhou's information, don't come back after you don't go home today. What are you doing? Don't you believe that the scumbag gave us the custody of the little prince and little glutinous rice to our Tang Zhong? Mu Shanshan saw that Feng Xiu's frown was almost like a mosquito, and her voice was angry. Feng Xiu replied honestly that he really didn't believe it. This is not like our Mr. Gore's style. Still the style? Oh, it's almost the same. Gore Jingzhou, the scumbag, can't do anything. Let me tell you so. Do you know why he happily gave the custody of the little prince and the little glutinous rice to Tang Zheng? Feng Xiu shook his head, his face full of questions, and the nanny behind him also looked at Mu Shanshan curiously. Because he doesn't want Tang Zheng to divide his property, in his heart, money is 100 times more important than his son and daughter. However, how can he raise 3 and 4 and 5 without money, but on the other hand, he is not afraid of death, huh? Tang Zhong, let's go. After Mu Shanshan finished mocking, she pushed the dragon and phoenix baby stroller with one hand, pulled Tang Zhong up with the other hand and walked forward. The aggressive pace was full of words that were not easy to provoke. Feng Xiu rubbed his eyebrows and looked at them slowly walking away. He quickly took out his mobile phone to dial Gore Jingzhou. Hello, Mr. Gore, I didn't receive the young lady. She doesn't seem to want to go with me. When Gore Jingzhou over there heard his words, his handsome eyebrows tightened in an instant. The voice is warm. She doesn't want to go with you. Who does she want to go with? Does she have a place to go? Tell her that if you don't take your 2 children back to Dijing Villa today, you won't go back in the future. After saying that, Gore Jingzhou hung up the phone in anger. It's been 10 days. It's been 10 days since the day of the divorce. He let Feng Xiu personally pick her up and the child home. What else is she making? It's true that he is so good-tempered with her these days that he makes her forget her identity, doesn't she? Feng Xiu looked up and tried his best to persuade Tang Zheng. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, she and Mu Shanshan disappeared. Shen Shun exhaled, and his temples jumped straight for no reason. Forget it, be prepared to be scolded by Mr. Gore in the car. After listening to Mu Shanshan's words, Tang Zheng was physically and mentally rejected. No, Shanshan, I can't live in Bo's house, which is too inconvenient. Originally, she and Yi Qilan were like walking on thin ice in Bo's house. If she lived in again, they would be even more in a dilemma. Although Uncle Bo is very good to them, after all, there is Bo Yechen. She really doesn't want to make it difficult for Mu Shanshan and Yi Qilan to be human. If there is any inconvenience, I have agreed with my mother and Uncle Bo. As for the paralyzed face, don't worry, he doesn't seem to be in Beicheng recently. The driver in front, what a shame. His young master has just returned to Beicheng. If I guessed correctly, he should be at home now. What should I do? Should he remind Miss Mu? Well, forget it. If he said that Miss Tang insisted on not going to the Bo family, he would have sinned a lot. That's not. Well, Tang Zheng, there's no need to discuss this matter. Don't compete with me. Besides, isn't Gore Jingzhou's scumbag just to see you leaving him without a fixed place and wandering with your children? You can't do what he wants. On the contrary, you have to live a better life than before in Dijing Villa, which makes him angry. What's more, I'm really worried about letting you, a single woman, live outside with my little prince, little glutinous rice. Don't look at your girl who is married and has a child, but her beautiful face and devilish figure are very perverts. If you don't believe me, you can look in the mirror. Tang Zhong laughed at her, but his heart was full of emotion. She understood what Shanshan meant. She was worried that she was taking 2 children out alone. At the same time, she was still in her period of term, so... Ding dong. After thinking about the rest, her mobile phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw Gore Jingzhou. She clicked it directly. The message is not long, but every word is domineering and cold. Don't come back if you don't go home today. Tang Zhong's whole body and mind seemed to have fallen into the ice cellar. What a cruel and heartless man. She threw her sleeves and left for the past 10 days. She didn't come back to look at her, not to mention. She is still sending this kind of message. Oh, it's worthy of Gore Jingzhou. It's so cruel and cold. But he forgot that she, Tang Zheng, was not born with cartilage to be influenced by him. She had her own pride and dignity. Maybe she is peaceless now, maybe she can only rely on Shanshan and Aunt Yi, but she believes that she will not be like this forever. So she narrowed her eyes and directly pulled Guo Jingzhou's WeChat into the blacklist without any consideration. Married for 3 years, got along with him for 3 years, loved him for 3 years, and missed more than 1,000 people day and night. It's a lie to say that there is no half reluctance and heartache, especially people like Tang Zheng who miss the old. But she also understands that no matter how reluctant, painful or nostalgic she is, she must also look forward, even for the sake of these 2 fighting children. Tang Zheng, don't be sad. This kind of scumbag is only good for you. What do you think you are you? If you don't go home today, don't come back. Oh, does he really think that you are an orphan and can't live without him? Don't worry. You still have me. As long as I, Mu Shanshan, eat and drink for a day, I will never starve you and the little prince's glutinous rice. As for him, Guo Jingzhou, let's go under the skirt. The more I look at it, the more annoying it is. Mu Shanshan hugged Tang Zheng and comforted her carefully. On the surface, her tone looked bold and free, but she knew that Tang Zheng was uncomfortable in her heart. After all, she knows very well how much she loves Guo Jingzhou, just like she loves. It's not easy to let go and talk, alas. The break sounded in the Bo family compound, and Yi Qilan and Bo Hongye on the sofa quickly got up. And Bo Yechen, who was sipping tea, raised his handsome eyebrows and looked profound. When Bo Hongye saw his son frowning, he explained in a thick voice that it should be Shanshan and Tang Zheng who came back. Yi Chen's face softened for a while. Don't scare them. Bo Yechen sneered coldly. Can I scare Mu Shanshan's fearless nature? Bo Hongye was choked by him, and then said, what about Tang Zheng? He is not as good as Shanshan's. Anyway, it's right for you to restrain your mind, not to mention that there are children. Mu Shanshan, Mom, Uncle Bo. Tang Zheng, Aunt Yi, Uncle Bo. As soon as Bo Hongye's words fell, 2 beautiful shadows appeared at the door, followed by their soft and quiet voices. Bo Yechen looked up, and his cold and unsmiling black eyes suddenly met Tang Zheng. Suddenly, her brain was in a mess. What's the situation? Didn't Shanshan say that he was not in Beicheng? Who is the man sitting on the sofa now? Thin and less. After calming down for a while, Tang Zheng said lightly. Bo Yechen ignored her, but glanced coldly at the 2 little babies on the dragon and phoenix baby stroller with deep eyes. His face was cold and his breath was intimidating. Guo Jingzhou's child? Oh, this woman is really big-hearted. Doesn't she know that he and Guo Jingzhou are mortals, and she is not afraid that he will kill his 2 children unconsciously? Mom, what's going on? Didn't you say that your face is not at home? Mu Shanshan carefully pulled Yi Qilan and said in a low voice. But she didn't know that Bo Yechen, who had always had a good hearing, heard her words word for word. Facial paralysis? Damn, the sister he killed halfway is really bold. Chapter 13, we just met. There's no need to be so anxious to hug, right? Guo Jingzhou's son and daughter. Bo Yechen walked to the front of the stroller and looked condescendingly at the 2 newborn babies inside, with a cold sneer on his face. I was thinking in my heart that it was really worthy of his son and daughter of Guo Jingzhou, who was as ugly as him. Of course, Bo Yechen will not admit that in fact, the 2 children are more like Tang Zheng. Wow. Suddenly, the little glutinous rice in the cart didn't know if he felt Bo Yechen's bone-chilling coolness and deterring breath. He opened his little mouth and cried loudly. Bo Yechen, interesting. I didn't expect that Guo Jingzhou's daughter was a coward. When Tang Zheng heard his daughter crying, he quickly bent down to hug the little one, but she hadn't touched the stroller yet. She was pulled away by Mu Shanshan, who was big and anxious. Don't touch Tang Zheng. You are still in the period of term. I'll hold my goddaughter. As she said, she hurriedly flirted to hug the little glutinous rice, and Tang Zheng was pulled and loosened by her, and suddenly lost his balance and fell to the side. When Bo Yechen saw her slender figure falling towards him, he wanted to dodge at the first time, and he was even more impressed because she was Guo Jingzhou's woman. Just look at the woman's pale little face and panic. He reached out and pulled her in disgust, and there was a cold joke in his deep eyes. He said in a voice that only he and Tang Zheng could hear, we just met, there's no need to be so anxious to hug, right? With a bang, Tang Zheng suddenly stiffened and looked up at the handsome and deep-faced man in front of her. Her heart was pounding faster. When Yi Qilan saw that Tang Zheng offended Bo Yechen, she quickly said, Tang Zheng, are you okay? Shanshan, you too. Knowing that Tang Zheng was still in her period, why did you still pull her so hard? Fortunately, Yi Chen pulled it, otherwise Tang Zheng would have fallen and injured. You are too irritable to do things. At this time, Mu Shanshan also realized that she was too excited just now, holding the little glutinous rice that was still crying in a grievances. While muttering, I didn't try too hard just now. Tang Zheng's pretty face turned red by her words. Yes, she didn't pull her too hard, but she couldn't stand still and fell on Bo Yechen's body. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't wash herself by jumping into the yellow river. Okay, Tang Zheng is fine. Pay attention next time. Why does the child always cry? Is it because you feel uncomfortable or hungry when you hold him? Yi Qilan came forward and looked at the crying baby in Mu Shanshan's arms, feeling that her heart was about to break. Mu Shanshan is also a little anxious now. What's the matter? A few days ago, Xiao glutinous rice was easy to coax in the hospital, but why can't she be coaxed today? After saying that, she looked down at the little prince who was still sleeping and pouted. The little prince was still good. Tang Zhong came forward. Shanshan, I'll do it. As soon as the words came out, she was glanced at by Mu Shanshan's nose, not her eyebrows, and said, what are you here? You don't believe my ability to take care of the baby, do you? Go upstairs and have a good rest. Don't worry, I will definitely take the little glutinous rice well. Yi Qilan and Bo Hongye also said, yes, Tang Zheng, let the servant take you upstairs to rest. The children are still here, me and your uncle, don't worry. Tang Zhong looked at Mu Shanshan and others who surrounded his son and daughter, and suddenly felt a little warm in his heart. The child disliked by the Guo family and the child that Guo Jingzhou did not like, unexpectedly became a treasure when he arrived at the Bo family, except for Bo Yechen. Aunt Yi, Uncle Bo, thank you. It's a lie to say that he is not moved, not to mention Tang Zhong, who is an orphan. Bo Hongye glanced at Bo Yechen when he saw Tang Zhong's moved look full of tears. He said in a light voice, Yichen, you take Tang Zheng up to rest, and by the way, take her things up to help clean up. We are here to coax the child. Bo Yechen didn't expect his father to call him like this, and his face turned black on the spot. Leng sneered, Guo Jingzhou's women's things are also worthy of me to help clean up. After saying that, he went upstairs arrogantly, leaving Tang Zheng, who looked embarrassed and almost poked out a hole with his toes, neither standing nor walking. When Mu Shanshan saw that Bo Yechen's words were so unpleasant, she couldn't help but lose her temper and said, what kind of woman is Guo Jingzhou? Tang Zheng has divorced him. Can you ask some people to know the truth before opening their mouth? Don't talk to a fool. Mu Shanshan's later words were stuck in Bo Yechen's suddenly burst of cold and fierce eyes. Suddenly, she felt a chill in her back and a coldness invaded her body. Damn, this man's eyes are really scary, like the king of hell. Shanshan, don't say a few words. It's rare for your brother to come back, so don't make him unhappy. Yi Qilan frowned and looked at her big daughter and whispered, and then took the little glutinous rice in her arms to herself. He rubbed her shoulder and said, take Tang Zheng upstairs to rest quickly. Don't let anyone stand so awkwardly. Mu Shanshan stuck out her tongue. Well, Tang Zheng, let's go. I'll take you upstairs to rest. Seeing that they finally went upstairs, Yi Qilan sighed and looked at Bo Hongye beside her. Husband, I think Yi Chen still hasn't accepted me and Shanshan. Isn't that right? It is precisely because he doesn't accept the existence of her and Shanshan that even Tang Zheng doesn't like it. Seeing that her face was solemn, Bo Hongye patted her on the back to comfort her. Don't think too much. The boy was cold-hearted and his mouth was a little poisonous, but there was no malice, otherwise he would not allow Tang Zheng and the child to live in our house. When Bo Hongye said this, Yi Qilan thought so. After all, not everyone can live in the Bo family. It must be because Tang Zheng is Shanshan's good friend, so he didn't deliberately embarrass Tang Zheng. Otherwise, with her identity as Guo Jingzhou's wife, let alone living, I'm afraid that if she is close to the Bo family, he will order someone to throw her away. The second floor. Tang Zhong, don't take it to heart. That paralyzed face is such a person. He and Guo Jingzhou, the scumbag, one half a catty and one 8 tails, are all the way. Mu Shanshan comforted her while helping her pack up. Tang Zhong pursed her lips and didn't open her mouth. She was thinking that maybe she really shouldn't have agreed to Shanshan to live in Bo's house, so that she and Aunt Yi would not be so embarrassed. Shanshan, lend me some money. I still want to move out. Tang Zhong thought for a while and said gently. Mu Shanshan suddenly stopped packing her things, turned her little face and crossed her waist. What are you talking about? Are you still thinking about moving out at this time? Why? Is it because of that paralyzed face? It's not Shanshan, it's not because of Bo Shao, or because I think it's not convenient to live here. Mu Shanshan was angry. What's the inconvenience? It's best for me and my mother to take care of you and the little prince and the little glutinous rice. As for the paralyzed face, he has a place to live outside and rarely spends the night here, so you don't have a psychological burden. Don't look at him hanging around at home now. At night, he will roll around by himself, so Tang. Mu Shanshan. Suddenly, a low and cold male voice sounded at the door of the open room. Chapter 14. Have you made enough noise? Get out of here if you're done enough. You'd better stop scolding me behind your back. The extremely oppressive sound suddenly made the indoor temperature several degrees cold. Mu Shanshan was so hard-mouthed that she pretended to be stupid and said, did I scold you? Why don't I know? Oh, facial paralysis, isn't it? I'm talking about Guo Jingzhou's bastard. Bo Shao, don't take the right seat. Do you think I'm stupid? Bo Yechen knew that Mu Shanshan's mouth was very sophistry, and she had the ability to talk nonsense with her eyes open. Just like now, she was caught by him and said bad things to him, and she could still talk nonsense to him without changing her face. It is also blamed that Bo Hongye has spoiled this girl too much over the years, otherwise he would have to deal with her. How could it be? Bo Xiao is young and promising, with outstanding IQ and outstanding ability. How can he be stupid? Even if the people of Junbuk City are stupid, you can't be stupid. Bo Yechen. How happy does this flattery make him happy? Suddenly, Bo Yechen teased her a little and asked, how do I compare with Guo Jingzhou? When he said this, his dark eyes looked straight at Tang Zheng. Looking at each other, Tang Zheng found that his eyes once again had no sign of him. He was so scared that he avoided it directly, but his heart was uncontrollably disordered and anxious. I don't know if it's an illusion or not, but she always feels that Bo Yechen looks at her strangely, which makes her have an indescribable feeling. Guo Jingzhou. Ha ha. Mu Shanshan didn't notice the faces of the two of them. She just chattered angrily, just the kind of wife throwing. How can an abandoned bastard compare with you, and his scumbag, not even a toe as good as yours? What else is it compared to? Is it better than that no one signed the consent form for Tang Zhou's surgery when he was giving birth, or is it better than that Tang Zhou's life is hanging out with Xiao San? Bo Yechen. Suddenly, he found that he could not organize his words to open his mouth, and his cold and inquiring eyes stared at Tang Zheng, as if to see through her. No one signed the consent form for surgery at the time of delivery. Guo Jingzhou was hanging out with Xiao San, so she must have been helpless and desperate at that time. After all, I am an orphan, fatherless and motherless. Is there anything else? It's okay. Tang Zheng is going to rest. Seeing that Bo Yechen didn't say anything and stared straight at Tang Zheng, Mu Shanshan began to drive people away. I even scolded him 100 times in my heart. I thought to myself, with this paralyzed face, didn't he know that he had a fierce face? Otherwise, I would have scared people's little glutinous rice to tears. What's the matter? Little glutinous rice is scared to tears. Do you still want to scare Tang Zheng out of the Bo family? Bastard, he dreams. Bo Yechen knew that Mu Shanshan was chasing him, so he withdrew his gaze from Tang Zheng and went straight downstairs. And less than a minute after he went downstairs, Yi Jila's hard-won little glutinous rice burst into tears when his fierce and frightening eyes caught a glimpse. Suddenly, Bo Hongye and Yi Jila's eyes looked like him. Bo Yechen squinted, glanced at their husband and wife coldly, and then glanced at the little baby again, leaving a sentence, ugly. Then he left the Bo family. Honey, what did Yechen just say? Little glutinous rice is ugly. Yi Qilan was very glad that the child still couldn't understand his hurtful words, otherwise she would have been so sad. Bo Hongye stretched out his hand to tease the child and said in a mellow tone, don't listen to his nonsense, little glutinous rice once if you are ugly, there is no beautiful girl in the world. Besides, will a child born by a beautiful girl like Tang Zheng be ugly? There is also Guo Jingzhou. Although he is a mortal opponent of the Bo and Guo families, his appearance is beyond doubt. The whole North City is famous for its heroic and handsomeness. Do you think their combination is ugly? I think that boy is just jealous of his children. Yi Qilan was amused by Bo Hongye's words. She looked down at the aggrieved little glutinous rice again, and she began to coax gently again. Evening. Guo Jingzhou went back to Dijing Villa for the first time since Tang Zheng became pregnant. The nanny was happy to see him come back. Mr. Guo, have you eaten yet? If you haven't eaten, I'll make it for you. The nanny is actually hiding her mind. She thought that it would be perfect if she could keep the job without taking care of Tang Zheng and the child. Because Guo Jingzhou returned the number of times here is a few, but with his status, even if he doesn't come back once a month, he can't cut her salary. This shows that while her workload is reduced, her salary remains unchanged. How can this not make her happy? Where is the young lady? Have you had dinner yet? What did you eat? Guo Jingzhou asked in a low voice while taking off his coat and pulling his tie. Suddenly, the nanny's face was shocked. Mr. Guo, didn't the special assistant Feng tell you? We didn't pick up your wife back. In an instant, Guo Jingzhou pulled his tie for a moment. Then he took out his mobile phone and turned to Tang Zheng's WeChat message with gloomy eyes. Have you made enough trouble? Get out of here if you're enough. Don't make me angry. Tang Zheng is not stupid, so Guo Jingzhou doesn't believe that she won't know that she is under the steps for her. But what about her? It's getting more and more indulgent, isn't it? She was still not satisfied with letting Feng Shou put down his work and pick her up in person. What's the matter? Does he still want to pick her up by himself? Guo Jingzhou edited the message and sent it directly. However, when he saw the red circle on it, his breath instantly became gloomy and cold. Okay, that's good. Tang Zheng is so bold that he dares to blacklist him. Bo's family. Tang Zheng and others were eating when Mu Shansha's mobile phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Guo Jingzhou's. She slipped away calmly, and her voice was still full of a careless beating. She sneered, Hey, Mr. Guo, what's the matter with you looking for a little girl? Where is Tang Zheng? Let her answer the phone. Guo Jingzhou's voice is stained with domineering and strength. And it is not difficult to hear from his extremely low voice that he is holding back something. Mu Shanshan smiled, and then said that the dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. Tang Zheng was eating. After dinner, he had to breastfeed the little prince and little glutinous rice. If Mr. Gore had nothing important to do, just wait. However, if you are conscientious and want to give us Tangjun some post-marital property, I can reluctantly help you squeeze out some time. But, you don't know how to be a scumbag like you, so bye, we're going to eat. Bang, after saying that, Mu Shanshan hung up the phone very hard. And Dijing Villa, Go Jingzhou, who was hung up by Mu Shanshan, frowned so much that he was about to kill a mosquito at this time. Mu Shanshan was really... He didn't know what words to use to describe her. Go Jingzhou is really too much. At least Tang Zhong gave him 3 years of youth and gave birth to 2 such lovely children for their Go family. How could he give Tang Zhong a penny without dividing it? It's really indecent. While eating, Yi Qilan was angry and held in justice for Tang Zhong. Her hand holding the chopsticks couldn't help tightening a little, as if she was going to pinch it off. Mom, all right, don't talk about this. Even if the scumbag doesn't give a penny to Tang Zhong, we can still let her and the little prince Xiao glutinous rice have a good life, right? Mu Shanshan jinned at Yi Qilan. Yi Qilan squeezed her lips, then sighed softly and didn't speak again, but looking at Tang Zhong, who lowered his head and said nothing, she was heartbroken. Alas, what a good girl, look at being hurt by Go Jingzhou's scumbag. Chapter 15. Tang Zhong bit Bo Yeche's hand fiercely, jingling. While several people were eating, Mu Shansha's mobile phone rang again, and this time Tang Zhong took the mobile phone quickly. Then he said, Auntie, Uncle Bo, Shanshan, you eat, I'll answer the phone. After saying that, she went straight out. Mu Shanshan saw that she was in a hurry and got up quickly. Hey, wait for Tang Zhong to add a coat. In an instant, the tip of Tang Zhong's nose gushed out sourness, and his cold heart was even more because of this woman's word of adding a coat, as if a warm current suddenly injected into her internal organs. Thank you. After thanking Mu Shanshan with the tip of her nose, she went out. She really doesn't want to involve Shanshan and Aunt Yi in the matter between her and Go Jingzhou. Moreover, she felt that there were some things that she had to make clear to Go Jingzhou, otherwise it would be impossible for him to call Shanshan endlessly. Mu Shanshan, tell Tang Zhong, don't be shameless, my patience is limited. Also, can Bo Yechen tolerate her living in the Bo family with my Go Jingzhou's children? What kind of brain is she? It's true that you don't shed tears when you don't see the coffin, do you? It has to. Go Jingzhou. Tang Zhong interrupted him hoarsely, and she didn't expect to hear such a bad word from Shansha's mobile phone. The thin body trembled with anger, and the tears in his eyes were even more surging. Shameless? Her deep affection for this man for more than 1,000 days and nights is shameless in his heart. You don't need to put up with me, because we are already divorced. Also, don't call Shanshan anymore. She choked and spoke, with almost no sense of angina. Tang Zhong, you really won't come back, do you? The roar that was strongly suppressed came from the mobile phone, which was bone-chilling and cold. What should I do back? We are already divorced. Well, it's very good. The bones are hard enough, but Tang Zhong, I warn you that if my child has a good or bad time in the Bo family, I won't let you go. Tang Zhong heard his words and sucked the tip of his nose. Bo Shao is not that kind of person. No matter how much he is at peace with you, it is impossible for him to attack the 2 children. When Go Jingzhou heard what she said for Bo Yechen, his voice became cold again in an instant. How do you know that he is not such a person? Do you know him? Do you know how many hands and feet he has done to Go behind his back, and how many projects he has taken away from me despicably? Only you, a fool, will rush to live in the Bo family. Go Jingzhou's words are more the more unpleasant it was. Tang Zhong suddenly lost control and roared at him angrily. That's right, Go Jingzhou, I, Tang Zhong, am a fool. I'm stupid enough to think that my sincerity can cover your stone. Stupid enough to fantasize that you will turn around when you have a child, and stupid enough to think that I will be in your world one day. But I'm so stupid. I can't cover your heart, and I can't melt into your world. Even in your family, I will always be an outsider. Maybe you are right. For a fatherless orphan like me, you are willing to give me a safe haven. I should be grateful to Dad. As for the rest, that's not what a woman with my background can imagine. But why, since you don't love me, why do you want to marry me, why do you give me hope, and why do you say that you will give me a home from now on? Go Jingzhou, do you know how much I am obsessed with the word home, and how much I long for it? But you are always high and crush my obsession and desire, and even trample on my dignity. But you forgot that I, Tang Zhong, am a human, not a puppet. I will be in pain, blood, will be bloody, will collapse, and will also despair like ashes. Have you said enough? Tang Zhong almost cried with blood, but he didn't expect that in exchange for Go Jingzhou. Was it enough? Suddenly, she felt a bone-chilling chill all over her body. The night is deep and the dew is heavy. It is already a slightly cool night. Because of his words, which are not cold or hot and has no temperature at all, it will be as cold as falling into the abyss of hell. Tang Zhong smiled and burst into tears, and his sour heart seemed to be twisted open with a knife at this moment. The pain and dazzling redness corrode her only reason and helpless sadness inch by inch. Let me ask you again, can you come back or not? The low voice of anger was Go Jingzhou's last patience. Tang Zhong squeezed his lips, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and suddenly stubbornly said coldly, never. After saying that, before Guo Jingzhou spoke again, she hung up the phone directly. Then, she squatted down helplessly and cried softly around her shoulder. Her thin back looked particularly distressing. Not far away, Bo Yechen narrowed his dark eyes and looked at her trembling figure squatting on the ground. Somehow, his chest suddenly felt a little stuffy and uncomfortable. He didn't mean to eavesdrop on this woman's phone. He really heard too well. Coupled with her hysterical roaring appearance just now, he couldn't hear it even if he wanted to. However, it's quite interesting that this woman who looks as soft as a cat dares to fight Guo Jingzhou so hard. Miss Tang. Suddenly, a low voice sounded behind Tang Zhong, who was crying physically and mentally sadly. She quickly wiped away her tears and turned around. Thin and less. When she saw Bo Yechen's upright and unruly tall figure with wet eyes, she snorted. Bo Yechen's dark eyes glanced at her wet cheeks and red and swollen eyes. There was a little joke on Faber's lips. Are the men in the world dead or all dead? Are your tears so cheap? Crying like this for a scumbag. What's the matter? Want to get my sympathy? If this is the case, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, because I, Bo Yechen, am not a man who can cherish the fragrance, especially the woman of Guo Jingzhou. Bo Shao misunderstood. Before Tang Zhong finished speaking, the man said again in a thick and low voice. He really fed the dog, which was really stupid. He was not only stupid, but also useless. Tang Zhong. In the past, she didn't believe it when she heard Shanshan say that Bo Yechen had a poisonous tongue, but now she believes it. Tang Zhong. Suddenly, Mu Shanshan ran out of the living room and saw the wet tears on her cheeks and swollen eyes. She stared at Bo Yechen like a hairy lion, with a paralyzed face. If you have any grievances and anger, come to me. What's the matter with bullying, Tang Zhong? You are still not a man. Mu Shanshan. Bo Yechen roared in a low voice. Then the broad palm clamped him, and the woman who didn't know the height of the sky and called him his face again and again, and his eyes were full of the gloom of the people. Bo Shao, what are you doing? Let go of Shanshan. Tang Zhong didn't expect that Bo Yechen, who had just joked and mocked her, would suddenly change his face and strangle Shanshan's neck. She was so anxious that she hurried to pull his arm. But the huge difference in strength between men and women made her unable to pull his hand away. Seeing that Shanshan's face was getting paler and her breathing was getting weaker and weaker, she opened her mouth and bit the back of Bo Yechen's hand without thinking about it. And the fierceness and force seemed to tear his flesh and blood apart. Chapter 16. Bo Yechen scolded Tang Zhong. Are you a dog? Hiss, Tang Zhong, are you born in the year of the dog? Bo Yechen looked down at the woman who was biting him fiercely, and his voice was tinged with uncontrollable anger. The hand that strangled the curtain chair's neck also loosened, and the whole tall body was full of surging anger. He knew that both Guo Jingzhou himself and his Guo Jingzhou's woman were very annoying. Just like just now, he strangled Mu Shansha's neck, but at least her mother, Yi Qilan, is now his stepmother. How can he strangle her? Do you really think he will strangle Mu Shanshan to death? Damn, he just wanted to teach this ignorant girl a lesson, so that she would not call him with her mouth shut. But what about Tang Zhong? This stupid woman rushed up and bit his hand, biting so hard. Bang. The more Bo Yechen thought about it, the more gloomy the anger in his body became, and he couldn't control it. After loosening the opening, he directly shook his big hand and threw out Tang Zhong, who was still biting the back of his hand. However, I don't know if he didn't control his strength well, or Tang Zhong, who had just finished giving birth, was too weak. After he waved his arm, her slender figure unexpectedly hit the wall next to her. Tang Zhong. When Bo Yechen found that she fell uncontrollably, it was too late. Even if he stepped out with his long legs at the fastest speed to pull Tang Zhong, it was still too late. With a bang, Tang Zhong's forehead hit the wall heavily, and suddenly her brain went blank and she was dizzy. Cough, cough, Tang Zhong. It was hard for Mu Shanshan to breathe smoothly and didn't have time to stop coughing. Unexpectedly, when she saw Tang Zhong's face covered with blood, she suddenly rushed towards her like crazy. Tears on his face were like pearls, rolling down. Tang Zhong, Tang Zhong. She opened her mouth with a choked voice, and tears blurred her vision. Don't cry, make an emergency call quickly. Bo Yechen picked up Tang Zhong, who was dizzy, and his handsome and deep face was full of anger. Mu Shanshan was hit by him, and she didn't have the heart to quarrel with him again. She shook her hand and took out her mobile phone to make a phone call. Shanshan, Yi Chen, what's the matter? Yi Qilan came out with little glutinous rice in her arms, with worry on her face. She didn't know if she had heard it wrong. She seemed to hear Shanshan crying in the living room just now. God, my God, Tang Zhong. Yi Qilan didn't have time to confirm what she was thinking. Unexpectedly, when she saw Tang Zhong with blood in Bo Yechen's arms, her heart suddenly staggered. Even the hand holding the little glutinous rice couldn't help shaking. Wow, wow, wow. Suddenly, I don't know if the little glutinous rice sensed that his mother was injured. The little mouth flattened and cried directly. At the same time, the sleeping little prince in the living room heard his sisters cry and cried loudly. Bo Hongye didn't know what was going on outside, but he glanced at the little prince in the cart and cried. He quickly picked up the person and coaxed him. Mu Shanshan's body trembled at this time, and her face was full of tears on the phone. The moment the phone was connected, she, who had always been careless, suddenly stammered, "Hey, you, hello, here is." Before she finished speaking, Bo Yechen's cold and angry roared. Someone in the Bo family was injured, so she quickly sent a car over. After saying that, Bo Yechen couldn't wait for the ambulance to come, so he strode out directly with Tang Zheng in his arms. Later, when Mu Shanshan saw him carrying Tang Zheng out, she stumbled and chased after him. Yi Qila's eyes suddenly turned red. Looking at the figure of the three of them gradually moving away, and listening to the heart-rending cry of the little glutinous rice in her arms, her heart was tight and painful. Tang Zheng shed a lot of blood. I hope she is fine. She must be fine, otherwise what will happen to the little glutinous rice and the little prince? Hospital. Tang Zheng was sent to the rescue room at the first time, and the rescue room outside, Bo Yechen's tall body kept pacing back and forth, and Mu Shanshan's eyes were swollen like peaches, and her heart was even more uneasy. He also blamed himself even more. Why did he anger Bo Yechen, a bastard, again and again? She knew that he had a bad temper, so why did she mess with him? Now it's okay. All her waywardness and impulses let Tang Zheng pay for her. You know, her heart was about to die the moment she watched Tang Zheng get hurt. If Tang Zheng has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, I will never let you go. Mu Shanshan raised her eyes indignantly, staring at Bo Yechen as if she was going to stab him with thousands of knives. Bo Yechen ignored her, but took out his mobile phone to make a call. Is he in the hospital? Go to the emergency room to help me see someone. His name is Tang Zheng. The other party. Tang Zheng? What is the woman's name? Who? An hour later. I saw a man in a white coat. The heroic-looking young man came to Bo Yechen. He had a mild concussion, and the epidermal abrasions were relatively serious. As for the rest, he had to wait for the patient to wake up and have a brain CT scan. Jin Mingshen said in a low and light voice. But Mu Shanshan was not calm. She stood up and suddenly walked angrily towards Bo Yechen like an angry lioness. There was a hysterical roar in his mouth. Bo Yechen, are you satisfied with this? Tang Zheng was caused by you to have a concussion. You bastard, I knew you didn't like me and my mother, but if you have the ability, you can come to us. Why do you bully Tang Zheng? She didn't offend you, didn't provoke you, and didn't dig your Bo family's ancestral grave. Why did you hurt her so much? On what basis? Bastard, crazy man, you men don't have a good thing. Guo Jingzhou is like this, and you are like this. They are not good guys, a hill of raccoon. Mu Shanshan roars. She was very loud, roaring with tears in her eyes, like a poor little flower cat that no one wanted. Bo Yechen couldn't even shout at her. But he was very irritable. Originally, he was in a mess when he hurt Tang Zheng by mistake. Now, this unobstructed girl is still cursing endlessly. Damn, he has an impulse to throw her out. Mingshen, do me a favor and drag her away. Bo Yechen pointed to Mu Shanshan and said. Jin Mingshen. Well, Yi Chen, are you kidding me? Jin Mingshen just wants to slip away now. Oh, my god, drag away his stepsister with scary fighting power. He doesn't dare. Do you think I'm joking with you? Bo Yechen looked over with a cold look, and Jin Mingshan's steps were not calm. But I cried bitterly in my heart, brother, your stepsister is not easy to mess with at first glance. Do I dare to delay? Bo Yechen, do you dare to touch me? Mu Shanshan, will you go with him by yourself, or should I do it? The man's low and cold words directly interrupted Shanshan's words, and his breath was deterrent. Mu Shanshan's eyes narrowed, and her face became more angry. When she opened her mouth, she was about to scold Bo Yechen's bastard. Unexpectedly, he slashed his hand hard on her neck. Jin Mingshen, damn, he never dreamed that he would be knocked unconscious by Bo Yechen's knife for the first time in his life. It's good for a while. When the curtain Shanshan's crying and noisy choking voice was gone in his ear, Bo Yechen felt that his ears were much quieter. After cooperating with the doctor to send Tang Zheng into the ward, he slowly sat down on the edge of the bed. A pair of deep eyes that can't see emotion quietly looked at Tang Zheng's white face. If you have something to think about. Chapter 17 Tang Zheng, I love you, and I can change you. Tang Zheng's facial features are very delicate and beautiful, especially her eyes, which are full of autumn water, bright and bright. At a glance, it seems that there are thousands of stars hidden in it. No, maybe it is more dazzling than the stars. Bo Yechen looked at it, and an inexplicably disordered and anxious mood gushed out in his heart. The big hand with distinct joints slowly tightened uncontrollably. Seriously, he didn't want to hurt her at all. Even if he knows that she is Guo Jingzhou's wife, as a man, he can't take revenge on her, a weak woman with no power, and the 2 children she gave birth to. He, Bo Yechen, will not be discouraged and hurt them. What's more, although she is Guo Jingzhou's wife, she is actually a poor woman, isn't she? Guo Jingzhou doesn't love her, and he doesn't love her so much that even the child she gave birth to can't compete with the white moonlight in his heart. However, the Guo family and the Ling family have always been good friends. Guo Jingzhou and Ling Jiro have known each other since childhood. They are childhood sweethearts. Not to mention the parents of the two sides, they have a deep relationship. And what about her Tang Zheng? Except for the old man of the Guo family, who heard that he was almost terminally ill, she was not even inferior to a servant. What's more, her identity background does not match Guo Jingzhou's high identity at all. No wonder she is so sad. Well, Tang Zhongyao woke up and noticed her painful forehead. She couldn't help inhaling the cool air directly. Seeing that she was in pain, Bo Yechen couldn't help but feel warm and deep in her voice. Don't move around. Where is Shanshan? Tang Zheng didn't see Mu Shanshan when he opened his eyes and asked doubtfully. Bo Yechen touched his nose unnaturally and lied. She also asked the doctor about your situation. What's wrong? What's the matter with her? Bo Yechen didn't know whether he was too sensitive and meticulous. He seemed to see a few twists on Tang Zheng's pale little face. In fact, he was indeed right. Tang Zheng was awkward at this time because she wanted to go to the toilet, but her feet seemed to be a little numb, so she wanted Mu Shanshan to help her. Well, I want to go to the toilet. Bo Yechen didn't wait for Tang Zheng to finish his words, but directly inquired and said. Tang Zheng blushed and thought to himself, did he really show the meaning so clearly on his face? But in fact, at the beginning, Bo Yechen was not sure that Tang Zheng was awkward, but when he saw her pretty face, he couldn't wait to get into the cave. His handsome face instantly showed an evil joke. Sure enough, does this woman really want to go to the toilet? So he bent down and picked her up directly. It's just that, before he could move his steps, a low voice suddenly sounded at the door. What are you doing? Guo Jingzhou couldn't describe how he felt when he saw Tang Zheng being hugged by other men with his own eyes. It seems that the reason and madness in the body are being pulled fiercely by countless magic hands. Reason told him to be calm and don't lose measure. Crazy to tell him that the woman who hugged him would die. Tang Zheng, is it really you? Oh, my god, what's wrong with you? Why are you hurt? Is it serious? When Ling Jiro saw that the person inside was really Tang Zheng, she regretted it so much that her intestines were almost green. Damn it, she didn't count that she pretended to be injured and asked Guo Jingzhou to bring her to the hospital to meet Tang Zheng. However, the only good thing is that Guo Jingzhou saw that she was held by other men, and she was still her mortal enemy, Bo Yechen. Haha, this is very interesting. Jingzhou deliberately asked Feng Xiu to put down his work to pick up her and the child. Unexpectedly, she was willful and angry, and deliberately hit Jingzhou in the face and moved into the Bo family. Just stay. Now, she has been together with Bo Yechen so soon. Needless to say, Jingzhou must be completely disappointed in her this time. Bo Shao, can you let me down? Tang Zheng didn't expect that Guo Jingzhou and Ling Jiro would suddenly appear. Although she had signed the divorce, she still felt embarrassed to be hugged by Bo Yechen in front of Guo Jingzhou. Don't you want to go to the toilet? What are you doing when you come down? Bo Yechen ignored her and went straight to the bathroom with her in his arms. Behind him, Guo Jingzhou's dark eyes had already burst out with anger like a cold pool. Tang Zheng, she is really good at it. Who is not good to hook up with? Hook up with his mortal enemy Bo Yechen. Who taught her how to slap him in the face, Mu Shanshan? But does this woman have brains? Who is Bo Yechen? Can you look up to her? Stupid, I'm afraid she sold it herself, and she's still busy helping people with money. Jingzhou, this, Tang Zheng and Bo Shao. Ling Jiro deliberately pulled the ending long, and her face was shocked. You go outside and wait for me first. Guo Jingzhou was gloomy and cold at this time, and his sharp and gloomy eyes stared at Bo Yechen, as if he was going to dig a hole in him alive. Ling Jiro saw that his face was dark and scary, and she was proud for a while. Then she replied with a good word and left. After she left, Guo Jingzhou didn't say a word to Bo Yechen, but locked his eyes on the closed bathroom door. The anger on the handsome face was undoubtedly exposed at a glance, and the coldness all over his body filled every corner of the room. He is waiting for Tang Zheng to give him an explanation, for her to give himself an explanation, and for her to tell him why she let his other men hug her. Squeak. A few minutes later, the door of the bathroom opened, and Tang Zheng slowly came out of it. Seeing that her face was much better, Bo Yechen said in a low voice, I'll go outside and call me anytime if you have something to do. He is not a fool. Even if Guo Jingzhou didn't say a word, he knew that he wanted to talk to Tang Zheng alone, but after all, they were husband and wife, which was reasonable. What's wrong with the forehead? After only 2 people were left in the room, Guo Jingzhou's voice was still as cold as ever. Tang Zheng didn't want to see his cold and angry face, and his tone was indifferent, which had nothing to do with you. Guo Jingzhou saw that she looked cold to him, and his long body slowly moved forward. Suddenly, his straight figure cast a shadow in front of Tang Zheng, but he was tall but also cramped. Looking up, she could still smell the fresh and familiar smell of him. However, there was also the smell of a woman's perfume in this familiar breath. Tang Zheng knew that it was Ling Jiro's body. Tang Zheng, can't you live without men? The sudden questioning was mixed with obscure anger. Guo Jingzhou himself has to admire his good temper now. To be honest, he was so angry that he wanted to strangle Tang Zhou's heart. Who asked her to let Bo Yechen hold her? And who gave her the courage to snuggle into other men's arms like that? What does she think of Guo Jingzhou? Dead? Guo Jingzhou, you'd better be respectful when you talk. Don't forget that we are divorced. What qualifications do you have to take care of me? Also, only you and the white moonlight are allowed to be dark, and I am not allowed to pursue happiness. What do you think of yourself? Ancient emperor? Domineering and domineering, do you want me to protect you in the cold palace for the rest of my life? But on what basis? Why do I want to protect you for the rest of my life as an irresponsible man who doesn't care about me and my children? How many people are handsome just because of your money? Oh, wash your face and wake up. I, Tang Zheng, can love you, and naturally, I can change you. Chapter 18 Tang Zheng, you deliberately disgusted me, didn't you? Guo Jingzhou was not the first time he saw Tang Zheng with sharp teeth, but when he heard her words of sarcasm and ridicule, he still couldn't help holding her chin. He said sternly, who is not good for you? It's Bo Yechen, Tang Zheng, you deliberately disgust me, don't you? The anger in the man's eyes became deeper and deeper, and the angular handsome face was almost distorted by Tang Zheng. However, when he saw Tang Zheng with a calm face, Guo Jingzhou suddenly felt like his fist was hitting the cotton. Obviously, Tang Zheng was most afraid of him getting angry in the past. As long as he frowned slightly and his face sank, she would be extra careful. But what about now? Look at her damn stubbornness, like a cow, not soft or hard. Tang Zheng laughed and looked at him without being humble or arrogant. You can think so. Tang Zheng, don't try to provoke me. You know I've always had a bad temper. Finally, I'll give you another chance. Will you come home with me or not? Also, first of all, if you want to go home with me, you must break off the relationship with Mu Shangshan. Her current identity is Bo Yechen's sister. You are not suitable for deep friendship. If you want friends, I will slowly introduce you to you in the future. I promise that they are definitely better than Mu Shangshan. Guo Jingzhou's concern is actually not plain. To be precise, he has always had the idea of letting her break off relations with Mu Shangshan. Because of this moment, it's okay if she and her mother didn't enter the Bo family, but they entered the Bo family. Oh, Guo Jingzhou's wife naturally can't get close to her, otherwise in case of Bo Yeche's revenge, wouldn't he have no ability to fight back? Guo Jingzhou, I haven't seen you for a few days. How did I find that your face is much bigger? Do you have a mirror? I didn't bring it and asked the nurse to take care of it. Tang Zheng sneered, and his beautiful eyebrows were full of sneer and contempt. Guo's family, oh, it turned out that Tang Zheng thought Wen Lang and Gu Tianqian were shameless. Now it seems that Guo Jingzhou is the same. They are as thick as a wall. I'm afraid they have to measure their rulers, otherwise they can't measure their thickness. Must the relationship with Shangshan be cut off? Haha, if she hadn't heard it with her own ears, she really couldn't imagine that Guo Jingzhou, who was invincible in the mall, would have said such mentally retarded words. Not to mention that she also experienced a life and death disaster on the day of delivery. Even if she didn't, she couldn't give up Shangshan for his scumbag. Tang Zheng, you have to be oil and salt, don't you? Can't you understand that I let you break up with Mu Shangshan for your good? Also, do you dare to tell me how the wound on your forehead came from? Guo Jingzhou tried to reason with Tang Zheng with his last stempt. But Tang Zheng ignored him. He raised his eyes coldly and glanced at him. He said in a light voice, Guo Jingzhou, I don't think we have anything to talk about. Please get out of here. What did you say? When the man heard the word roll in her mouth, the anger accumulated in his body could no longer be controlled and gushed out. A fierce big hand clapped her neck, and his eyes were gloomy and crazy. It seems that he is used to the feeling that Tang Zheng is in control of his palm. Guo Jingzhou couldn't accept that she was like a gun dynamite now, and her pupils staring at her were particularly dark and gloomy. Tang Zheng was strangled by him, and his breathing seemed to be taken away by life in an instant, and he seemed to take a big breath of oxygen. It is also like a fish stranded on the shore, as if it is about to suffocate in a moment. Guo. Bastard, let go of. Open. Me. Tang Zheng desperately wanted to break free from his powerful hand. But Guo Jingzhou looked at her still stubborn nature like a cow, and reason and impulse were crazily on the edge. On Fei Bo's ruthless lips, he said his extremely cold and low words. Tang Zheng, I haven't signed the divorce yet, so you'd better give me some piece of security. After saying that, he directly let go of the hand clamping her neck, and his eyes were like a torch. Don't think that you don't know that the wound on your forehead was caused by Bo Yechen. But Tang Zheng, remember it for me. It doesn't matter if you die in the Bo family, but if my two children have an accident in the Bo family, I will never forgive you. Guo Jingzhou left the room without a moment after talking. And in the ward, Tang Zhou's heart was tight and painful, and the neck that had just been strangled by him would feel that his breathing was not smooth. What I heard was Guo Jingzhou's heartless and cold words. It doesn't matter if she died in the Bo family. It doesn't matter if she died in the Bo family. Ha ha, Tang Zheng, what on earth are you still thinking about? She thought that when he said that he had not signed the divorce, he still had some feelings and thoughts for her. After all, the two had been married for 3 years. Although they met less often, they were husband and wife. People say that a one-day husband and wife are a 100-day kindness, don't she? She thinks he just doesn't know how to express himself. But it turned out that he said that he had not signed the divorce because he still had feelings for her, but warned her to protect herself. Tears rolled down uncontrollably, and a deep hole in his heart for the heart of the worthless scumbag. Tang Jung, you are really not promising. She said this silently in her heart, but tears fell more. Yes, she is not only unprising, but also cheap. Guo Jingzhou hurt her so much that she even shed tears for him. No, she didn't cry for him, she just cried because she had fed the dog sincerely for 3 years. Tang Jung, look at your emphasis. Do you want me to call Guo Jingzhou back? Bo Yechen came in and looked at her thin and trembling body and sobbed in a low voice, and the color of disgust slipped in her deep eyes. I thought to herself, what's the use of her crying here? Guo Jingzhou just left the hospital with Bai Yiguang in his arms. And this stupid woman, oh, blind and blind, tears are still so worthless. Also, was the red mark on her neck pinched by that bastard? If it's true, how cruelly did she bite him just now? Don't you know how to take it out to deal with Guo Jingzhou? Or does she think Bo Yechen is more easy to bully than Guo Jingzhou? It's really bad. Guo's family. As soon as Guo Jingzhou arrived home, Wenlan greeted him. How about Jingzhou, is Jiro alright? It's not a big deal. Guo Jingzhou's tired voice replied faintly, and then rudely pulled his tie, and his handsome face was full of gloom. Wenlan smelled something was wrong in an instant and asked softly, Jingzhou, I see that you don't look good. Is there something wrong? Guo Jingzhou lowered his eyes and glanced at Wenlan, and then his eyebrows frowned slightly. Tang Zhong and the child lived in Bu's house. Mom, you can persuade her to come back when you are free. Don't be as stupid as a pig and be retaliated by Bo Yechen, lest you don't know how to die. What? Wenlan's face was full of shock. What on earth did Tang Zhong mean? She knew that you and Bo Yechen were mortal. Why did you still take my goose child to live in the Bo family? Did she mean to disgust you? It's really cheap. Mom, pay attention to the wording. I haven't divorced her yet. Guo Jingzhou was very unhappy with the cheap words from her mouth, and her tone was a little cold. Chapter 19. Miss Tang's ex-husband's mother and sister came to rob the child. Wenlan looked at Guo Jingzhou's serious look and pinched her fingertips and said, isn't that a matter of time? Jingzhou, why do you protect her? Besides, she has done everything about living in the Bo family. Isn't she intending to embarrass us? If I want to say, you usually give her too much face, or how dare she be so presumptuous? Guo Jingzhou listened to her endless chatter and suddenly felt very irritable. Well, Mom, I'm tired. I'll go upstairs to rest first. After saying that, he went straight upstairs. Wenlan looked at his long and tired figure, her face was full of unwillingness, and her anger was even more on Tang Zhong's head. Let's say she is a broom star, but in just a few days, let's see how she has influenced Jingzhou. Wait, she must preach to her tomorrow. The next day, Wenlan came to Bu's house early in the morning, followed by Guo Qianqian. After learning that Tang Zhong took their Guo family's dragon and phoenix fetus into the Bo family, she tore her heart apart. Mom, no matter what the bitch Tang Zhong said today, the children belong to me, and we must take them back. Although Guo Qianqian hates Tang Zhong in her bones, she is more stubborn about the children of the Guo family. Wenlan sneered, do you still need to grab it? With Tang Zhong's current appearance of having no money, no job and no background, what ability does she have to compete with our Guo family for children? That's right, it's okay to be a cheap person, but it's stupid. There are so many places in Beicheng that she doesn't live well, but she lives in the Bo family. Could it be that she still wants to seduce Bo Shao? It's really shameless. Bo Yechen is the man in Guo Qianqian's heart, and she has loved him for many years. Unfortunately, she has seen him only a few times. But this did not prevent the handsome and outstanding man from sprouting and rooting in her heart night after night. It's just that her careful mind dares not let Wenlan and Guo Jingzhou know. After all, her brother and he are mortal enemies. Tang Zhong, Mom, look at Tang Zhong. Guo Qianqian is about to ring the doorbell of Bu's house. He raised his eyes and looked at Tang Zhong pushing a two-person stroller out, and suddenly his eyes were jealous. Bu's family, the place she dreams of going to, Tang Zhong is so comfortable and casual at the moment, as if this is her home. Tang Zhong, come out and let's talk. When Wenlan saw her appear, her voice was high-pitched with the indifference of the past. The high posture is also very domineering, and it is quite like a mother-in-law's posture. Miss Tang, do you want to open the door? When the maid of the Bo family saw the two obviously unkind people outside, he asked softly. I'm a little confused. The master and the lady are going out to exercise now, and the young master is not at home. Miss Mu is still resting. If two people outside come in and make trouble and scare Miss Tang and the child, she is afraid that it will be difficult for her to cross. Tang Zhong nodded and saw that the servant was worried. He added, it's okay. They are my ex-husband's mother and sister. After listening, the servant put down his tense heartstrings and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Wen Lan approached Tang Zhong aggressively, and contempt and disgust flashed on her elegant and delicate face. Tang Zhong, what's wrong with you? Knowing that Jingzhou and Bo Yechen are mortal enemies, why do you still live in Bo's family and want to hit Jingzhou in the face? If you don't have a place to live, you can tell me. I have a house in the suburbs, and I can temporarily live for you, mother and son. It's Tang Zhong. If you are not satisfied with the house in the suburbs, I also have an apartment, which is more than enough for your mother's 3. If you open your mouth, I can't not give it to you for the sake of my brother's face, but you live in Bo's house, what about your face? Guo Qianxia's words were also tinged with anger. Tang Zhong looked up and looked at the two faces with wide eyes of anger, and the corners of his lips raised a sneer. Mrs. Guo, Miss Guo, were you two reincarnated as dogs in your last life? Otherwise, how can you bite people with your mouth open? Tang Zhong, I'm an elder. Who taught you to be so rude? What about your education? Wen Lan's eyes were about to burst, and her eyes were as fierce as a poisonous snake. Damn orphan, her true nature has been revealed. Looking at her sharp-toothed mouth, I don't know if the old man will be scared to death. Education? How did I, a fatherless and motherless orphan, get any education? Some were also eaten by dogs. You. Wen Lan clenched her fingers. Her identity and cultivation did not allow her to attack Tang Zhong, otherwise she really wanted to go up and give her 2 slaps to teach her how to be a person. Tang Zhong, you are so clever to me and my mother. Let me tell you, we are not my brother who will give in to you. Let's see how we deal with you. Also, hurry up and pack up the clothes of the 2 children. We need to take them away. As for you, oh, if you like to live in someone else's house, then live well, live until you die, live until you go to the grave. Guo Qianxia's words were extremely harsh, but Tang Zhong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, do you want to take my child away? Who allowed it? Guo Jingzhou. Wen Lan sneered. The children are from the Guo family. If we don't take them away, will we still take them with us? Tang Zhong, you are a smart person, so I don't need to say something in detail. Of course, if you are sensible and think about your 3 years with Jingzhou, I will advise him to give you some money. But if you don't know how to make trouble, then don't blame our Guo family for going too far. Tang Zhong was not stupid. Naturally, she heard that Wen Lan was bound to want to take away the 2 children. Suddenly, she quietly pushed the stroller back. The voice was lukewarm. Where is Guo Jingzhou? Let him talk to me about the child. I want to see if the president of the Guo family still has a face. Guo Qianqian sneered and asked my brother to talk to you. What kind of onion do you think you are? Tang Zhong was also unwilling to show weakness. If Guo Jingzhou didn't come out and tell me in person, none of you would want to take my child away today. Guo Qianqian was anxious when she heard her words. The child is my brother's. I have to take it away today. Let's see what you can do to me. After saying that, she went to grab the stroller. Tang Zhong saw that she was going to grab the car regardless of the child's sleep, so he directly slapped her fiercely. Guo Qianqian, who suddenly blushed and swollen by the fan, roared sharply, Tang Zhong, how dare you hit me? After saying that, she rushed directly to Tang Zhong. And in the stroller, the 2 little guys were awakened and cried loudly. Seeing that the situation was wrong, the servant quickly called Bo Yechen secretly and went upstairs to call Mu Shanshan. However, before she reached the 2nd floor, she saw Mu Shanshan rushing down with messy hair. I was even more anxious. What happened outside? I heard the little glutinous rice and the little prince crying. Then the servant quickly told the situation. Miss Mu, go and have a look. It was Miss Tang's ex-husband's mother and sister who came to rob the child. What? After hearing this, Mu Shanshan was shocked and then ran out quickly. While running, she also rolled up the sleeves of her pajamas, looking aggressive and full of momentum. Chapter 20. Are you a fool? You don't know how to hide from the crazy woman. Mu Shanshan ran out in a rage and saw Guo Tiantian and Wen Lan bullying Tang Zhong alone. Suddenly, she was furious and directly grabbed Wen Lan's hair and pulled it back. Ah! Wen Lan was pulled by the sudden force behind her, and she screamed sharply in pain. Seeing that Wen Lan's face was distorted and painful, Guo Tiantian raised her hand and slapped Tang Zhong fiercely. He still cursed rudely, Tang Zhong, you bitch. People, look at what kind of bad friends you have made. You even dare to pull your mother's hair. I have to teach you a good lesson today. As she said, she raised her hand and hit Tang Zhong in the face, but Tang Zhong was accidentally beaten by her just now because she was caring for her child. And now, after seeing the 2 children in a safe place, she suddenly changed her usual weakness, waved her hand and slapped Guo Qianqian's face several times. In an instant, Guo Qianqian was stunned by her beating. When Wen Lan saw that her daughter had been slapped so much, she immediately pushed Mu Shanshan, who was pulling her hair, and then rushed to Tang Zhong. The angry and ferocious face seemed to be going to stab Tang Zhong with thousands of knives. Damn it, since she was a child, she didn't even want to hit Qianqian's finger. She is so good that she raised her hand and slapped her so much. When Qianqian is like her bitch, she is a fatherless orphan. She has to take care of her. Tang Zhong, be careful. When Mu Shanshan saw Wen Lan rushing to Tang Zheng fiercely, she opened her mouth worriedly. Unexpectedly, Tang Zheng was neither humble nor arrogant and looked at Wen Lan, and her height had the upper hand. At this moment, her eyes were very cold and cold. Wen Lan couldn't help but feel a chill on her back. Mom, beat her to death, beat her bitch to death. Guo Qianshan's cheeks were high and swollen at this time, and her tears and snot were so embarrassing. When Wen Lan saw her shed tears, her heart completely exploded and then picked up the bag in her hand and smashed it at Tang Zheng fiercely. Go to hell. Go to hell, Tang Zheng, you bitch. Her bag is full of bottles and cans. It's better to smash her head into a bloody hole. Anyway, she is a cheap life, and the Guo family can afford it. Tang Zheng. Wow, wow, wow. The low male voice and the crying of the two little babies in the stroller sounded at the same time. Then, the pain that Tang Zheng expected did not come, and he fell into a strong and warm embrace. Above the head, there is Bo Yechen's low roar of anger. Are you a fool? You don't know how to hide from the crazy woman. Wen Lan, crazy woman. She is a noble woman from a famous family in Beicheng. It's really too much for Bo Yechen to say so about her. Tang Zheng looked up, ignored the anger in Bo Yechen's eyes, and asked eagerly, are you alright? Bo Yechen frowned. Are you alright? Not all of them. At least at this time, there was some faint pain in the back when he was hit by Wen Lan. It's okay. Coaxed the child quickly. The man spoke arrogantly, and then quietly pushed her to the stroller. However, Wen Lan and Guo Qianqian, with deep and sharp cold eyes, stared in front of them like eagles, with messy hair and colorful faces everywhere. He said in a cold voice, Mrs. Guo, should you and Ling Qianjing splash on my buzz territory? What's the matter? Can't give it. That's okay. See you at the police station. After saying that, Bo Yechen directly took out his mobile phone to call the police. Wen Lan saw that he seriously called the police, and his face was so ugly. Guo Qianqian looked at the man she missed so frankly about Tang Zheng, and her eyes were filled with the flame of jealousy. Tang Zheng, a bitch, is really uneasy. She married her brother and seduced Bo Shao. Wow, wow, wow. The little baby's cry was still loud, and the pitiful little appearance made Tang Zheng's eyes turn red inexplicably. Picking up the little prince, she gently patted the little guy's back to comfort him. Baby, baby, don't cry. I'm sorry, it's my mother's fault. If she hadn't had a conflict with Wen Lan, the two little guys wouldn't have been so scared, would they? Self-blame and guilt suddenly spread to her whole body like a flood, and her heart was so painful that it almost broke. Woo woo woo, little glutinous rice, don't cry, don't be afraid, the godmother will protect you. Mu Shanshan hugged the flat little glutinous rice with a small mouth, and was so distressed. Looking at the little girl's wet little face and trembling body, she hugged the little girl tightly in her arms. Puff. Suddenly, I don't know whether the little glutinous rice cried for too long or sucked the cold air, and the little mouth spit out a mouthful of milk. And because of shock and crying, the little girl was choked properly. Suddenly, wow, wow, wow. The little girl's cry was even more distressing. Tang Zheng, little glutinous rice, vomited milk. Mu Shanshan was so scared that her hands holding the little girl were even more cramped and she didn't know what to do. No wonder she was afraid. After all, it was the first time for her to see a little girl spitting milk in so many days. Mu Shanshan, are you a pig? Do you want to choke her to death if you hold the baby like this? Stupid, give me the child. After Bo Yechen scolded Mu Shanshan angrily, he directly and carefully took the little glutinous rice in her arms to his hand. And in order to prevent the little girl from being choked, he also deliberately adjusted the posture of holding her slightly. That is, the little girl's butt and waist are only the size of his palm in one hand. He carefully clasped her hairy little head with one hand to prevent her from accidentally breaking her neck. Cough. After the soft and glutinous little milk sounded in front of Bo Yechen, the little girl's cry obviously became much smaller. The pink and tender little face was even soft and sticky, leaning on the man's broad shoulder, which made people's hearts tremble. Mu Shanshan looked shocked at this time. She never thought that Bo Yechen, a paralyzed man, would hold a child. How good is it to hold, even better than her? What are you still doing in a daze? The place bitten by the dog doesn't hurt. Mu Shanshan. Bo Yechen saw that this girl, who usually has sharp teeth and sharp mouth, was short-circuited and frowned directly with sharp eyebrows. Then he lowered his voice and said obscurely, come on, let the dog out. Remember, next time anyone dares to put the dog in without her eye, I will let him live in a doghouse. Everyone. It's too much. Bo Yechen is too much. After Wen Lan and Guo Xianqian were thrown out of the Bo family by the bodyguard, their whole face turned red with anger. I have long heard that Bo Yechen is not as well cultivated as her family, Qingzhou. Today, it is indeed so. He scolded them and let them throw them out. It's simply not a man's demeanor, and he deserves that his Bo family will never be able to compete with Qingzhou. Mom, my face hurts so much. Guo Qianqian opened her mouth aggrievedly, but her affectionate eyes looked straight into the straight figure holding the little glutinous rice, and the emotion in her eyes was about to be pulled out. Bo Yechen, the man she dreamed of, didn't expect that she was so embarrassed to meet today. It's all Tang Zheng's fault. If she hadn't turned her face into a pig's head, would Bo Yechen have given her a look of luxury? Chapter 21. Bo Yechen was reincarnated as a poisonous snake in his last life, right? Police station. Guo Jingzhou appeared with a gloomy and cold face. Brother. When Guo Qianqian saw him appear, she burst into tears. And the swollen face, combined with her poor appearance at this time, is very funny and embarrassing like a clown. Mu Shanshan couldn't help laughing, and then she whispered in Tang Zheng's ear, Tang Zheng, it's the first time I found that you were so explosive. Look at how good you beat that woman. Bo Yechen was not far from the two of them. After listening to Qingmu Shanshao's words, his thin lips also subconsciously raised. Indeed, Tang Zheng was very angry with Guo Qianqian's face. I just don't know if the woman's palm hurts. What's wrong with the face? Who hit it? Guo Jingzhou looked at Guo Qianqian's tall and swollen face, and his voice was terribly cold. When Lan sneered, his angry eyes stared at Tang Zheng, directly Ying and Ya strangely, who else, except Tang Zheng, who dares to do such a cruel action to Qianqian? Jingzhou, I just said that you should have divorced her long ago. Now it's okay, because you haven't divorced yet. People in the bureau said that this is a family dispute and let us solve it privately. But why? Qianqian's face was almost disfigured by her beating, and my hair was pulled down by the person surnamed Mu. Bo Shao is even more bullying. He actually scolded me and Qianqian for being dogs. Jingzhou, you have to be in charge of this matter for me and Qianqian. And if possible, I don't want to be private anymore. I want the three of them to pay the price and compensation they deserve. Yes, brother, I don't agree with it. Tang Zheng beat me like this. I want her to sit in the bottom of the prison and want her to be imprisoned for the rest of her life. Guo Qianqian said angrily, with a poisonous and cruel light in her eyes. Guo Jingzhou narrowed his eyes, and then looked at Tang Zheng, who had never spoken, and apologized to Qianqian in a low voice. I can't blame him for this. The cold voice had no warmth at all, but Tang Zheng smiled lightly and looked straight at him and said, what if I don't? Then go through legal procedures. Tang Zheng, don't force me to treat you by means, and you hit Qianqian first, right? Guo Jingzhou said coldly that he didn't believe that Tang Zheng would not hear what he meant. Everyone knows that the party who did it first has always lost control than the one who did it later, not to mention that Guo Qianqian's face was the most serious. Although she was also injured, the slight nail scratches could not be compared with Guo Qianqian's swollen face. Yes, I hit her first, but why don't you ask me why I hit her? No, it's not your right to do it first. Guo Jingzhou said coldly. Mu Shanshan couldn't stand it anymore. Guo Jingzhou, you. I can't even find words to describe you. Tang Zheng did it first. Oh, if your good sister hadn't reached out to rob the stroller regardless of the safety of the little prince and the little glutinous rice, would Tang Zheng have beaten her? She deserves it. Hello, come in with a dark face and don't ask the reason, and let Tang Zheng apologize to her. If you have the ability, you can sue her. Whoever doesn't sue is a dog. Bo Yechen, next to him, hooked his lips. To be honest, the only thing he was satisfied with the girl Mu Shanshan was her mouth, which was so hot. Miss Mu, this is the private matter of my Guo family. Please don't interfere too much. Where is Mr. Bo don't care about Guo Lingmei. Guo Jingzhou has endured Mu Shanshan for a long time. His handsome face is full of shocking coldness, and his gloomy eyes staring at Mu Shanshan are also particularly sharp, full of chills. What do you care about? You, Guo Jingzhou, don't even tie your mad dog to the rope. How dare you talk about me? Dog. Guo Jingzhou could naturally hear that he was scolding Wen Len and Guo Qianqian. His eyes sank, and he said coldly that Bo Shao had better speak politely. Bo Yechen sneered, what if I don't? Wen Lan saw that the two of them were full of smoke and said gloomy, Jingzhou, why are you talking so much nonsense to them? We will sue them directly. Mrs. Guo is right, so Mr. Guo, it seems that we don't need to talk about it anymore, do we? Oh, by the way, I have asked the lawyer to sue Mrs. Guo and Miss Guo for trespassing into private houses. As for the rest, you can talk directly to my lawyer. After Bo Yechen finished speaking, he took Mu Shanshan and Tang Zheng away directly. It's just that when the three of them walked to the door position, Guo Jingzhou's low voice sounded again. Tang Zheng, let's talk. Obviously, he said something, but the strong oppressive sound quality in his voice sounded very uncomfortable. Tang Zheng stopped, and his sour heart mixed with disappointment at this moment invaded her heart little by little. In fact, even if Guo Jingzhou didn't say the content of their conversation now, she could guess what he wanted to say. It's nothing more than asking her to apologize to Guo Qianqian and then make big things small and small things, as if everything had never happened. Anyway, he has always protected Guo Qianqian and she didn't know it. What's more, he has done this kind of thing a lot before, otherwise Guo Qianqian would not dare to ride on her head again and again. Bo Yechen saw that her pace stopped, and her cold face suddenly became dark. He looked down at her, who was squeezing her lips and speechless, and his eyes were full of hatred. I thought to himself, this stupid woman doesn't really want to talk to Guo Jingzhou, does she? What are you talking about? How should she apologize to Guo Qianxiang? So he was silent. He secretly pushed a handful of Tangjung and said extremely cynical words on his lips. What are people talking about with dogs? I don't understand the language and can't communicate. Let's go. It's time to go back to see the child. When the words fell, the three of them left the police station directly. Later, Guo Jingzhou looked at Tang Zheng walking resolutely without looking back. There was a feeling of anger on the cotton. With a calm face, he sent Wen Lan and Guo Qianxian home to review, and then went to the company again. Bo's family. The car drove in slowly. When he was about to park in the garage, Bo Yechen's cold voice suddenly came from the front. Tang Zheng, if you take out half of my bite and hit the dog fiercely, the dog won't dare to kick you in the face like this. What do you think? After Bo Yechen finished speaking, his black eyes still glanced coldly at the pale-faced Tang Zheng on the inner rearview mirror, and his tone was cold. Then he glanced at Shan Shan and continued to say warmly, and you, persimmons specialize in soft pinching, right? What about the momentum of fighting with me in everyday life? Mew Shan Shan. What's wrong with me? I didn't give them the upper hand, and I also poked Wen Lan's hair. Mew Shan Shan argued. Although her face was also colorful, she still felt that they were beautiful compared with Wen Lan's hair and Guo Qianxia's pig's face. Seeing that she was still a little proud, Bo Yechen said coldly, and his face was almost scratched. How dare he open his mouth? If it were you, I would have died suddenly on the spot. Mew Shan Shan, Bo Yechen was reincarnated as a poisonous snake in his last life, otherwise why is this mouth so poisonous? Chapter 22. Don't cry anymore, or I'll throw you out to feed the dog, wow wow. As soon as Tang Zheng and the three of them entered the living room, they heard the crisp and cute cry of Xiao glutinous rice. She hurried forward. Auntie, the child should be hungry. Give it to me. Yi Qilan looked at her pale face and asked while handing over the child, how about Tang Zheng? The Guo family didn't embarrass you, did they? Tang Zheng shook his head. It's okay. Auntie doesn't have to worry. Mew Shan Shan bent down to the stroller and teased the well-behaved little prince while saying, why are you okay? Guo Jingzhou's bastard came up and asked Tang Zheng to apologize to Guo Qianqian. What else can I say? If you don't apologize, go through legal procedures. Don't force him to use means. Damn, he's a scumbag. He's blind. Now his conscience has been gnawed by the dog. He didn't even look at it either. If Guo Qianqian hadn't wanted to rob the little prince and the little glutinous rice, would Tang Zheng have beaten her into a pig's head? After listening to Mew Shansha's words, Yi Zilen and Bo Hongye both looked at Tang Zheng worriedly and asked, didn't they hurt you? Bo Yechen couldn't stand it any longer. He sneered coldly. Does it hurt you without eyes? Look at their cat faces. Mew Shanshan. Tang Zheng. By the way, they did have a little injury on their face, but they didn't have a flowery cat face like Bo Yechen said, did they? Yi Chen, Tang Zheng and Shanshan are annoying enough. Please say 2 words less. Bo Hongye was dissatisfied with his son's cold speech and scolded. Bo Yechen hooked the corners of his lips disdainfully, and then walked upstairs. Tang Zheng, that's what that kid says. Don't think too much. After Bo Yechen left, Bo Hongye looked at Tang Zheng very friendly and said. Tang Zheng warmed his body and mind, smiled at him, and then coaxed the little glutinous rice. But it will pass for a while. Wow wow wow. The little glutinous rice crying was still endless, and several people in the living room suddenly were a little worried. Not only that, the little girl's cry seemed to infect the little prince, and the little guy, who was kicking with his eyes open, also flattened his mouth and began to cry. When Mew Shanshan saw the little prince crying, she quickly took him out of the stroller, but her eyes looked at the little glutinous rice in Tang Zheng's arms. Tang Zheng, is the little glutinous rice hungry? It seems that she is crying particularly fiercely today. Yi Qila answered. It should not be hungry. I didn't give the little girl milk powder until half an hour ago. Bo Hongye's eyebrows were slightly raised, looking at the little glutinous rice that he couldn't coax. He said in a low voice, the little girl must be scared. Tang Zheng, I'm afraid you have to work harder these 2 days. Because children who have been frightened may have a fever. Yi Chen was like this when he was a child, and he was very grinding every time. Mew Shanshan was a little anxious when she heard it. Uncle Bo, is Xiao Gluti's condition serious? Shall we take her to the hospital to have a look? Yi Qilan glanced at her. Why did she go to the hospital? Is that a good place? Little glutinous rice is not burning or catching a cold now. Just pay a little attention to it, not to mention that being scared is a must for every child. When you were a child, you were not the same. You either cried or made trouble for 3 days. It's okay. Mom has experience. I just help you bring small glutinous rice together these 2 days. Tang Zheng also knew that the child was scared by what happened this morning, and also knew that the frightened child had no shortcut to take, so he could only coax and take care of him carefully. But looking at the little girl opening her little mouth and crying pitifully, her heart tightened and painfully. It seemed that something was gnawing fiercely, especially when she felt that the little girl's body was still convulsing and trembling. She was even more sad. Can't so many of you coax a child? You still don't let people have a quiet meeting. Suddenly, Boyeche's cold voice came from the entrance of the stairs. Suddenly, Tang Zheng was more nervous and was about to go outside with the child in his arms. The cold voice sounded again. Tang Zheng, it's winding outside. Are you trying to freeze your daughter to death? After saying that, his straight and long legs came down directly from upstairs. And he stepped in front of her, and his black eyes looked closely at the little girl who opened and closed her mouth and cried softly. June's face was full of disgust. Let me have a try. Tang Zheng. Just as Tang Zheng was stunned, Boyechen had reached out and carried the little glutinous rice from her arms. And his broad and powerful palm held the little girl's butt and waist tightly. The voice said coldly, don't cry anymore, or I'll throw you out to feed the dog, do you hear me? His magnetic and low voice fell, and I don't know if Xiao Gluti really understood or was scared. In a word, the little girl really stopped crying, and her big round eyes like grapes still looked at him innocently and softly. It was like gnawing on some delicious food in the world. Boyechen was softened by the little girl's behavior. His deep eyes looked at her cute and pink little face, and his face was inexplicably softer. When Mu Shangshan saw that Xiao Glutinous Rice really didn't cry in Boyechen's arms, she couldn't help crying in her heart. She thought it was okay to do this. Then she will also try the little prince who is still wronged in her arms. So, little prince, don't cry. If you cry again, the godmother will throw you out to feed the little dog, do you hear me? However, wow. After Mu Shanshan finished speaking, the little prince in her arms cried louder. Even the little glutinous rice, which finally stopped crying, the little mouth was flattened several times. Boyechen glanced at the little girl and seemed to cry, and directly shot at Mu Shanshan with cold and sharp eyes. He said angrily, Mu Shanshan, are you a pig? You can't coax the child to play anything. Give him to Tang Zheng, Yi Qilen and Bo Hongye. This. Yi Chun seemed to be in a very bad mood, and when he scolded Mu Shanshan Lai, he didn't leave half of his face, and directly said, but why are they so happy? Noon. Guo Jingzhou received a call from an old man who was treated abroad. Hello, Grandpa. Jingzhou, Tang Zheng was born, right? Mr. Guo's sonorous voice came out, and it was full of people. Guo Jingzhou was slightly relieved. From the voice, the old man should have recovered well. Well, it's been a while. Considering that you shouldn't be too excited during your treatment, I didn't say it. Guo Jingzhou said lightly. The old man is not happy. You boy, it's true that I can't get emotional, but how can you not tell me such a big thing as Tang Zheng giving birth to a child? Are you trying to make me angry? Also, did the girl give birth to a boy or a girl? Who do you look more like? Are you or Tang Zheng? It's better to be like Tang Zheng, a beautiful girl. Like you, I'm afraid that the child will grow into an ice face. Guo Jingzhou. Ice face? Is he so cold? His facial features are recognized as handsome in the North City. Why did he turn into ice when he got to Grandpa? Chapter 23 Boyechen scolded Guo Jingzhou, stupid like this, where is the brain, has it fallen out, what? Dragon and Phoenix fetus, one boy and one girl. Cough. After Mr. Guo listened to Guo Jingzhou's words, he coughed directly excitedly, and his vicissitudes of life was full of a wishful smile. Okay, I knew that Tang Zheng was a competitive child. Guo Jingzhou's eyebrows, fighting for anger. Indeed, but is there anything else for that woman besides her stomach? Oh, by the way, and her sharp mouth and stubbornness. Jingzhou, Grandpa wants to come back to see the child. Please arrange it for me. The old man calmed down and said lightly again. Guo Jingzhou refused decisively without thinking about it. Grandpa, although your health is getting better now, it is not suitable for a long journey. The old man heard what he meant and suddenly said, I know what my body is like. It's not a problem to come back and see the child. If you don't arrange it, I'll buy the ticket myself. And Tang Zheng? Is she by your side now? Give her the phone and I'll ask her what gifts to buy for the child. Grandpa, please stop messing around, okay? The child has been born, and you can't run for a while. Why are you in a hurry to see it now? Guo Jingzhou was very unhappy, and his cold tone was mixed with a strong uncompromising meaning. The old man was also angry at this time. He opened his mouth and said, the child won't run away, but I'm afraid of the old man. Cough cough. I'm not so long. Cough cough. Bang, suddenly, before Mr. Guo finished his words, he fainted directly, and the mobile phone fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Suddenly, Guo Jingzhou's heart tightened, and his low voice was a little anxious. Grandpa. Damn, after calling twice without the old man's response, he immediately called Feng Xiu. He was asked to transfer the helicopter to the vicinity of Bu's house in the shortest time, and then took his coat and rushed out of the office. In the car, while driving, he called the attending doctor of Mr. Guo, who was far away, to ask about the old man's situation. However, no one answered the phone for a long time, and his disordered heart became more uneasy and anxious. He paid a high price to hire the old man's attending doctor. Generally, it is impossible for him not to answer his phone without special circumstances. Unless the old man was in the first aid, he didn't have time. The more Guo Jingzhou thought about it, the more panicked he became. His hand driving the car couldn't help shaking, and he was even more upset about what he had just made the old man angry. He wanted to come back to see the child. He agreed that he didn't. Now, it's good. He didn't dare to think about the situation over there. Bo's family, Tang Zhong and others had just coaxed the little glutinous rice and the little prince to sleep. Unexpectedly, a propeller sound suddenly sounded outside. Suddenly, the two little guys were so scared that they burst into tears. Mu Shanshan is furious at the moment. What's the situation? Who is setting off firecrackers outside? I'll go and have a look. Bo Yechen's low voice, fool, not firecrackers, but helicopters. After saying that, his tall figure went straight out. At first, Feng Xiu didn't know why Guo Jingzhou asked him to transfer the helicopter near the Bo family. It was not until he saw Tang Zhong holding the child that he suddenly understood everything. Assistant Feng, what are you doing? When Tang Zhong saw Feng Xiu, his face was full of surprise. He looked at the helicopter not far away, and his heart was even more doubtful. Bo Yechen said in a cold voice, is there no place under Gu's flag where helicopters can be parked? Otherwise, why did you stop at my Bo's territory? The thick unpleasant ending came out of Bo Yechen's lips, and Feng Xiu couldn't help shivering. But he had to open his mouth to explain. Sorry, Mr. Bo, we won't take up too much of your territory. It's a special situation. Oh, what a special method. Bo Yechen continued to ask in a low voice. This. Feng Xiu will be a little awkward. Seriously, he didn't know why Mr. Guo suddenly transferred the plane to the Bo family. The only thing he could be sure of was that the matter must have something to do with the young lady. As for the rest, Mr. Guo didn't say anything, and he didn't dare to ask. Tang Zhong. Suddenly, Guo Jingzhou's low voice sounded behind him. Then he took a hurried step and a deep handsome face with a cold smile. Why are you still in a daze? Take the child to the helicopter. Grandpa wants to see the child. He was so concise that he was extra different. When the narrow phoenix eyes looked at her stunned and indifferently, the bottom of her eyes was even colder. Tang Zhong was really shocked by his sudden words on the helicopter, but his steps did not move at all. Instead, he asked nervously and worriedly, what's wrong with Grandpa? Something happened. Anyone in the Guo family can be regarded as heir to her, but the old man Tang Zhong can't, because he really treats her well. It is also the only person who makes her feel that there is still warmth in the world except for Shanshan and the Bo family. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and take the child to the helicopter. It's too late. I'm afraid Grandpa can't see the child. Guo Jingzhou said with a serious face and a cold tone. The dark eyes glanced at the child in her hand. He strode forward and held her in his hand. Then he said in a commanding tone. Why are you so stunned? Hurry up to pack up and bring out another child. Where's your brain? Have you lost it? Feng Xiu, Mr. Guo, don't be so cold and cruel, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to get the young lady back even if you chase her to the crematorium in the future. Tang Zhong, what's the matter? At this time, Mu Shanshan happened to come out with the little prince in her arms, followed by Yi Qilen and Bo Hongye. Tang Zhong felt sad and uncomfortable at this time, and his eyes were slightly red and he was eager to push the two-person stroller. While putting the clothes of the two little guys drying next to him into the bag, he choked and said, Shanshan, Grandpa has an accident. I have to take the child to see him. What? That's not serious. For Mr. Guo, Mu Shanshan is grateful. At least he treats Tang Zhong sincerely. And if she hadn't been protecting Tang Zhong all the time before, I'm afraid she would have been gnawed by Wen Len and Gu Qianqian until there were no bones left. I don't know now. Seeing that she was about to cry, Mu Shanshan quickly put the little prince in the stroller and helped her pack up together. And comfort, Tang Zhong, don't worry. Grandpa Guo will be fine if he is kind-hearted. Even if God wants to accept people, he will accept those irresponsible scumbags. Guo Jingzhou, in this scene, Shanshan is cursing him to death all the time, isn't he? Wow, wow, wow. Suddenly, the little glutinous rice in Guo Jingzhou's arms seemed to feel that the person holding him was wrong, and directly opened his mouth and cried. Guo Jingzhou's eyes drooped, and he looked at the little girl's tender and soft little face and frowned. His slender and tall figure was also a little stiff at this moment. Damn, what if this little girl cries? He can't coax children. However, Bo Yechen saw that he was embarrassed, and he didn't mind the matter. Mr. Guo, are you blind? Can't see the child crying. Just don't know how to coax. You're so stupid. What about your brain? Did you lose it? Chapter 24. Yu and Bo Yechen seemed to get along well. On the helicopter, Guo Jingzhou's cold voice sounded. Yu and Bo Yechen seemed to get along well. The cold voice is like his cold and unsmiling handsome face at this time, which is inexplicably deep and depressing. Tang Jung coaxed the two little babies in the stroller and said in a low voice that Bo Xiaoring is very good, at least he is more careful than some fathers. Tang Jung, you'd better be clear when you speak. When Guo Jingzhou heard her say that Bo Yechen was good, an anger suddenly surged into his chest. Okay? What's so good about him, Bo Yechen? He couldn't compete with him in the mall, so he used this kind of abuse to approach his wife and children. However, Tang Jung still mistakenly thought that such a wolf was docile and humble. Why didn't she think about it? There are so many women and children in Beicheng. Why did Bo Yechen choose her and her children? It's not because she is his wife, Guo Jingzhou. Smokeless wars between men have always been invisible, but often this seemingly weakest and most ordinary feelings can disintegrate the other party's spirit very well. Why don't I have a brain? Guo Jingzhou, have you always been so self-righteous? Or do you think you are the only one in the world who has brains, and everyone else is a decoration? Tang Jung hit him in a high voice, and his clear eyes were full of disappointment and heartbreak. Look at this invincible man. He has been married for 3 years, and he has always been like this. It seems that he is like a high-ranking emperor, not only wants to control every move of people, but also wants to dominate other people's hearts and thoughts. Just like Tang Jung, she will always be brainless in his eyes, and her words will never satisfy him. What do you think is the reason why Bo Yechen deliberately treats you and the child? Do you like you or pity your child? If you are not my Guo Jingzhou's woman, I'm afraid that you will die on the street. Won't he frown? What about you? You are so stupid that you think people treat you so well, right? And did I warn you not to let him have too much contact with the child before, but what did you do? Unexpectedly, you let him hold our daughter. You have to let such a little girl die at his hands, aren't you? Guo Jingzhou just remembers that he just went on in front of the helicopter. Bo Yechen held the little glutinous rice in his hand and coaxed him softly, and his heart was full of anger and jealousy. His eyes fell on the pink-carved little girl in the stroller, and his eyes were a little cold. Damn, this little girl is as ignorant as her mother. He is her father, but she cries a lot in his arms. In Bo Yechen's arms, the little girl didn't cry, and the soft humming sound seemed to be abused and wronged. It made his body as if he was blocked by an unknown fire. Guo Jingzhou, after watching Grandpa, I really think you should go to the ophthalmologist, otherwise it will be too dangerous and shameful to go out without eyes all the time. What did you say? Tang Jung, say it again. Guo Jingzhou is not a fool, so of course he heard Tang Zhao scolding him for being blind. But he didn't know if he was blind in Tang Zhao's heart, otherwise why he couldn't see the facts in front of him. What? She had to let Xiao glutinous rice die at Bo Yechen's hands to be willing. Couldn't he see that Xiao glutinous rice liked Bo Yechen's hug very much? On the other hand, as a father, the child can't coax when he cries, and he doesn't allow others to coax him, which is simply unreasonable. Wow, wow, wow. Maybe Guo Jingzhou's voice was a little heavier, and the little glutinous rice in the stroller suddenly burst into tears. And the little prince next to him, who had been having a good time, heard his sister crying, and his little mouth flattened and cried. Suddenly, Tang Jung quickly shook the stroller gently and coaxed, and his beautiful face was full of distress and anxiety. Guo Jingzhou frowned, glanced at the two little guys who were crying loudly, and then looked at Tang Jung, who had tight eyebrows. The cold tone softened a little. Are they usually so noisy? Tang Jung ignored him, but picked up the little glutinous rice and patted the little girl on the back to comfort him. In the stroller, the little prince saw that he was abandoned by his mother, and his little mouth was straight and pitifully crying aggrievedly. Tang Jung's heart was tight and painful, but she only had 2 hands and couldn't hold the 2 children at the same time. As for Guo Jingzhou, he was cold, as if the child was not his, and he was not moved at all. Why are you crying? Are you still not a man? A low voice said gently to the stroller. Tang Jung held back the impulse of not roaring. Guo Jingzhou, the little prince, was just a child. Men don't change their complexion, I know. The voice is indifferent without a trace of warmth. Just when Tang Jung couldn't help but want to have an attack, he said again, but he was also my son Guo Jingzhou, so he was destined not to be like an ordinary child. Tang Jung is angry. Why can't he be like an ordinary child? Just because you are Guo Jingzhou? Don't you think this reason is ridiculous? Tang Jung didn't know what Guo Jingzhou's childhood was like, but she heard from Mr. Guo that his childhood was very unhappy. It can even be said that there is no childhood, because when Len and his father control everything about him. Let him run and study like a machine 24 hours a day, which also makes him achieve what he has now, and makes him wiser and calmer among his peers. Because what he has paid is far from what others can imagine. Ridiculous? Tang Jung, is this just ridiculous in your eyes? Otherwise? Tang Jung asked back without waiting for Guo Jingzhou to speak again. She also said, if possible, I just hope that my son can grow up happily and healthily, instead of becoming a cold-blooded machine that can only make money like me, right? But have you ever thought about Tang Jung? If he can't become a person like me, can't inherit the Guo family business, and can't be terrifyingly strong, what will happen to him in the future? Will a cowardly and incompetent person like you only cry and lick the wound by yourself? And what's the use of these? Who would feel sorry for him? Or do you just hope that our children will be like you in the future? Guo Jingzhou's words hurt Tang Zheng's self-esteem more or less. She said harshly at him, "What's wrong with me? Did I steal or rob, or lose the face of your Guo family?" Guo Jingzhou, I, Tang Zheng, have never done anything to lose the face of you and the Guo family, except for the sincerity that I love you. Of course, except for my fan, I can't change my identity. Guo Jingzhou saw that her eyes were red, and her deep black eyes narrowed slightly. He was a little annoyed that what he had just said seemed to be a little too much, but he didn't think he was wrong. Opening his thin lips gently, he just wanted to open his mouth again. Unexpectedly, Tang Zheng said angrily, "Don't talk to me. I don't want to hear your voice now. It's annoying." Guo Jingzhou, this damn woman seems to have kicked her nose on her face. Forget it. For the sake of her patience to coax the child, he won't argue with her for the time being. Chapter 25 The reason why I had to marry Tang Zheng 3 years ago, the hospital. Guo Jingzhou and Tang Zheng rushed over with the child, and the old man was saved, but he was still unconscious. Wow, wow, wow. Suddenly, I don't know if it's because of the change of place, Little Glutinous Rice and Little Prince seem to be particularly noisy. Even if Tang Zheng is distressed, he can't coax 2 children by himself. Fortunately, the little prince was much more obedient. After crying for a while, he kicked and kicked himself. The remaining Little Glutinous Rice is just like a little crying bag, the kind that can't be coaxed. Guo Jingzhou, help me take down the diaper. Little Glutinous Rice has peed. Tang Zheng carefully took off the little girl's wet diapers, and then whispered. Guo Jingzhou got up, and a little displeasure was written on his cold face, but to be honest, he didn't know what he was unhappy about. Maybe it's because the Little Glutinous Rice girl doesn't want him to hold her, but she wants Bo Yechen to hold her. Is this it? The man's slender hand held a white thing and handed it to Tang Zheng. The dark eyes were locked on the face of the little girl with a soft and sticky crying mouth. Wow, wow, wow. Little Glutinous Rice seemed to notice that he was staring at him, and his mouth was crying again. However, there were no tears in his eyes, as if he was crying and playing. I'll take her out to coax her, and you can help take care of the little prince. Tang Zheng said softly after changing the diapers for Xiao Glutinous Rice. Guo Jingzhou did not object. After all, the old man was resting now. He nodded and said in a low voice, "Well, don't go too far." Tang Zheng responded to him faintly and went out with Xiao Glutinous Rice in his arms. The room was no more the little girl's sharp cry, and it was very quiet. Except for the occasional little milk sound of the little prince in the stroller, almost even the needle can be heard. Guo Jingzhou pulled over the chair and sat down on the edge of the stroller. His dark eyes stared at the little prince in a daze, and his cold and hard atria was a little soft. The little prince? His son's name is Little Prince. Although his name is a little vulgar, he is very nice. What's more, the little guy's face is more like Tang Zheng, which is very delicate and elegant. Guo Jingzhou thought that this little thing must be a handsome guy who is fascinated to death when he grows up. Jingzhou. Suddenly, Mr. Guo on the bed opened his eyes, and Guo Jingzhou quickly got up and walked towards him. The voice is full of anxiety and worry. Grandpa, how are you? Are you all right? Is there anything wrong? Say after that, Guo Jingzhou stretched out his hand to ring the medical bell, but was stopped by the old man. Don't ring the bell. I'm fine. This child was born by Tang Zheng. What about another one? And where is the Tang Zheng girl? Did you come together? The old man's eyes were so sharp. As soon as he woke up, he saw the little prince in the stroller. His heart, which had been melancholy for a long time, seemed to inject a bright sunshine into his heart in an instant, which almost shone into his heart. Finally, he saw the little great-grandson. That's great, so that he died without regret. Grandpa, don't be excited. Tang Zheng and the child came here together, but the little girl cried so much that she took her outside to coax her. While comforting the old man, Guo Jingzhou poured a glass of boiling water for him and handed it to him, signaling him to drink. But the old man was not in the mood to drink water at this time. He said waywardly like a child, "I don't drink water. Come on, pick up the little great-grandson and let me see." Although Guo Jingzhou was unhappy, he did not dare to stimulate him again, so he put down the cup, bent down and slowly picked out the little guy in the stroller. However, because he had never held such a small guy before, his movements were very stiff, and his whole body was a little tight. Looking down at the soft little guy again, Guo Jingzhou's heart beat so hard that his stiff hands did not dare to move at will, for fear of breaking the little guy. Hey, Jingzhou, the child can't be held like this. You have to hold his buttocks and waist, otherwise. Before the old man finished his words, the little prince, who was particularly uncomfortable after being held, burst into tears directly. While crying, the little guy also twisted and struggled with his little body, as if Guo Jingzhou's hand was burning with fire, which made him uncomfortable. Mr. Guo sighed. Look, he said that he was a father and couldn't even hold a child. It's really useless. Come on, give me the child. The resounding and powerful voice is not like the person who has just been rescued from the ghost gate. It is majestic and deterrent. Guo Jingzhou did not delay and raised his steps to hand the crying little prince to the old man. But his tone was dark. This little thing was spoiled by Tang Zheng. But the old man is not happy. What's the matter? Who didn't cry when they were young? You are not the same. You can toss more than him. You can cry for 2 hours, and you still don't have half a tear. Guo Jingzhou, what's going on? It's okay for Mu Shanshan and Bo Yechen to target him. After all, he doesn't like them. But what's the matter with the old man? Also target him? Look, I just said that it was the wrong posture for you to hold him, otherwise why didn't he cry in my hands? After the old man coaxed the little prince, he said proudly, with a kind smile on his face. Guo Jingzhou looked down and saw that the little prince was still not really crying, and an unprecedented sense of frustration suddenly rose in his heart. Damn it, are these two little things his children or not? The little girl doesn't want him to hold them. Now, the boy also dislikes him. An unknown anger surged into his heart, and he blamed everything on Tang Zheng. I thought to herself, it must be that she usually says too much about him as a father in the child's ear, otherwise how could they dislike him? Jingzhou, I know you don't really want to marry Tang Zheng, but it's been 3 years. Can't you still get over this hurdle? What's more, the girl surnamed Ling is not suitable for you at all. Her personality is overly ostentatious and delicate, and the entertainment industry is chaotic. She can't be compared with the Tang Zheng girl at all. The old man's words were long, and he looked at Guo Jingzhou's face, which had never smiled from the beginning to the end, and there was an invisible depression. Seeing that he is running out of time, what he is most afraid of is that after he leaves, Guo Jingzhou still looks like Tang Zheng. How pitiful and heartbreaking she should be as an orphan. You said that Wen Lang and Guo Qianxian don't like her. Anyway, the people who have lived with Tang Zheng all their lives are not them. But since Guo Jingzhou married her and had children, he shouldn't be so indifferent to her. Otherwise, it will be difficult for him to feel at ease even when he is underground. I know Jiro can't compare with her, but Grandpa, at this point, shouldn't you tell me the reason why you asked me to marry her 3 years ago? Don't worry, even if I have no feelings for her, I will be responsible for her if we have children now. Guo Jingzhou's voice was not urgent or slow, but Mr. Guo raised a huge wave in his heart. Why did Jingzhou marry Tang Zheng? Of course there is a reason, but he doesn't want to tell him. Chapter 26. Why did you marry him? You still don't want to tell me if you don't lack the service of your ancestors. Guo Jingzhou saw that the old man pursed his lips and didn't mean to open his mouth, so he asked in a low voice. Tell you what? You kid opened your mouth and gave me a hat. Why did you marry the Tang Zheng girl? How do you want me to answer you? What's more, I remember that I have explained this matter to you many times, but I simply think that Tang Zheng is good and virtuous, and then suitable to be the granddaughter-in-law of my Gu family. Grandpa, I'm not a fool. Guo Jingzhou interrupted the old man, and there was no emotion in his dark eyes. But his eyes staring at the old man were very sharp, as if he was going to see through him. Cough, the old man was so angry with him that he couldn't help coughing again. While coughing, his voice was angry. Well, you're not a fool. Your grandfather, I'm a fool. I can't understand what you mean, okay? However, Jingzhou, you don't have to tell me that you don't like the fact that you don't like the Tang Zheng girl. After all, although I'm old, my eyes and brain are still clear. In a word, whether you believe it or not, Grandpa asked you to marry Tang Zheng at that time. He really thought you two were suitable for no other reason. Guo Jingzhou frowned secretly and thought to himself, the old man's mouth is really tight. It seems that it is impossible for him to pry something out, so he can only find a way to let Tang Zheng have a try. Say Cao Cao, Cao Cao will arrive. Grandpa, you are awake. Tang Zhong came in with the coaxed little glutinous rice. When she saw that Mr. Guo actually sat up and held the little prince, her eyes turned red in an instant. Miss Tang Zheng, come on, come to Grandpa's place. When Mr. Guo saw her appear, his eyes also burst into tears. Guo Jingzhou frowned and looked at the two people with red eyes. He only felt pretentious. Has the child been coaxed? He walked over to Tang Zhong. After seeing the little girl who had just cried in her arms fell asleep, his eyebrows became slightly soft. Tang Zhong nodded indifferently, and then sat down on the edge of the bed. And he also hugged the sleeping little face of the little glutinous rice in front of Mr. Guo and whispered, Grandpa, this is the little glutinous rice. You don't think it's cute? Mr. Guo smiled happily and stared at the pink baby in her arms with kind eyes. He was cute, not only cute but also beautiful. Tang Zheng, these two children are like you, beautiful and exquisite. Grandpa likes it very much. Seeing that the old man was happy, Tang Zheng pouted a little playfully. Grandpa, can you promise me that I will get well soon? Otherwise, it's too tiring for me to take care of two children alone. Mr. Guo's body stiffened. Is it better? He also thought about it, but... Girl, it's really tiring to take care of the child, but I'm afraid that Grandpa can't help you take care of the child. Isn't there Jingzhou? You can call him to your heart's content. If he doesn't listen, you can sue me and I'll deal with him for you. Remember, you can't carry everything alone, okay? What do men get married for? Isn't it just to let him solve the trouble for you and stand alone? If he doesn't even have this sense of responsibility and ability, why would you marry him? And there is no shortage of ancestors. Mr. Gore said solemnly, but Tang Zheng's heart was a little tight and painful. Yes, she does not lack the offerings of her ancestors, but she lacks a two-way love, but I'm afraid she won't have it in her life. Because after loving someone with all her heart, she found herself afraid. Afraid of disappointment. Afraid of not being valued. I'm afraid of the taste of waiting all night. She was even more afraid that she was the only one in the lonely hospital. I was also afraid that Guo Jingzhou's words would pierce her heart like a knife. No one is anyone's accessory, others are not, and neither is her Tang Zheng. She admitted that she used to love Guo Jingzhou very much, but that was only the past, and now, facing him again, she no longer had the throbbing at the beginning, and Xu Hu was silent because of his ruthlessness again and again. And you, Jingzhou, are now not only a husband, but also a father, so it's time to learn to be considerate of the Tang Zheng girl, you know? It's not easy for a woman to live, especially a woman who has children for you. You can't treat anyone unfairly. Do you understand? Otherwise, the old man will die even if I get under the ground. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? If you do this, I will leave with the little glutinous rice and the little prince in my arms. Before Guo Jingzhou opened his mouth, Tang Zheng had already spoken first. And when she heard something in the old man's mouth, she almost burst into tears. Seeing that her eyes were red, Mr. Guo pretended to laugh twice, and then kicked them out of the ward on the grounds that he wanted to rest. And he also repeatedly told Guo Jingzhou that he hurried to the hotel to open a room for Tang Zheng and his two children to rest. Guo Jingzhou did not refuse. After all, they rushed directly to the hospital when they got off the plane, and they really didn't have time to book a room at the hotel. However, Feng Xiu was a particularly careful special assistant. Well, he dialed Guo Jingzhou directly on time. Guo Jingzhou picked up the phone, and his voice was always cold. He was just looking for you. He went to the hotel to book a room for me. Mr. Guo, I have booked the room for you, and considering that you and the young lady are with your children, I booked a suite, so I will send you the address now. Guo Jingzhou, well, I'll give you a raise later. Feng Xiu. Hotel. After Tang Zheng and Guo Jingzhou entered the room, the two little guys in the stroller burst into tears. They should be hungry. Help me push the cart, and I'll make milk powder for them. After Tang Zhongli put the things away, he quickly took the two little guys' milk bottles and turned them upside down. Guo Jingzhou glanced at her nervous and busy figure, and then turned his eyes to look at the two crying babies in the car. My heart is inexplicably a little soft, as if a feather is passing by. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. The child's crisp cry seems to be getting more and more uncontrollable. Guo Jingzhou frowned, and then looked at the little glutinous rice that cried the loudest. He said in a low voice, "Little girl, don't cry. If you cry again, Dad won't like you. Do you hear me?" Wow, wow, wow. The little glutinous rice in the stroller seemed to be able to understand Guo Jingzhou's words and deliberately turned against him. He said not to cry, and she cried louder and louder. Damn, Guo Jingzhou, who was at a loss, rubbed his eyebrows at this time. What should he do? The little girl seemed to be unable to stop crying. Pick up and coax. But will she hold it by herself? Inexplicably, the arm of Bo Yechen holding little glutinous rice suddenly flashed in his mind. So his slender arms fiddled slightly, and then he bent down to pick up the little girl in the car. Not only that, his magnetic low voice also gently coaxed. Okay, Dad was wrong. Dad shouldn't be cruel to you. Good boy, don't cry, okay? Dad will buy you gifts, toys and delicious food. Tang Zheng, who happened to come out of the milk powder, heard his words and stopped breathing. Guo Jingzhou. Is he coaxing the child? Chapter 27. Little glutinous rice cried all night? Where is Guo Jingzhou? Is he dead? Beichong, at night. Bo Yechen, who tossed and turned in bed more than a dozen times, suddenly got out of bed with irritation. Damn, he must have drunk too much just now, otherwise how could he not sleep? A glass of water should be fine. So his long figure went down to the first floor. At this moment, it is almost dawn, and everything around is quiet. As Mu Shangshan said, he does not live in Bo's house, but in his own private villa. Because I don't like to be disturbed, I didn't hire servants and housekeepers for the villa, so I always ask part-time workers to clean up. In addition, he rarely lives here. On weekdays, he is either a business trip or an inspection project. In short, he spends a lot of time outside. But this time he came back is different. Because of the resort project recently developed by Bo, he will stay in Beicheng for some time, and at least he will not fly abroad for a short time. Gurgling. After drinking a few mouthfuls of cold boiled water, Bo Yechen felt that his drowsy head seemed to be a little clear. But the consequence of being sober is that his mind is full of the endless crying of Xiao glutinous rice, and Tangzhe's anxious look that he can't coax her. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said that the woman, although she was a mother, had no experience in taking care of children after all. And she didn't know whether she could bring two children. As for Guo Jingzhou, the selfish and high-ranking man, not to mention taking care of the child, it's good that he doesn't yell at the child. Fuck, what am I thinking about? Bo Yechen was shocked by his nonsensical idea. He thought he must be crazy, otherwise how could he worry about Guo Jingzhou's wife and children? It's ridiculous. What does it matter to him if his woman brings a crying child? Is he full of food? And those two little things are not his son and daughter of Bo Yechen. He doesn't care what they cry for. Even if they cry to death, it seems to have nothing to do with him. What's more, it's still the two ugly little guys. Is he blind or his brain rusty? He didn't sleep in the middle of the night and thought about Guo Jingzhou's woman and children. With a snap, Bo Yechen put down the cup and went upstairs again. His long and cold back showed a touch of firmness that he had to fall asleep. He still didn't believe it. Guo Jingzhou's women and children could affect his sleep. However, early the next morning, as soon as Bo Yechen entered the living room, the eyes of Mu Shanshan, Yi Qilan, and Bo Hongye, who were on the table, looked at him one after another. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, glanced at them coldly, and said in a low voice to the servant standing behind him, "Yi Chen." Facial paralysis. Bo Hongye's voice and Mu Shanshan sounded at the same time, but Mu Shanshan, who was kicked by Yi Qilan under the table, suddenly changed her mouth, "Brother." Suddenly, Bo Yeche's cold eyes swept to Mu Shanshan and said coldly, "Who is your brother? Don't shout." "Yi Chen, how did you talk to Shanshan?" Bo Hongye scolded angrily, but Yi Qilan pulled his clothes and signaled him not to be angry. And she asked in a caring voice, "Yi Chen, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night? Your face is so bad." Mu Shanshan took a bite of the sandwich in her hand. Just now, she was still in the face of Bo Hongye and reluctantly called him Brother Ji. Unexpectedly, he made such a bad face to him. Needless to say, she was naturally in a bad mood, so she said, "Not only bad, both eyes are about to become national treasures. Fortunately, I have good eyesight, otherwise I would have thought it was a panda that entered our house." Bo Yechen. Damn it, his sister, who was killed halfway, doesn't say anything and no one thinks she is dumb. And what did she say to him? "Panda. Do you want to die?" Yi Qilan saw that the atmosphere seemed to be a little tense, so she directly urged Mu Shanshan. "Okay, Shanshan, say a few words less. Didn't you just say that you would call Tang Zhong? Why don't you go?" Mu Shanshan suddenly remembered. Then she gnawed the sandwich in her hand and got up and said, "Mom and Uncle Bo, eat slowly. I'll call you." After saying that, she went straight out of the living room. Yi Qilan, who watched her leave, sighed softly. This girl thought about Tang Zheng all night last night, saying that she was afraid that she could not take care of her alone. Come to Little Glutinous Rice and the Little Prince, they clamored to buy tickets to help take care of the children. I really couldn't do anything about her. Bo Hongye smiled in a low voice. She and Tang Zheng were friends, and they would worry that she was normal. What's more, the two children were so young, and Tang Zheng was still in her period. It was reasonable. Alas, yes, Tang Zheng is still in his period of term, but he can't let cold water and blow cold wind. I have to ask Shanshan to talk to her, lest the root of the disease fall in the future. Yi Qilan was about to get up after saying that, but Bo Yechen stood up quickly. I was full and just went out to bring the words to Mu Shanshan. You eat slowly. After saying that, he didn't wait for Yi Qilan and Bo Hongye to open his mouth, and turned around and walked out. And Yi Qilan's eyes fell on the breakfast. He only drank a glass of milk, and squeezed her lips thoughtfully. In the courtyard. As soon as Bo Yechen came out, he heard Mu Shanshan's excited voice. "What, Little Glutinous Rice cried all night? Where is Guo Jingzhou? Is he dead and doesn't know how to coax the child?" No, Tang Zheng, I'd better buy a ticket and bring you a little glutinous rice, otherwise it's too hard for you to take care of too. And you are still in the period of term. Remember not to put cold water, and then wear a hat to cover yourself tightly when you go out, okay?" Behind him, Bo Yechen couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips a little. He thought that Mu Shanshan, a simple-minded woman with developed limbs, didn't expect that her heart was quite thin. Well, you must remember to call me if you need anything. I don't know what Tang Zheng said on the other end of the phone. Mu Shanshan, who was originally emotional and said that he wanted to buy a ticket to take the child, suddenly drooping like an eggplant beaten by frost. Okay, then I won't bother you. You can make up for sleep while the little glutinous rice is not making a fuss. Bye. Mu Shanshan was afraid of disturbing Tang Zheng's rest, so she dialed the phone very quickly. It's just that she just turned around. Looking up, it was Bo Yechen's cold and distinct face. She suddenly scolded angrily, "Are you crazy with your face? Do you know that scary people will scare you to death? You have nothing to do? Stand behind me to do." Shanshan didn't say anything, because she looked at the cold light shot from the man like an eagle. She suddenly thought of the angry look of him strangling his neck before. Suddenly, she felt that her breathing was not smooth. She moved her steps quietly, and she rubbed far away from him. Then he dared to finish what he had just said. "Bo Yechen, you are a psychopath. Why are you standing behind me when you have nothing to do? Do you want to murder? After saying that, Mu Shanshan ran directly into the living room without waiting for him to say the next words. And Boyechen saw her running away like a plague, and a helpless sneer appeared on his lips. Damn it, this girl is really a vegetable and loves to choke him. I don't know if she thinks her life is too long. Chapter 28. Your mother and your sister will gnaw Tang Zheng's bones, abroad. Tang Zheng, who was cried and noisy all night by the little glutinous rice, looked very tired. Guo Jingzhou saw her haggard look and said in a low voice, "You take the child and continue to sleep for a while. I just need to go to see my grandfather." When Tang Zheng heard this, he immediately held up his eyelids that were about to be closed. How could that be? Grandpa just called to say that he wanted to see the child. With that, Tang Zheng bent down and carried the little prince into the stroller. When she bent down again to hold the little glutinous rice, Guo Jingzhou clasped her wrist with some displease. The tone is also a little cold, and you can rest. What can you do if you want to rest? Didn't you see how dark your eyes were? Or do you want to go to Grandpa with this face to see me being scolded? Although he didn't sleep much last night, after all, he was a man, so he could hold on. But Tang Zheng can't do it. It's the period of term now. If she doesn't have a good rest, he is afraid that she will fall down. Guo Jingzhou, do you have to talk to me like a gun and explosive? Can't we calm down and speak well? Tang Zhengxiang held back the sourness in her heart and whispered. Looking at the man she had loved for 3 years, she always looked cold and indifferent to her. She really felt that her breathing was not smooth. Obviously, she didn't do anything that he hated, but why was his handsome eyebrows full of dislike for her? What did she do wrong with Tang Zheng? Guo Jingzhou sneered, "Will you listen if you say it well? Tang Zheng, we haven't known each other for a day or two. What are you pretentious about? Or, I'm going to the hospital." After saying that, he turned around and left the room directly. And Tang Zheng froze in place, and his eyes began to turn red inch by inch. Pretentious? It turns out that in Guo Jingzhou's eyes, her Tang Zheng is pretentious. Hospital. As soon as Guo Jingzhou entered the ward, the old man looked left and right and saw that he was the only one. Suddenly, his face was a little uncomfortable. "Why are you alone? Where are Tang Zheng and those 2 children? I want to see them." On the way here, Guo Jingzhou thought about the words of Mr. Tansai. "Grandpa, the 2 children may have changed their environments. Last night, they made a fuss all night, so I asked Tang Zheng to take them to the hotel for more rest." Sure enough, as soon as the old man heard his words, his face was instantly stained with heartache. The Tang Zheng girl must be exhausted, right? Well, let her rest more. It's hard to take care of the children, not to mention 2. Guo Jingzhou didn't answer him, but changed the topic and asked. "I heard from the attending doctor that you have a bad appetite recently. Is there anything on your mind?" Mr. Guo's heart tightened, and then he looked up at Guo Jingzhou. "What do you think? It's not because of you and Tang Zheng, but my heart is always like being pressed by a stone. And what happened to the photo of you and the girl of the Ling family a while ago? It's on the hot search in Beicheng. Where are your parents? Don't say anything about you. Anyway, you are also a married person now. Even if the Guo family and the Ling family are good friends, you can't always be alone with Ling Jiro. Do you know how to avoid suspicion?" The old man thought of the photo he had seen before, and his anger was not over, and his eyes were a little cold when he looked at Guo Jingzhou. He knew that he didn't love Tang Zheng, but now they have been married for 3 years and have children. Is it really so important to love him or not? Speaking of the girl of the Ling family, except for her family background better than Tang Zheng, what else can she compare with Tang Zheng? Why can't Jingzhou recognize the reality? To marry a wife, she must be a reasonable and gentle girl like Tang Zheng. That incident was just a misunderstanding. Jiro and I have nothing to do. Grandpa, don't think too much. Guo Jingzhou responded indifferently, and his cold face did not want to explain too much. The old man glanced at him and sighed in a low voice. "Jingzhou, if Grandpa is not here one day." "Grandpa, don't say that. I don't want to hear it." Mr. Guo frowned and had to listen even if he didn't want to. "What's more, my body didn't know if others didn't know. Don't hide it from the old man. I know it in my heart, but to be honest, I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid that after I die, your mother and your sister will gnaw all the bones of Tang Zheng's girl." Mr. Guo knew how much Wenlan didn't like Tang Zheng, but because he was still alive, she didn't dare to go too much. But if he leaves one day, with Wenla's face, I'm afraid that Tang Zheng's life in the Guo family will become more and more like walking on thin ice. As for Guo Jingzhou, he has always been cold and warm towards Tang Zheng, and most of the time. He was also selectively blind, as if he could not see the grievances and injuries suffered by Tang Zhou, which were all uneasy for Mr. Guo. Grandpa has a lot worry, although my mother and Qian Qian don't want to see Tang Zheng. After all, she is my wife now, and they won't go too much. The old man sneered coldly. "Humph, you have to use this to deceive me. Don't think that I don't know the situation at home when I'm not in Beicheng. Let me tell you the truth, all the things of Miss Tang Zheng are like a mirror in my heart. However, Jingzhou, Grandpa still said that whether you like Tang Jun or not, she is your wife now, and you must be responsible for her and her children. I know, Grandpa. Guo Jingzhou's answer was extremely perfunctory, and he sneered in his heart. Isn't he not responsible enough? She wanted to buy whatever she wanted. She couldn't get used to living in Gu's house, so he asked her to move to Dijing Villa, and hired a nanny to take care of her. But what about her? Be capricious and don't take the child in your belly seriously and eat junk food. He also took his 2 children to live in the Bo family, intending to hit him in the face and embarrass him. He recognized himself, leaving aside his feelings, that his husband had done a good job. At least he had never treated her unfairly in terms of money, but the more she thought about herself, Guo Jingzhou thought about it, the more angry he became. When he let her break off the relationship with Mu Shanshan flashed in her mind. If she makes him look in the mirror and scold him shamelessly, her black eyes can't help being stained with anger. Facts have proved that women really can't be spoiled, let alone depend on them. Think about the time when Mu Shanshan didn't return to Beicheng before, she was as well behaved as a doll. Even if she was pregnant and he had never stepped into the Dijing Villa, she did not dare to choke him so cleverly. But now she dares. Because Mu Shanshan came back, she felt that she had a support, so she didn't have to be afraid of him. But why doesn't her stupid head think of Bo Yeche's man? He is Guo Jingzhou's mortal enemy. He usually doesn't have time to be wary of him, but she rushed to bring her neck to him. There is no such way as her to find death. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Guo Jingzhou's mobile phone rang. Old man, pick up quickly and see if Tang Jun can't take care of the child. If so, you don't have to guard me. Hurry back to take care of the child. Anyway, there are nurses here. Guo Jingzhou looked down at the number displayed on the screen of his mobile phone, and then looked at the old man who urged him. In a light voice, it is a correction, and it should be a matter of work. After saying that, he turned on his mobile phone and walked towards the balcony. Mr. Guo. Chapter 29. Stupid woman, you have a fever, do you know? Hotel. Hello. Tang Jun picked up the phone in a daze, his voice was hoarse, and his throat seemed to be burning. Is the child asleep? Take time to take care of Grandpa when you go to the hospital. Guo Jingzhou's cold voice came from his mobile phone. Tang Jun suddenly fell asleep. He sat up and asked eagerly, what's wrong with Grandpa? It's okay. I have a transnational video conference for about an hour. As for the child, I have called the hotel manager, and they will help take care of it, so if you have nothing to do, come to the hospital quickly. I'm going to the meeting. After Guo Jingzhou finished speaking, he didn't give Tang Jun a chance to speak at all, and hung up directly. Tang Jun didn't delay either. She looked sideways at the 2 children who were sleeping soundly. She got up and changed her clothes. However, after changing her clothes, she suddenly lost consciousness and fell forward. Fortunately, she quickly held the wall, otherwise she would wake up the 2 children again. My heart was pounding, and it seemed to be beating very hard. My breathing seemed to be very hot. There was also a head, and it was very uncomfortable to feel dizzy. Tang Jun realized something and raised his hand to touch his forehead. Sure enough, it was hot on it. Does she have a fever? No wonder I'm weak and dizzy. But it's okay. She can take care of Grandpa and get some medicine. Little glutinous rice, little prince, Mom will be back soon. You must be obedient, okay? Mom loves you. Tang Jun reluctantly kissed the 2 sleeping little guys separately, and then walked to the door. It's just... Click. As soon as the door opened, she saw Bo Yechen's handsome and deep face. Suddenly, her breathing was stiff, and she opened her mouth. Bo Xiao. Why are you here? Tang Jun was really surprised by his appearance. His haggard little face, which had not slept all night, was even more shocked and incredible. Bo Yechen didn't say anything, but her deep black eyes tightened her unnaturally red face. In a light voice, she happened to come here on a business trip. Mu Shanshan asked me to come and see you. By the way, and this, she asked me to bring you. With that, he took out a pink hat and handed it to Tang Jun, secretly scolding the stupid woman in front of him for not taking care of him. Knowing that she is in her period of term, she doesn't wear a good hat. Isn't she afraid of headaches in the future? And looking at her like this, it seems that she still has to go out. Do you want to go out? The low voice sounded again. Tang Jun nodded. Well, there is no one around, Grandpa Guo. I'll go and take care of him. Where is Guo Jingzhou? Did he die or was he sunk into the sea? So a big living person doesn't know how to take care of the old man. Bo Yechen asked in a searing voice. Tang Jun didn't hide it and said, he went to the meeting, so. The meeting? It's really a cold-blooded machine with only money in its eyes. Bo Yechen's tone was full of irony. Tang Jun was a little stunned and didn't know how to answer his words. Well, Bo Xiao, can I ask you a favor? Tang Jun thought that it would be better to ask the hotel people to take care of the little glutinous rice and the little prince than to ask Bo Yechen in front of him. At least the 2 little guys were more familiar with him, and he would not be so noisy in case he woke up. Take care of the child for you. Tang Jun, you are so big-hearted that you are not afraid that I will strangle those 2 little things while you are not here. Tang Jun. You can't, can you? Even if you and Go Jingzhou are mortals, you can't take out your anger on the two children, which is not done by men. Tang Zhong said with certainty. But Bo Yechen sneered and joked, maybe I can't pretend to be a man like Gu Jingzhou, but Tang Zhong, you beg me, I should. What's wrong with you? Before Bo Yechen finished his words, Tang Zhong suddenly staggered and fell on him. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand to hold her, and his magnetic low voice showed the anxiety that he didn't even notice. The woman found that something was wrong with her when the door was opened just now. Her face was red, but she was exhausted. And the originally clear eyes are also clothed with red blood. I'm all right. Tang Zheng, after feeling that he was rude, he left Bo Yechen in a panic, and his helpless hands had nowhere to put them, which was very embarrassing. When Bo Yechen saw that she deliberately distanced herself from him, her eyes narrowed slightly. Then he looked at her red face and said, is there anything wrong with you? As soon as he said that, Tang Zheng didn't think about it. He just said no, well, little glutinous rice and the little prince are begging you. Bo Yechen, what are you doing? Tang Zhong never expected that the man in front of her would suddenly reach out and touch her forehead. Not only that, he also held the back of her head with an extremely domineering and strong hand, and pressed the other hand to her overly burning forehead to test the temperature. Stupid woman, you have a fever, do you know? When Bo Yechen felt that his palm was almost burned by a fire-like heat, his eyes were suddenly stained with anger. It seems that Mu Shanshan and Yiqile's worries are not unreasonable. It's only one night, and she actually made herself have a fever. It's really promising. I'm fine. I'll be fine in a while. Tang Zhong shook off Bo Yechen's big hand angrily, and his crimson little face was now as embarrassing as if it was about to drip blood. Really, she felt that the man in front of her was too abrupt. Anyway, she is also a married person. How can he touch her forehead? If it is seen by others, she is afraid that she will be unable to wash herself by jumping into the Yellow River. Why is it all right? You don't care if it's so hot. You have to burn fools, and then Go Jingzhou married a poisonous woman and abused your two children to death before he knew that something was wrong, right? Bo Yechen scolded her coldly, without hesitation. His angular handsome face was all gloomy black at this moment, and he looked a little embarrassed. Seeing that Tang Zhong was still standing still, Bo Yechen grabbed her arm rudely and dragged her to the bed. Tang Zhong was in a panic. Why did he drag her to bed? She still has to go to the hospital to take care of her grandfather. Bo Yechen, let go of me. I have to go to the hospital. Go to the fart. The man directly said a foul word, and then dialed the front desk and asked them to call a doctor. Seeing that he was serious, Tang Zhong got up and wanted to get out of bed, but was scolded by Bo Yechen. Tang Zhong, if you dare to go out of this door today, I will definitely prevent these two little things from seeing the sun tomorrow. Damn, how stupid is a person to think about taking care of others when he has a high fever? Doesn't she know that she will be half-lived now? Do you still take care of the old man of the Gu family? Oh, he saw that it was almost the same as rushing to reincarnation. Hospital. The ticking footsteps slowly approached Mr. Gu's ward. He thought it was Tang Zhong. So when the door clicked open, he called out, Tang Zhongya. Why is it you? However, when Mr. Gu saw that it was not Tang Zhong but Ling Jiro who pushed the door in, he instantly changed his face and said in a low voice. Chapter 30. Bo Yechen roared harshly, Tang Zhong, do you want to die? Grandpa, I'm here to see you. How are you? Are you feeling better now? Ling Jiro looked at the old man with a shallow smile, but his eyes were like a poisonous snake quenched with highly poisonous. Damn it, if it hadn't been for this dead old man, she and Gu Jingzhou would have been married long ago. Wen Lan and Gu Qianqian both like her so much. Originally, it was a matter of time for her to enter the Gu family, but who would have thought that this old man would force Gu Jingzhou to marry Tang Zhong? As long as Ling Jiro thinks of these pasts, she can't control the hatred in her heart. She also knows that the old man doesn't like just a player, but what's wrong with the player? Can't the player get married? What's more, her mother and Wen Lan are still best friends. Your dress is deliberately tailoring to Miss Tang Zhong, right? Why, Jingzhou has been married for so many years, and you haven't died yet. Mr. Gore swept away with a cold face. Ling Jiro took a look and saw that she was dressed according to Tang Zhong's dressing style, and the sarcasm overflowed directly from her mouth, with contempt and coldness. Ling Jiro sneered sinisterly, and then said harmlessly, do I look like Tang Zhong? Then I really don't know, because Jingzhou bought this dress for me. In this way, he should have bought 2 sets, one for me and one for Tang Zhong. What on earth do you want to say? Mr. Gore was not stupid. He could hear what was in her words, and his eyebrows tightened fiercely. He said directly, in a rude voice. It was not that he deliberately targeted Ling Jiro, but that he was very uncomfortable with her face on the surface and behind the scenes. However, Gu Jingzhou and Wen Lan were still kept in the dark by her. And he, an old man, even if he doesn't like and is dissatisfied with her, he can't chew her tongue in front of them. What's more, they wouldn't believe him even if he chewed it, so he simply didn't say anything. Of course, I want to tell Grandpa the good news. For example, on the night of Tang Zhao's birth, do you know what happened? And where do you want to know where Tang Zhong and his 2 children live now? Ling Juro smiled coldly. The old man's mood suddenly fluctuated a little. What do you mean? What happened on the night of Tang Zhe's birth? And where does she and her child live in the Guo family? She is Jingzhou's wife. Even if he is dissatisfied and doesn't like it, he can't go too much. Ling Juro smiled faintly. Jingzhou won't be too much to her, but Tang Zhen is too much. Do you know where she lives with her children now? She lives in Bo's house, and she also divorced Jingzhou. You, a group of nonsense. Bo and Guo have always been at dis. How can Tang Zhen's daughter live there with her children? And, well, what kind of divorce? Impossible thing. Jingzhou and Tang Cheng haven't said anything. Even though Mr. Guo couldn't spit out any ivory in Ling Juro's mouth, he was still shocked by her words. He didn't believe anything about living in the Bo family because he knew that Tang Zhou was not so ignorant. Grandpa, in your current situation, do you think Jingzhou dares to tell you about Tang Zhou's divorce from him? And do you know why they got divorced? Because on the night of Tang Zhou's production, Jingzhou ate candles with me. Light. Late. Meal. Boom. Her words burst into the old man's head in an instant. He opened his pupils wide and said angrily, You, who? The old man didn't finish the words later, and his whole body suddenly fell back. Then, he fainted with a bang. Seeing that he was angry, Ling Jiro quickly closed his clothes and left the ward with a hat, with a vicious and gloomy sneer on the corners of her lips. Tang Zhong, let's see how you explain to Jingzhou this time, ha ha ha. 20 minutes later. The nurse came in and saw that the old man was wrong, so he quickly told the doctor. Soon, the old man was sent to the emergency room. It's just that Guo Jingzhou's mobile phone is off, and they can't contact anyone. In the end, they have no choice but to dial Tang Zheng's phone. Hello, is this Mrs. Guo? Mr. Guo is in the emergency room now. The situation is not very good. Could you please come and sign it? We can't contact Mr. Guo. What? Grandpa, what's wrong with him? Tang Zheng has just finished taking antipyretics, and his hands are still dripping. As soon as he answered the phone, he sat up in an instant, and his little face was stained with tension and worry. Bo Yechen saw that she moved the needle tube stuck in the back of her hand in a large arc, and his face sank in an instant and quickly turned off the switch on the infusion tube. He said sternly, Tang Zheng, do you want to die? Tang Zhong can no longer care about him. The chaotic brain has only one idea, which is to go to the hospital quickly. Reaching out, she tore off the needle tube on the back of her hand fiercely, and she quickly got out of bed. Tang. Bo Yechen, Grandpa Guo has an accident. I have to go to the hospital quickly. The little prince and little glutinous rice will do you a favor. Thank you. She choked her voice and made the man swallow the heavy words that came to her mouth. Frowning, he asked lightly, what's wrong with the old man? Tang Zhong was wearing a coat, and his voice was dark and hoarse. I didn't know, but he was in the emergency room. The doctor said that the situation was not very good and asked me to go and sign. Then you go. I'll keep an eye on the child. Bo Yechen saw that she was about to cry. The cold heart seemed to be suddenly hammered by something, and he couldn't say half a word of the accusation. Thank you. After Tang Zhong finished speaking, he left the door quickly. And in the room. Wow. I don't know if I felt my mother's departure, but the little glutinous rice suddenly burst into tears. Bo Yechen bent down and looked at the little girl who was crying with her mouth open in the stroller. His eyes narrowed. Then he reached out and picked her up warmly and said, don't cry. If you cry again, you will feed the wolf. After all, he was such a fierce little crying girl before, and the effect seemed to be quite good. However, this time. Wow. As if she realized that Bo Yechen was being cruel to her, the little girl cried even more pitifully, and even tears flowed out. Bo Yechen was stunned, this little girl, being scolded and crying by him. What is this? Then what should we do? Coaxing? Hospital. When Tang Zheng came over, he didn't expect that Guo Jingzhou was already at the door of the emergency room. She trotted over in a hurry. With worry on his face, Guo Jingzhou, how is Grandpa? Suddenly, her voice made Guo Jingzhou, who was already cold-faced, more and more dark and deep. A pair of sharp and cold black eyes looked at her even more gloomy, full of horror. Tang Zhong's heart sank down. Looking at the anger that almost burned her in Guo Jingzhou's eyes, her body trembled slightly. Tang. Zither. Guo Jingzhou gritted his teeth and called out her name. Then he grabbed her thin and fair neck with his big hand, and his eyes were stained with fierce madness. How can I treat you? How do you take care of Grandpa? Chapter 31 Explain what happened in Bo Yechen's arms. Guo Jingzhou, you. Calm down. Tang Zheng was suddenly strangled by him, and his whole breath seemed to be taken away, and his open and closed lips desperately sucked oxygen. Guo Jingzhou saw her asking for oxygen with a big mouth, and his eyes were more angry. Tang Zheng, if Grandpa has something to do, I want you to pay for it with your life. Let go of me. Tang Zheng almost shouted with all his last bit of strength. The whole slender body smelled the smell of death in the hands of Guo Jingzhou, who was left by rage. In an instant, the light in her eyes began to dim a little bit, and the struggling movements in her hands gradually began to be difficult. And the oxygen on the tip of her nose was getting less and thinner. And just when she felt that she was really going to be strangled by Gu Jingzhou, the big hand suddenly loosened. Suddenly, she fell to the ground, and then took a big breath of fresh air. She looked very embarrassed, but it was also pitiful. Tang Zhong, what on earth did you say to Grandpa? Did you tell him about our divorce? Before Tang Zhong's mood eased, Gu Jingzhou's cold and gloomy voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Suddenly, her heart trembled and she looked up at him. Me, I didn't say anything to my grandfather, let alone tell him about our divorce. What's going on? She just came to the hospital now. How could Gu Jingzhou ask her what she said to Mr. Gu? I knew you could argue for a long time, and I really didn't cry when I didn't see the coffin. After saying that, Gu Jingzhou threw the tablet in front of her directly. He said in a slen voice, see for yourself. Tang Jun opened the tablet suspiciously, but when she saw a thin figure above that looked like she had entered the old man's ward. Her head rumbled in an instant, and then her voice was faster than her mind. Gu Jingzhou, this person is not me. As soon as he finished speaking, the fierce Tang Zhong realized something, but Gu Jingzhou had already said in a low voice, isn't it you? Then tell me who she is. Or you can explain where you were when this person appeared in Grandpa's ward. What about your alibi? Tang Zhong, don't treat me as a fool. Although I have only slept with your body once, I recognize you even if you turn into ashes, because there is a disgusting smell on it. Because of Mr. Gu's accident, Gu Jingzhou's words at this time were very indecisive, and the strong dislike in his narrow and long eyes were almost the last straw that crushed Tang Zhong. Cheap taste? Her sincere contribution to him over the past 3 years is actually cheap. Although it is not the first time that he has been hurt like this, Tang Zhong's whole heart still hurts a lot. It was like being poked hard, sprinkled with sulfuric acid and salt, and the unbearable severe pain was also like a poisonous snake corroding every piece of her flesh and blood and nerves. Tang Zhong, you'd better tell me honestly what you said to Grandpa to stimulate him to relapse again, otherwise. Gu Jingzhou determined that the person in the surveillance video was Tang Zhong, but she could not explain that the person on it was not her. Because once explained, it will involve Bo Yechen and her in the hotel room. Don't you say yes? Gu Jingzhou saw her clenched his teeth, and his whole body almost went crazy. Wow, just at this moment, the door of the rescue room opened, and he suddenly stepped in a hurry. How is my grandfather? The doctor sighed. The situation is not very good. You should be mentally prepared. Suddenly, Gu Jingzhou's tall body stood straight back, psychologically prepared. Does it mean that the old man can't get over this time? Tang Zhong, are you satisfied with this? Gu Jingzhou's voice was gloomy and he couldn't hear the emotion, but Tang Zhong said in a hoarse voice, Gu Jingzhou, it's really not me. Although she was speechless, she still wanted to explain. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingzhou, who heard her words, completely lost his mind. He directly raised his hand and slapped her fiercely, and his thin lips were still cold. Tang Zhong, you still don't admit it, do you? Open your eyes wide and show me clearly. Who is the person above you? Is it a ghost? Although Gu Jingzhou doesn't care about her, he can't know what he bought for her. What's more, the dress is designed by a top designer, which is unique. If it's not her, who else will she be? But what about her? The old man repeatedly argued that it was not her when something happened. Damn it, isn't it her? In addition to their husband and wife, the attending physician and nurse can enter this ward. Other people can't go in and out at will at all. How long will she have to argue? Ding dong. Suddenly, just as Gu Jingzhou was about to lose control, his mobile phone rang, and he glared at Tang Zhong coldly, and he slipped away. However, when he saw the photo sent by an anonymous number above, his whole body was suddenly filled with a chill. Faber's ruthless lips gritted his teeth and looked at Tang Zhong. You said that the person on the surveillance was not you, so you told me where you were at that time. His low voice was too calm, but the more calm it was, the more it made Tang Zhong's heart sad. I still take care of the little glutinous rice in the hotel, Tang Zhong said snurredly. Gu Jingzhou sneered coldly, and then rudely threw his mobile phone in front of her. Lips are full of contempt and sarcasm. Take care of little glutinous rice. Well, explain what you are in Bo Yechen's arms. What is in Bo Yechen's arms? Tang Zhong looked up and looked at Gu Jingzhou's cold face. Suddenly, he realized something. He picked up his mobile phone and took a look. Sure enough, as she guessed, the picture of her almost fainting and being picked up by Bo Yechen was secretly filmed. And the angle relationship, they still look particularly ambiguous. This time, I'm afraid they can't even jump into the Yellow River. Gu Jingzhou, believe it or not, Bo Shao and I have nothing. Gu Jingzhou sneered, it's nothing. It's all together, Tang Zhong, don't always overestimate yourself and underestimate others, do you understand? After saying that, Gu Jingzhou took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Tang Zhong was stunned for a moment. This was the first time she saw Gu Jingzhou smoking. In her memory, she had never seen him smoke. Tell me, when did you hook up with him? No wonder you divorced me. It turns out. Oh, at this time, Guo Jingzhou knew that it was a big joke that he had not revealed the idea of being responsible for Tang Zheng. What responsibility does she want him to bear? She hooked up with Bo Yechen for a long time, didn't she? No wonder she has been speechful recently. No wonder she would grice at him when she drew a line with Mu Shanshan. Guo Jingzhou, please don't involve others in our affairs. My divorce with you has nothing to do with Bo Xiao. He and I are not what you think, let alone the hookup you think. And the reason why he hugged me was that I almost fainted because I had a fever. I know, you also want to ask him why he appeared at the door of my room. It's Shanshan. I heard that he came on a business trip and asked him to bring me something, so. Tang Zhong, you really lied. Guo Jingzhou interrupted her and sneered coldly, and his handsome and deep face was full of mockery and contempt at this time. Chapter 32. What? I'm interested in the broken shoes I've played with, the hotel. The more Bo Yechen thought about it, the more he was worried about Tang Zheng. His handsome eyebrows frowned slightly. He lowered his eyes and looked at the sleeping little glutinous rice and the little prince at this time. He took out his mobile phone to dial Mu Shanshan's number. Call Tang Zhong now to see what she is doing. A slightly commanding tone hit Mu Shanshan's ear. She directly said coldly, she was sick. So I'm going to hang up the phone. Bo Yechen had already guessed her intention and said in a low voice again, Mu Shanshan, do as I say. Mu Shanshan. I leaned hard in my heart, thinking that this paralyzed face was not crazy, was it? Wow, wow, wow. Suddenly, a baby's cry hit Mu Shanshan's ear, and her brain instantly stagnated as if it had been struck by lightning. At least she has brought the little glutinous rice for so long, so it's impossible not to hear her crying. It's just that why is there little glutinous rice crying on Bo Yechen's phone? Is Tang Zheng back? No, if she comes back, it's impossible not to tell her. Face paralysis, how can you cry like little glutinous rice? What did you do to her? Mu Shanshan, don't talk nonsense, call first. The voice that does not allow others to put their beaks is domineering and strong, which completely shocked Mu Shanshan. Although Bo Yechen has never spoken to her in a good tone, she can't even hear his angry tone. Suddenly, she took out her mobile phone and quickly dialed Tang Zheng's phone, and a bad premonition surged out in her heart. However, as she thought, the phone rang for a long time and no one answered. Suddenly, she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. What's the matter? Bo Yechen is taking care of Xiao glutinous rice and others. Tang Zhong can't find time to answer her phone. Did something happen to her? Damn it, what can I do? It's far away, and she can't help her. How to say it? Bo Yechen picked up the call from Mu Shanshan and spoke in a hurry, and his voice was stained with worry that he did not even notice. Mu Shanshan was worried about Tang Zheng's accident and didn't want to answer much. No one answered the phone. Maybe something happened. Are you abroad now? Then help me hurry up and have a look. Dodo's busy sound suddenly sounded, and Mu Shanshan was stunned. What's going on? Did you hang up her phone with facial paralysis? Is it polite? She hasn't finished her words yet. It's really annoying. Hospital. Guo Jingzhou's handsome face was full of coldness at this moment, and his gloomy and sharp black eyes stared at Tang Zhou's white and delicate face, which exuded even more hellish horror. Okay, very good. She still refuses to admit that she has a relationship with Bo Yechen. His reason completely collapsed. He directly strangled her neck, and his eyes were gloomy. Tang Zhong, it seems that I'm giving you too much shame. Isn't that right? The photos of her being held in Bo Yechen's arms were sent to his mobile phone, but she still didn't recognize them. She is really good. He doesn't know what to do with her in this cuckold. Ghoul. Tang Zhong looked at the man with a black face like a fierce ghost and felt that her neck deepened his hand inch by inch, and she struggled desperately. But at this moment, Guo Jingzhou has lost his mind. He only has the picture of Tang Zheng and Bo Yechen rolling together in his mind. He is already crazy in front of his two children. In the whole North City, no one knows that he is proud of Guo Jingzhou. But Tang Zheng dared to betray him, dared to be with his mortal enemy blatantly, and dared to humiliate him. Guo Jingzhou. Suddenly, a low and cold male voice sounded in the back. Then, wow, wow. It's the child's crisp cry. Tang Zhong's heart tightened. Listening to the cry of Xiao glutinous rice, her eyes were inexplicably red. After Bo Yechen put the stroller stable, he saw that Guo Jingzhou had not let go of the hand that strangled Tang Zhong's neck. He kicked him unceremoniously. And the wild and unruly posture makes the cold and gloomy breath on his body even more terrifying. What the hell? What he hates most in his life is that men attack women, of course, except for women who are in arrears. Guo Jingzhou, are you still a man? Attack a woman? What about the face? Bo Yechen's voice was cold, with contempt and mockery. Bo Yechen, you'd better ignore the affairs of Guo Jingzhou. The sound of gnashing teeth is accompanied by patient anger. Bo Yechen sneered coldly. Oh, do you think I'm rare? Do you deserve it? But you and Tang Zhong have divorced, so even for the sorrow of Mu Shanshan's face, I can't sit idly by. Sit by and ignore? The surname is Bo. You don't like my wife Guo Jingzhou, do you? What's the matter? I'm interested in the broken shoes I've played with. If so, you can take them as much as you want. I'm not stingy. Guo Jingzhou said the most embarrassing words to Tang Zheng in the most sexy and low voice. Suddenly, her face was as white as paper and her body trembled slightly. Broken shoes, Guo Jingzhou. What did you say? When Bo Yechen heard the unpleasant words in his mouth, his anger surged again. Gentlemen, this is the hospital. Please don't make a loud noise, okay? Thank you for your cooperation. If it hadn't been for the nurse's voice in time and the fear of scaring the two children who were only a little older, Bo Yechen felt that he would have punched him up again. Broken shoes? How could he say that Tang Zheng? Although he and she are not familiar with each other, Guo Jingzhou should not use these two words to describe her. What's more, except for her poor background, what's wrong with blindly falling in love with him? What about him? If he didn't show up and sign the consent form for surgery on the day of childbirth, he also got together with Ling Jiro. Now, he still has the face to say that she is a broken shoe. Damn it, he felt that their men's faces had been lost by Guo Jingzhou in front of him. Fortunately, he was still the richest man in Beicheng. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. The little glutinous rice and the little prince's cry continued. Tang Zheng adjusted his heart in pain and almost broke. He gently shook the stroller and choked, but the tears couldn't help falling down. Guo Jingzhou said a lot of words that hurt her, but at this moment, the word broken shoes deeply stung her heart. And this painful bone-eating feeling also made her fresh heart seem to be entangled by something, and she was almost unable to beat. What are you crying about? Didn't you look at the child crying? Pick it up and coax him. After taking a fierce look at Guo Jingzhou, Bo Yechen strode to her and the stroller and said in a low voice. Then he bent down and picked up the little glutinous rice in the car, while Tang Zheng picked up the little prince. The two of them just patted the little guy's back to comfort them. But Guo Jingzhou seemed to have become an outsider. Squinting his eyes, he coldly stared at Bo Yechen, who was holding the little glutinous rice, with dark and deep eyes. Bo Yechen noticed his cold gaze, and his thin lips raised provocatively, with a little unruly arrogance. Guo Jingzhou was so angry that he clenched his fists fiercely and was about to open his mouth. Unexpectedly, he held the little glutinous rice in one hand and pushed the stroller in the other hand to look at Tang Zheng. Go, follow me back to Beicheng. Chapter 33. You'd better pick up your face, or I'll be ashamed of you. Tang Zheng, if you dare to go with him today, we will be completely finished. Before Tang Zheng could move, Guo Jingzhou's cold voice had already been uttered. Also, I remind you again that you'd better not let him touch our child. Damn, no one knows that Guo Jingzhou is going crazy with jealousy at this time. Why can he easily coax the crying little glutinous rice? But he tried his best to coax the little girl. Just like last night, even if he exhausted his life's patience, he still couldn't coax her. But Bo Yechen just picked her up and patted her on the back with his big hand, and she didn't cry. And the humming little milk sound seems to be very aggrieved and delicate, as if he is her father. Your children? Is a man who can even have a heart so big that he can accompany the white moonlight to have a candlelight dinner on the night of his child's birth worthy of saying this? Bo Yechen sneered. And according to Mu Shanshan, Tang Zheng has signed a divorce agreement, so Guo Jingzhou, you'd better pick up your face, or I'll be ashamed for you. Tang Zheng, let's go. After Bo Yechen finished speaking, he took the lead in pushing the stroller and strode forward. However, he walked a few steps and noticed that Tang Zheng didn't follow the little prince in his arms. The handsome face turned black with a brush. Why are you still stunned? Are you looking for abuse? Or do you think you want to be strangled by this scumbag for too long? Tang Zheng. Bo Yechen's mouth is really poisonous and cruel. No wonder Mu Shanshan is afraid of him. Tang Zheng, have you thought about it clearly? Do you really want to go with him? Guo Jingzhou saw her move her pace. Her handsome face was full of darkness, and a pair of eyes covered with fishy red blood looked straight at her face with red marks, with a TRIGHT coldness. Think about it. Why don't you throw away this kind of scum and keep it for the spring festival? As soon as the words fell, Bo Yechen turned around and dragged Tang Zheng out of the hospital. Later, Guo Jingzhou watched her walk resolutely, and her heart tightened slightly. He is not a fool. Although Bo Yechen pulled her, later she took a more and more firm pace without lingering, but plunged into the deepest part of his heart like a knife. He always thought that Tang Zheng would not leave him, and it was impossible to leave him. Because she is an orphan, where else can she go with him? Who else can she rely on with him? But now he doesn't think so. A Mu Shanshan and a Bo Yechen are her strongest support, aren't they? Otherwise, she would not have left so decisively that even Grandpa Beichong's family, that bastard Guo Jingzhou, I shouldn't let you and your child go abroad with him at all. Mu Shanshan looked at Tang Zheng's swollen face and said angrily, with a flash of heartache in her eyes. She didn't expect that the bastard would do anything to Tang Zheng. Usually, she didn't like Tang Zheng, but this time he was too much to do directly. Damn it, is he still a man? All right, Shanshan, I don't have to worry about it. Tang Zheng looked at Mu Shanshan's almost red eyes, and a warm current crossed his heart inexplicably. Why is it all right? His face was swollen by him. The next time I see him, I have to slap him back, so that he won't think you are easy to bully. No, don't mess with him, because Mr. Bo has kicked him for me. If you mess with him again, I'm afraid he will really meanly attack Bo. Although the Go clan and the Bo clan are almost alone in Beicheng, in terms of strength, the Go clan is still slightly superior to the Bo clan. She doesn't want to involve Bo Shu because of her own relationship. Isn't he despicable enough now? It's just a photo and the villain's heart directly attacked you. It's ridiculous to say that if you dare to leave, it's completely over. He really thinks he's a high-ranking emperor. Will you starve to death if you leave him? He didn't need to think about it. When you gave birth and he didn't even come to help you sign, you were finished and wanted to threaten you. It's ridiculous. But the face is paralyzed this time. Very man. If he hadn't appeared in time, I really wouldn't think about what you, little glutinous rice, and the little prince would have experienced. Mu Shanshan was afraid for a while when she thought about it. After all, she would not be with Tang Zheng and the child. Seriously, it is not impossible for Guo Jingzhou to go crazy and let her mother and son die on the street of a foreign country. Tang Zheng pursed her lips and didn't speak again. To be honest, she couldn't answer Mu Shanshan's hypothetical question. Because Guo Jingzhou was full of sinister and angry at that time, he really strangled her heart. Ding dong. Suddenly, Tang Zheng's mobile phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Guo Jingzhou. Tang Zheng, I don't care how you hook up with a man, but I have to pick up the child, so get ready. Feng Xiu will pick him up soon. Who is it? Mu Shanshan looked at Tang Zheng, who suddenly turned pale, and turned her head to look at her mobile phone. However, after reading the above, she suddenly got up and said angrily, Guo Jingzhou, this bastard, is really getting more and more shameless. He can't threaten you, but he wants to rob the child. Tang Zheng was so angry that she took out her mobile phone. She was about to reply to Guo Jingzhou, when suddenly another message came. When she opened her eyes, it turned out that 2.9 billion was suddenly credited to her bank card. Guo Jingzhou, 3 billion, 1 point is quite a lot, and the rest is in the repair car. Tang Zheng, you are a smart person, you should know how to do it. Isn't it just money? Guo's family is not short of 3 billion, but what is missing is Tang Zheng, who is as gentle and well-behaved as before. Shenshen, please take care of the child for me. I'll make a phone call. After saying that, Tang Zheng walked into the courtyard. As she walked, she tremblingly dialed Guo Jingzhou's phone. On the other hand, as soon as Guo Jingzhou picked up the phone, he spoke coldly. Have you packed up? Feng Xiu will arrive at Bu's house in 5 minutes. Guo Jingzhou, I won't let you take your 2 children with you. Tang Zheng made a hoarse voice. The other end of the phone sneered and didn't let me take it away. Are you going to fight with me? It's just Tang Zheng. Have you decided what to fight with me? Don't say that the money has been paid into your account. Even if I don't give you a penny, as long as I want the custody of my 2 children, do you think you can beat me? Why did you do this? You promised to give me the custody of my child. Can't I repent? Besides, my child Guo Jingzhou, why do you have to rely on others to support your own food and clothing? You are not afraid of raising the disabled, and I am also afraid. Guo Jingzhou's words are particularly unpleasant. His tone was even cold to the extreme, and his strong and stone seemed to be unable to question him. Tang Zheng was angry. Guo Jingzhou, I know that I am a penny in your eyes, but now the child is still breastfeeding, and even if I go to court, I have an absolute chance of winning. The man smiled coldly. Tang Zheng, how naive are you to tell me a chance of winning? Have you forgotten who I am? Oh, I can't measure my own strength. Chapter 34. Why did they ask them to take away the little glutinous rice and the little prince? Feng Xiu came very quickly, and it was the 5 minutes that Guo Jingzhou said. Young lady, that? Mr. Guo asked me to pick up the young master and the young lady to look back home. Feng Xiu is now wailing in his heart. He feels that Mr. Guo and the young lady quarrel and have an opinion. He is always the most damned one. For example, now, Guo Jingzhou has to stubbornly come to pick up the child with an order. It's better to pick it up, but it's better to grab it, because Mr. Guo asked him to bring 30 bodyguards this time. He also threatened to take the child away at all costs. If the Bo family blocked him, they would not be polite. Guo will bear all the expenses of smashing and injuring. Tang Zheng was so angry that her body trembled and her eyes were red. Looking at the 30 tall bodyguards in front of her surrounding the Bo family's yard, she clenched her fists. Guo Jingzhou, that despicable bastard, she really didn't expect him to be so excessive. She said that he was taking care of the child, which was obviously here to rob. And what does it mean that she asked Feng Xiu to bring so many people here? Fight. Young lady, I'm offended. Seeing that Tang Zheng didn't say anything, Feng Xiu directly raised his hand to the bodyguard behind him. Suddenly, all the 30 men walked to the living room. Feng Xiu, don't take my child away. When Tang Zheng saw those men go inside, he suddenly stretched out his hand to stop them, and the pain of despair flashed in his eyes. Tears rolled down unexpectedly, and her heart seemed to be tangled by something. She knew that she was not Guo Jingzhou's opponent, but she couldn't do it while watching the 2 children being taken away by them. Young lady, we also obey orders and ask you not to embarrass us, and Mr. Gu said that if we can't take the children away today, I and these 30 bodyguards will all leave. And the most important thing is that Mr. Gu issued a death order. No matter what, the child must take the Review family, even if smashed the Bo family. Feng Xiu knew that Tang Jun was a smart person, so she naturally understood what he said. And in fact, to be honest, he doesn't want to use violence to solve this matter. After all, the child belongs to the Gu family. Even if he picks him up, he thinks Wen Lan and Gu Qianqian will be kind to them, but she is too radical here. So Gu Jingzhou is bound to benefit the child, right? Tang Jun opened his mouth in a hoarse voice, and tears had rolled down. She knew that she couldn't cry during the period of her period, but what should she do? Her heart ached so much that she almost died. She is not stupid. Naturally, she knows Feng Xiu. What does that sentence mean even if he smashed the Bo family? It seems that Gu Jingzhou really wanted to take the child away from her this time. She is reluctant and doesn't want the child to be taken away, but what should she do? If the child doesn't let them take the Review family, then the Bo family. Tang Zhong is struggling painfully in her heart. She remembers the kindness of Mu Shanshan and the Bo family to her. Maybe she really can't be too selfish. Because of the two children, they and Gu Jingzhou will face each other head on again, right? What's more, this was a private matter between her and Gu Jingzhou, and the Bo family should not be involved. Feng Xiu looked at her in tears and sank her voice. It can be said that, but in fact, the young lady doesn't have to worry. Anyway, the child is Mr. Gu's, so the old lady and Miss Gu will definitely not treat them unfairly. Tang Zhong sucked the tip of his nose, and his heart began to feel weak and struggling. Yes, the child is Gu Jingzhou's. Even if Wen Lan and Gu Xianxian don't like her anymore, they can't do anything to them. On the contrary, if she forcibly prevents them from taking the child away, I'm afraid it will inevitably be a bloody storm, and these are what she doesn't want to see. Okay, then you take the children away, but don't touch the people of the Bo family, and don't touch the grass or trees here. Otherwise, even if I fight for this life, I won't let you take any child with you. Tang Zhong cried, crying depressingly and dully, and his bitten lips were even more bloody. Feng Xiu was stunned in place, and his heart suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He also felt that Mr. Gu seemed to have done too much this time. He knew that the child was the life of the young lady now, but he had to force her to make a choice with the Bo family. But the order can't be disobeyed. His instinctive consciousness is still inclined to Gu Jingzhou after all. There is nothing he can do. Who let him be his boss? Young lady, that's offended. After Feng Xiu finished speaking, he went straight into the living room. Not for a while. Inside, there was the angry sound of Mu Shanshan and the crying of two children. What? Tang Zhong, are you crazy? Why do you ask them to take away the little prince and the little glutinous rice? What kind of onion is Gu Jingzhou? And you dog, you'd better put the little prince in the stroller quickly, otherwise. Shanshan. Tang Zhong held Mu Shanshan, who was holding the little glutinous rice, and grinned at Feng Xiu. He said in a hoarse voice with tears on his face and asked them to take the child away. Mu Shanshan was also very angry at this time, and her eyes turned red. She sucked the tip of her nose fiercely and hugged the little glutinous rice in her arms tighter. Angrily, no, they want to take away the little prince and the little glutinous rice, unless they step on my body. Feng Xiu frowned and frowned. Is the young lady too negative in this scene? They just took the young master and the young lady home. She said that she was a corpse or not, which was bad luck. Mu Shanshan was really anxious. From Tangja's birth to the discharge of the two little ones, although it was only a short time of more than 10 days, she and the little ones already had a deep affection. Originally, on the night she went abroad, she thought about the little guy very much. As soon as she came back, she didn't expect that Gu Jingzhou would take them away from the Bo family. How could she be willing? Shanshan, listen to me and let them take the children away. I beg you, okay? Tang Zhong cried so loudly that his whole thin body fell to the ground. Tang Zhong. Seeing that she was weak and collapsed, Mu Shanshan quickly freed up her hand to help her. But she didn't notice that the bodyguard, who was staring at the little glutinous rice in her arms, would suddenly rob the child. Wow, wow, wow. Little glutinous rice suddenly left her godmother's arms and cried directly. When the little prince in Feng Xiu's hand heard his sister crying, he also opened his loud voice and cried heartbreakingly. The little milk sound pierced Tang Zhong's heart like a knife. Little glutinous rice. Mu Shanshan was angry and wanted to snatch the child back, but was hugged by Tang Zhong. Then she roared at Feng Xiu, go, you go. Mu Shanshan also roared, don't leave, don't take the little glutinous rice and the little prince away. Tang Zhong, let go of me, I'm going to snatch the child back. Gu Jingzhou is a dog, and the Gu family is in the Longtan Tiger Cave. If the little glutinous rice and the little prince go in, their bones may be gnawed away. Mu Shanshan roared sharply and burst into tears. Chapter 35 Tang Zheng is out of control, I can't beat Gu Jingzhou. Tang Zhong hugged Mu Shanshan desperately and choked up. I know Shanshan, I know it, but you calm down, okay? I can't beat Guo Jingzhou. I don't want to implice you and Aunt Yi, let alone you because I was suppressed by him, so. You fool. Seeing that she was crying a lot, Mu Shanshan hugged her and patted her on the back. He comforted, if we were afraid of Guo Jingzhou's suppression, we would not have brought you and the child to Bu's house. Tanzhong, don't be afraid, you are not alone now, you have us. Guo Jingzhou is powerful, but the Bo family is not bad. As long as we work hard, he will definitely not be able to take away the child. Tanzhong shook his head, tears kept gushing out of his eyes, and then said a fact that Mu Shanshan had to admit. He is the father of the child. If he really wants to take custody from me, I have no chance of winning. After all, I am not as good as him in terms of ability and strength. Mu Shanshan is completely speechless now. Although she doesn't want to admit it, Guo Jingzhou's bastard is really strong. Not to mention Tang Zheng, who has no family background, even many well-known groups in Beicheng are very afraid of him. After all, that bastard sometimes goes crazy and can swallow up people and companies in 5 minutes. Seeing that Tang Zheng and Mu Shanshan were in the same mood, Feng Xiu left with the crying little prince in his arms. But no one knew how stuffy his heart was when he stepped out of the door of the Bo family, when he heard Tang Zheng's unbearable sobs inside and turned into hysterical howling. Tang Zheng, don't cry. You can't cry when you are still in term. Be careful not to cry. Mu Shanshan forced herself to hold back her tears, and then helped Tang Zheng, who had been hollowed out, to the sofa. Her hand kept sucking the tissue to help her wipe her tears, but the more she wiped, it seemed that it would never end. In the car, the little prince and the little glutinous rice were still crying. The soft little milk sound made Feng Xiu, the big man, couldn't help but feel a little sour. Sure enough, the child can't leave his mother. Look at the young master and the young lady crying, alas. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Guo Jingzhou's phone call came, and Feng Xiu opened the phone to answer. How about it? Have you received the child? Did Tang Zheng make a fuss? The man's voice was as cold as snow, without a trace of warmth, as if he was saying something that had nothing to do with him. Feng Xiu tightened his hand holding his mobile phone, and inexplicably felt a rebellious reply in his heart. Mr. Guo was relieved that we had received the child, but the young lady was crying a lot. Why don't you make a call to coax her? After all, she is in the period of term now, and she is afraid that crying too much is bad for her eyes. Guo Jingzhou sneered coldly and coaxed her. Does she deserve it? And when will her eyes get better? She deserves to be blind. Feng Xiu. Well, he just has to clean up his mouth, doesn't he? Guo's family. Mom, are you really going to send those 2 children? Guo Qianxian frowned and asked. Wen Lan squinted his eyes. Well, he was already on the way, and asked us to take good care of him. What are you taking care of? I don't know how to take care of my children, and such a young child loves to cry, which is very annoying. So did I. Why did you suddenly steal the child? Oh, my god, Mom, I didn't really give Tang Zheng 3 billion yen for 2 children. Guo Tianxian's words woke Wen Lan up in an instant. She almost forgot that Tang Zheng was the one who asked Jingzhou to give her 3 billion yen. And now the child she has taken good care of is suddenly willing to let Feng Xiu bring him back. Needless to say, Jingzhou must have promised her something. Or would a vain woman like her talk so well? The more Wen Lan thought about it, the more wrong it became. She took out her mobile phone and dialed Gu's financial phone number. What? Jingzhou really gave 3 billion yen? Now, the anger in Wen Lan's heart can no longer be controlled. 3 billion? Why is Jingzhou confused? What's more, those 2 children are not worth this money at all, not worth a penny. Zh. Just when Wen Lan almost couldn't suppress the anger in her body, Feng Xiu pushed down the twin stroller. Suddenly, when Lao's eyes were dark and gloomy, and listening to the 2 little guys in the car who were crying so hard, she had an impulse to go up and strangle them fiercely. Crying, how can Tang Zheng's child born by a woman who can't be on the stage worth 3 billion? Humph, I'm afraid it's not worth selling 3 of them. Jingzhou was the same. He didn't tell her about such a big thing, which caught her off guard, and at the same time, she was angry and unwilling. Old lady, Mr. Guo asked me to give you the young master and the young lady. Feng Xiu pushed the stroller to Wen Lan, with a touch of inquiry in his eyes. He didn't know if it was his illusion. He felt that the old lady didn't seem to like the 2 children. Well, Jingzhou just called me. Oh, look at these 2 poor people. Why are they crying so sadly? Are they hungry? Qian, hurry up and take the bottle to make milk powder. Wen Lan knew that Feng Xiu had a pair of elite eyes, but she didn't want to be seen through by him. So he looked at the 2 children in the stroller with a fake smile, with kind words and soft eyes. Then he picked up the little prince who was crying sadly and looked at Feng Shuodao. Go ahead. I will take good care of the child. Although I don't like the Tang Zheng, the child is my Gu family after all, and I won't treat them unfairly. Feng Xiu pursed his lips. It seemed that he thought too much. So after saying goodbye, he left the Guo family directly. However, as soon as he left with his front foot, Wen Lan put the crying little prince into the stroller again with a cold face. By the way, she also glanced coldly at the little glutinous rice, who also opened her mouth and cried, and her face was full of disgust and contempt. Sure enough, it is worthy of Tang Jian's child. At such a young age, you can see that her facial features are very similar to her. It's really the same and extremely annoying. Mom, how to soak the milk powder? How much should I put in it? What about the water temperature? What is the appropriate degree? Guo Qianqian was busy holding the milk bottle. Wen Lan glanced at her and said gloomily, what kind of bubble do you want? It will be okay for him to cry and increase lung capacity. Besides, you can't die of a hungry meal. Qianqian, take a break. Tang Zhong is the same. How can you take care of a child? It's really bad to cry so much. Guo Qianqian was already upset by the crying of the two little guys, and then heard Wen Lao's words. She threw away the bottle in an instant, that is, it has been more than 10 days since they were born. Who can stand crying like this? And according to their way of crying, I'm afraid none of us wants to sleep at night. Mom, why don't you ask someone to take care of it? Seriously, their crying is really annoying and doesn't stop. Wen Lan looked at her with white eyes. Who did she invite? If your brother knew, he would be angry, not to mention that we are still our own grandmothers and aunts. What's wrong with your grandmother and aunt? If we can't coax the children, can't we let them cry like this? The ears will have cocoons. Guo Qianqian pouted and said displeasedly. Wen Lan sneered. It's not easy. Call a servant to look at them. It will be quiet when we go upstairs. Chapter 36. If you want to have a child, follow me to Gu's house. What's the use of crying here at night? As soon as Bo Yechen entered the living room, he smelled something wrong. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. He swept to Bo Hongye and Yi Qilang, who were sitting on the sofa, and said in a low voice, where are they? These include Tang Zhong and Mu Shanshan, as well as two little babies. Bo Hongye sighed heavily. Shanshan and Tang Zhong were upstairs. As for the children, they were picked up by the Guo family. What? After listening to his words, Bo Yechen's handsome eyebrows frowned in an instant. Those two little babies were picked up by the Guo family. He doesn't know when it happened. Turning around, he strode directly upstairs, and his tall and straight figure showed a touch of deterring coldness. The child was picked up by the Guo family. Tang Zhong, is she a pig? How can you tolerate them taking the child away easily? And what's the reason why they take care of their family as two children? Items? Throw it casually when you don't want it, and grab it when you want it. Damn, that stupid woman, he doesn't even know what to say about her. In the room, Tang Zhong, who has no children by his side, seems to have lost his soul and is dead silent. Even those originally clear and bright eyes are like a pearl covered by dust at this moment. There is no luster at all, and it is so gloomy that it is heartbreaking. Tang Zhong, don't do this. Mu Shanshan looked at her silent appearance, and her heart tightened with pain. But she knew that Tang Zhong's heart was 100 times and 1,000 times more painful than her. And she kept her eyes for several hours, but no tears fell, which made Mu Shanshan inexplicably uncomfortable. Shanshan, I'm fine. You go and have a rest. Tang Zhong said in a hoarse voice. But the sourness in her mouth was like a tide, invading her limbs and nowhere to hide. Obviously, the little glutinous rice and the little prince were picked up for less than a few hours, but she felt like a long century had passed, so long that she almost forgot where she was. Guo Jingzhou was also really cruel. After snatching the child, he never called her again, not even a message. Why don't you take a break? It's less than 8 o'clock now. Let me accompany you. Mu Shanshan muttered. But looking at Tang Zhong, who was pale and looked dull, her heart felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She felt that without the little glutinous rice and the little prince, Tang Zhong was like a doll that had lost its vitality. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The fierce Tang Zhong quickly adjusted her mood. She thought it was Yi Qilang who came. After all, she didn't have dinner just now, and she was afraid that she would come to persuade her to eat something again. Tang Zhong, open the door. Bo Yechen's voice sounded, and Tang Zhong and Mu Shanshan were unexpected. The two looked at each other, and their eyes were full of doubts. Now it was past dinner time. Usually at this point, Bo Yechen will not go back to Bo's house at all, but back to his own residence. So now? Here we go. After finishing, Mu Shanshan got up to open the door. Click, after the door opened, Bo Yechen's cold and deep face appeared in front of her. I saw that the man's eyes were deep and his breath was strong. When I felt it carefully, I could still find that he was surrounded by an inexplicable coldness. Where is Tang Zhong? Bo Yechen said in a low voice, and his dark eyes went straight into the room. When Mu Shanshan saw him looking around, she simply opened the door. She was inside. What's wrong? Bo Yechen walked in and saw Tang Zhong's red and swollen eyes and white little face. His handsome eyebrows raised. Get up and follow me. Tang Zhong. Mu Shanshan is fast-mouthed and her face is paralyzed. Tang Zhong is in a bad mood now. Where are you going to take her? Take her to a place that can make her feel good. Bo Yechen said coldly. Mu Shanshan tightened her eyebrows, and her face was stained with anger. When is it now? Don't make fun of Tang Zheng, okay? Bo Yechen ignored Mu Shanshan's words, and his slender legs stepped towards Tang Zheng again, and then lifted the quilt covering her. He said in a stern voice, "Get up, think about the child and follow me to Gu's house. What's the use of crying here? Can the child run to your side by himself? And will Gu Jingzhou feel sorry for you?" Although Bo Yechen's words were hurtful, they were true. However, after listening to him, Tang Zheng's eyes widened. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Bo Yechen said coldly, "It's not only Gu Jingzhou in the world who knows how to rob the child, and I, Bo Yechen, can also. Let's go and snatch the child back now." After saying that, he didn't care whether Tang Zheng was willing or not. He directly pulled her arm and dragged her out. And Mu Shanshan behind, "Wow, why didn't you find such a man with facial paralysis before? Bo Yechen, let me go." "I won't go." After Tang Zheng was suddenly dragged out of the door by him, his thin body kept struggling. Unexpectedly, when Bo Yechen heard her words, his face turned black in an instant, and he said angrily, "Won't you go? Tang Zheng, others don't know who Wen Lan and Guo Qianqian are. Don't you know? Aren't you afraid that your two children will fall into their hands and be gnawed to the bones? Or do you want to see your child's corpse with your own eyes and regret it and blame it again?" I brushed it, and the tears in Tang Zheng's eyes could no longer be controlled. "Yes, Wen Lan and Guo Qianqian don't like her so much, and I'm afraid they won't treat those two children kindly. Who made their mother her? Tang Zheng, listen to him. Let's go and take the child back. Seriously, I don't worry about the little glutinous rice and the little prince in the Gu family." Mu Shanshan opened her mouth to persuade. Tang Zheng suddenly fell to the ground, choked and said helplessly, I can't beat Gu Jingzhou, let alone involve you and Bo. You can't fight, so you are so cowardly that you don't even want to fight, right? If so, that's okay. I didn't say anything just now. But don't worry, for the sake of acquaintance, I will bring back the corpses of the two children for you. Bo Yechen was about to leave after saying that, but Mu Shanshan was anxious. Tang Zheng, don't hesitate. Let's go and bring the child back. What will involve us and Bo Shi? At worst, we and Gu Jingzhou will die together, which is better than little glutinous rice and little prince being abused by Wen Lan and Guo Qinxian. Bo Yechen repaired the knife again. Tang Zheng, you can think clearly. The two children have been born for less than a month. If they really want to kill them. Oh, I'm afraid that even feeding milk powder can choke them out of breath. If this really happens, have you decided where to cry and seek justice? Take another 10,000 steps back. Even if you seek justice, what can you do with Gu Jingzhou's power in the North City? The most important thing is that you not only can't deal with them, but also risk the lives of your two children. Do you really bear it? I'll ask you something now, whether you want to take back the child or not, as long as you say you want to. I can swear to you that no matter what the price is, I will definitely help you take back the child tonight. If you don't want to. Chapter 37 Bo Yechen, I want to take back the child, think, we want to take back the child. Mu Shanshan interrupted Bo Yechen's words and was anxious to reply for Tang Zheng. For the first time, I have a different understanding of Bo Yechen. That is to say, this man is actually not as cold-blooded and ruthless as he seems on the surface, is he? At least compared with Guo Jingzhou, that bastard, she thinks he is much better. Shut up. It's up to you. She has to say it herself. Bo Yechen scolded angrily, only feeling that Mu Shanshan's words were a little harsh. Want to? She didn't even think about it as a mother, and she said something for her. Think, Bo Yechen, I want to take back the child. Suddenly, Tang Zheng's eyes were stained with strongness, and he said resolutely. And she didn't feel the tight hands, and her nails were deep in her palms. The little prince, little glutinous rice, at this moment, she seemed to hear the heart-rending cry of two little guys, and the pain in her heart spread clearly inch by inch. She suddenly felt that Bo Yechen was too right. If she couldn't fight, would she be cowardly? Watching the two children being killed by Wen Lan and others, did she know that she regretted and blamed herself? But if it really comes to that time, what's the point of her regret and self-blame? People can't be resurrected after death. If the two little guys really have an accident. No, Tang Zheng didn't dare to think about the terrible consequences at all. Then why are you still in a daze? Follow me. As soon as Bo Yechen's cold voice fell, his tall body had already walked to the entrance of the stairs. Later, Mu Shanshan quickly followed Tang Zheng, and she was so excited that she almost screamed, and she didn't look sad at all. The first floor. Yi Qilan and Bo Hongye watched the three of them come down and went straight out. Busy question, what are you going to do? Mu Shanshan changed her sad face just now, and then playfully said to Yi Qilan and Bo Hongye, Mom, Uncle Bo, let's go to the Gu family to snatch back the little glutinous rice and the little prince. After saying that, a few people went straight out. Yi Qilan, who was frozen in place behind, froze for a long time before she realized. It was time to snatch the child back. That bastard Guo Jingzhou is really. The child has only been born for a few days. How could he let them leave Tang Zheng? Bo Hongye patted her on the back and suddenly thought of something. He quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed Boyeche's phone. He took some people to take care of the house. No matter what, he must snatch the child back. As soon as Boyechen started the car, he said good in a low voice and hung up the phone. Just bring some people there. Oh, Guo Jingzhou, that scumbag, took 30 bodyguards to the Bo family to rob people in the afternoon while they were not there, and now, he replied 3 times to him. So, after he made a phone call, the streets of the North City flocked to the Guo family in an instant. Wen Lan and Guo Qianqian didn't know that the danger was coming yet. They were shopping for luxury goods upstairs. Where is the first floor? The 2 little guys who had been hungry all afternoon had already cried so much that their throats were hoarse, and their uncomfortable buttocks were even colder. The servant glanced indifferently. Seeing that they were still crying endlessly, he simply hid in the room and swiped his mobile phone. Anyway, my wife said that she couldn't die of hunger. Besides, she really didn't want to take care of such a young child, which was annoying. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Time passed minute by minute, and it was already dark outside. In the living room on the first floor, the 2 little babies in the stroller cried so much that their lips and small bodies trembled. Just listening to the sound is very worrying, let alone seeing them cry with their own eyes. When Boyechin and others broke in, they heard the 2 little guys crying pitifully in the living room. Suddenly, Tang Zhang's heart tightened and rushed over quickly, with a choked cry on his lips, "Little glutinous rice, little prince." Damn, Feng Xiu didn't say that even if Wen Lan didn't like her, the child was Gu Jingzhou's, and she would take good care of her. But now, what's the matter with the crying of the 2 little guys? Mu Shanshan and Boyechen are second only to Tang Zheng in the living room. However, when they saw the huge living room, no one took care of the 2 crying babies, they were instantly angry. In particular, Mu Shanshan had a violent temper. She picked up a shelf on the side and was about to smash the TV, but Boyechen stopped her in a stern voice. Put it down. What should she do if she scares the child? Mu Shanshan's eyes were red by him, but not because he scolded her, but because he heard the hoarse cry of the little prince. Suddenly, she strode over and held the little guy in her arms. Her voice was gentle and gentle. The little prince was good and didn't cry. The godmother was here. As she said, the tears in her eyes couldn't help rolling down. And on the other side, Tang Zhong, who was holding the little glutinous rice and trembling, his cheeks had already been soaked with cold tears. She hugged the little girl tightly with her hands, and the suppressed and dull sobs suddenly sounded faintly in the living room. With her whole body and mental despair and hysteria, seeing that she was crying fiercely, Boyechen didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. But the dark eyes narrowed fiercely, and the big palm hanging on the side of the body was secretly clenched into fists. The people of the Guo family are really dogs. Unexpectedly, the 2 children. Xiao, young lady. Oh, my god, the servant heard the movement outside and rushed out. She thought it was Wenlan and the others who came down. I wonder if it's time to feed the children. After all, they haven't eaten all afternoon. But she didn't expect that it was Tang Zheng who appeared, and she suddenly panicked. I'm going to call Mrs. and Miss. After saying that, the servant quickly ran upstairs. What? Is Tang Zheng here? Upstairs, Wen La's voice was gloomy and cold when she heard the servant's words. Damn it, Jingzhou has given her 3 billion yuan. How can she still have the face? Is it possible that she is too little and still wants to knock on the money? Not only the young lady, but also the young master Bo and Miss Mu came. Now, they are holding the young master and the young lady. The servant said tremblingly. Guo Qianqian's eyes suddenly lit up, and she was even more excited and happy. Is Bo Xiao here? Mom, let's go down and have a look. She urged in a hurry. Wen Lan sneered that it was time to go down. I wanted to see what Tang Zheng wanted to do. After saying that, the mother and daughter went downstairs. Wow, wow, wow. In the living room, the little prince in Mu Shansha's hand was almost coaxed, but the little glutinous rice still flattened his mouth and cried, and the tears pierced deeply into Tang Zheng's heart like a knife. She took out a handkerchief to carefully wipe the little girl's tears, and coaxed her softly. Seeing that she couldn't seem to coax the little girl, Boyechen stepped forward and let me do it. After saying that, he reached out to hold the little glutinous rice, but he didn't pay attention. His warm and dry palm touched Tang Zheng's cold cheeks soaked in tears. Suddenly, his heart tightened inexplicably, and his breathing was stiff. And the heart, which has always been undulating, seems to beat very fast at this moment. On the other hand, Tang Zheng is not in this episode at all. In her wet eyes, there is only a little girl crying into tears, and her eyes are full of heartache. Chapter 38 Boyechen asked Tang Zheng, will he retreat? Tang Zheng felt that Boyechen was the savior of the little glutinous rice. Just like at this moment, the little girl she couldn't coax couldn't stop crying when she got into Boyechen's hands. It's just that the soft and glutinous humming sound is still heartbreaking. Tang Zheng. Suddenly, Wen La's sharp voice came from the stairs. Suddenly, the 3 people below looked up. Tang Zheng's eyes were full of hatred, and Mu Shansha's eyes were full of anger. And when Boyeche's cold and dark eyes swept up, Gu Qianqian felt that her heart was about to stop. His face couldn't help but turn red. Although his eyes looked especially cold at this time, he looked at her. You take the child away, and leave the rest to me. The low male voice said from Bo Yechen's mouth, and Wenlan frowned in an instant. Walking up to several people, her delicate face was a little sharp and sour. Bo Shao, the child is my family, and please don't interfere. And you, Tang Jun, this is a family affair. Why did you trouble Bo Shao and Miss Mu to come over? If you have anything to say, can't our family sit down and make it clear? It's Tang Zhong. The child belongs to my brother and should be at Gu's house. As Gu Qianqian said, she looked greedily at Bo Yechen, who was handsome and extraordinary. Those eyes almost flooded the whole living room. The child of the Gu family. Tang Zhong laughed when he heard Wen Lan's words, and the moisture in his eyes had not completely dissipated. Then she asked her coldly, if you really think they are children of the Gu family, will you make them cry here all afternoon? You won't even change a diaper for them? Will they let their voices cry hoarsely? Wen Lan, Gu Jingzhou's ruthless and cold temperament really follows you, which is cruel, cold and selfish. I know you don't like me, but the children are innocent, not to mention that they still have the blood of your Gu family. Why are you so cruel to them? Free Tangjung, can you call my name directly? And what's wrong with the child? Did something happen? It's just that I cried for a while. Look at your heartache. Wen Lan squinted and looked at Tang Zhong angrily, with indignation in her eyes. Damn it, she, a fatherless and motherless woman who can't be on the stage, dares to call her name directly. How can it be so reasonable? Mu Shanshan couldn't stand it. Old demon woman, are you blind? Look at the crying and swollen eyes of the little glutinous rice and the little prince. Are they crying for a while? And can't you hear their hoarse voices? It's true that your Gu family is a dog. Gu Jingzhou's dog can only bring people to rob children, and you old demon woman can only abuse children. If you have the ability, you can come to us. What's the point of abusing 2 children under 1 month? It's really a scumbag. Both males and females are beasts. Mu Shanshan was really angry this time, so it was also very unpleasant to speak, and for Wen Lao, a noble woman from a rich family who has always been gentle and dignified, naturally, could not accept her rude words. She was so angry that she blushed and pointed at Mu Shanshan, but she couldn't curse a word. Bitch, you, how dare you say that about our family? For a long time, Wen Lang, who blushed with anger, said angrily. How many people look up to the Gu family, the richest man in Beicheng, but they didn't expect to be described by Mu Shanshan as a dog kennel, and they were also described as male dogs and female dogs. Mrs. Gu, it seems that the cultivation of the Gu family is nothing more than that. Bo Yechen spoke coldly, and his sharp and deep eyes shot at Wen Lang. Wen Lang's back was chilled by him for a while. She only felt that the man's eyes were too terrible. Tang Zhong, let's go. After Bo Yechen swept Wen Lang with cold eyes, he hugged the little glutinous rice and turned around to leave. Gu Qianqian suddenly rushed to him, with her hands crossed, and her little face was shy and angry. Bo Shao, you can't take the children away. They belong to my brother. Mom, stop them quickly. Gu Qianqian is willing to let them take the child away. At least the child is at Gu's house, and maybe she still has a chance to see him. If the child is taken away, she will have no chance to see him again. Wen Lan was also angry. Tang Zhong, don't think that I didn't know that Jingzhou had transferred 3 billion yuan to you. Now that the money has been collected, how can you still have the face to take the child away? Do you want to blackmail Jingzhou because you are too young? Damn yes, you don't pee and look at your virtues. 3 billion is my greatest tolerance for you. If you still dare to blackmail Jingzhou with 2 children, see if I won't tear you apart. Get out of the way. Bo Yechen ignored the sound of Wen Lang gnashing his teeth behind him. He just looked at Gu Qianqian, who was blocking the way, coldly, and said in a low voice. Gu Qianqian's heart beat faster when she was stared at by him, and her eyes almost pressed on her body. Seeing this, Wen Lang quickly shouted sharply to the bodyguard outside, come on, grab the young master and the young lady back for me. Suddenly, 7 or 8 bodyguards suddenly poured in from outside and surrounded Tang Zhong and others. Wow, wow, wow. The little glutinous rice in Bo Yechen's arms seemed to feel that the atmosphere was wrong, and the crying that had been stopped with difficulty sounded again. He looked down at Tang Zhong next to him and asked in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Will he retreat? Tang Zhong understood what he meant and shook his head resolutely. She may have hesitated before. After all, Gu Jingzhou is the father of the child, and she can't fight him. But now, looking at Wen La's almost twisted and ferocious face, she is very sure that even if she really cowardly leaves the child in the Gu family, she will not treat the 2 children well. In this case, why doesn't she fight with Gu Jingzhou? Even if she can't fight, she can't admit defeat because it is related to the future life growth of little glutinous rice and little prince. Okay. After Bo Yechen finished speaking, he carefully handed the little glutinous rice to her. And he began to roll up his sleeves slowly and logically. His movements seemed to be elegant and reserved, but inexplicably there was a coldness. Stand in a safe place. And you, take good care of the child. After rolling up his sleeves, Bo Yechen whispered to Tang Zheng, and then looked at the curtain Shanshan and said the following words. Mu Shanshan quickly retreated to a safe place with Tang Zheng, and her eyes were more wary of the people and things around her. Because of the shadow of the bodyguard helping Tang Zheng to rob the child while she didn't pay attention during the day. She held the little prince's hand particularly tightly, for fear that she would make the same mistake again if she didn't pay attention. Tang Zheng, step back a little more, his face seems to be dry. Mu Shanshan said softly. Tang Zheng frowned. Indeed, Bo Yechen is now full of intimidation. Even a fool can see what he is going to do. Wen Lan was angry when she saw that several bodyguards didn't move for a long time. Why did she grab the child for me? She twisted her face and looked at Tang Zheng, who was protected by Bo Yechen, with a cold and fierce light in her eyes. Damn it, she really underestimated Tang Zheng. She didn't expect Bo Yechen to stand up for her. Otherwise, an orphan like her, I'm afraid she can pinch her to death with her eyes closed. Chapter 39. Bo Yechen actually calls himself Uncle Little Glutinous Rice. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fighting in the living room sounded as scheduled, and the reason why the 90 bodyguards outside were not allowed in was that they didn't want the Gu family to catch the handle and said that they broke into people's houses and bullied the less. But now it's different. It was the Gu family's bodyguard who did it first, and it was also the Gu family's bodyguard who bullied the less, so the 90 bodyguards who received instructions outside the door rushed into the Gu family in an instant. Suddenly, the Gu family's courtyard was surrounded by a sea of 90 bodyguards, and they all looked fierce and evil, which was very scary. Gu Tianqian panicked and pulled Wen Lan's arm, and her voice was shaking. Mom, they came over. Wen Lan scolded, what are you afraid of? Do they still dare to attack us? Although she was also flustered, she still pretended to be calm and didn't show any fear. And she knew that even if Bo Yechen brought so many people to take care of his family, he did not dare to let them do anything to himself, otherwise it would not be as simple as a family dispute. It's just that she underestimated Bo Yechen's deep and dark thoughts. Yes, he really didn't know what these people would do to the two women, but Wen Lan didn't see clearly how the man in front of her suddenly rushed to her. Unexpectedly, she was firmly crushed by him. For a moment, her face was full of anger and ferociousness. Yes, I'm sorry, madam. The bodyguard who was kicked away by Bo Yechen was also embarrassed to have nowhere to hide. He was ready to fall heavily to the ground, but unexpectedly, he also pressed the soft and fragrant jade body. Wow, damn it, so handsome. Mu Shanshan looked at Wen Lan's face of being overwhelmed by the bodyguard, and then remembered Bo Yechen's outrageous footing method just now, and couldn't help but make a voice of excitement. She dared to guarantee that he must have kicked the bodyguard at Wen Lan on purpose. This. Ha ha ha. Get up, get out of here. Wen Lan scolded the stiff bodyguard angrily, and her face had already been as red as a tomato. And the other bodyguards next to him looked at Wen Lan, who was overwhelmed by his companions, and all opened their eyes wide in a daze. In particular, Wen Lan's torn neckline is not too bloody. Bo Yechen hooked his lips coldly and looked at Wen Lan, who was embarrassed, hurriedly pulling his collar. Only then did the dark light flash in his eyes. Why are you still in a daze? It's time to go back. After talking to Tang Zheng and Mu Shanshan in a low voice, he also took the initiative to take the little glutinous rice from Tang Zheng's arms. The little girl seemed to be a little scared, and her crying had never been interrupted. Her aggrieved little mouth was even more cute and cute. Looking at Bo Yechen's heart was so soft. He thought that this little girl must be a very delicate little baby when she grows up. Okay, little girl, don't cry. Uncle will take you home. Bo Yechen softly coaxed the little glutinous rice and walked out. Tang Zheng and Mu Shanshan followed him, which seemed to be slashed by thunder. Especially Mu Shanshan, her two eyes can't wait to stare at the back of the man in front of her. Uncle. He actually calls himself Uncle Little Glutinous Rice. Bo Yechen noticed the sight projected by Mu Shanshan and Tang Zheng, but he ignored it. Instead, to the rows of respectful and neat bodyguards in the yard, he said in a light voice that everything was smashed, it was mine. After saying that, he went straight out of the Gu family. Later, a burst of ping-pong smashing sound in the Gu family almost shocked people's eardrums. And mixed with the sound of those things being smashed to the ground, Gu Qianqian's cry, and Wen Langyu's angry roar. But 90 bodyguards, let alone smashing things, even the sound of footsteps can completely drown out the voices of their mothers. The servant was also so scared that he didn't dare to come out, but a maid hiding in the dark was suddenly picked up by a bodyguard. Then, the man turned on the recording function of the mobile phone and said in a spheron voice, saying all the experience after the two children reviewed the house, and dared to miss half a word, hum. Although the man didn't say the result, the cold hum in his nose had already scared the servant so much that his body trembled and his face turned pale. So, she said tremblingly. After Feng Fa's special help left the child, the wife and young lady did not hold them again. Moreover, they also said that they couldn't die of a hungry meal. They didn't allow us to make milk powder for the young master and the young lady to eat, and asked us not to change diapers for them. What's more, no one is allowed to touch or care about them. Even they cried and vomited milk. The wife also said it was normal and said that the children came like this. He also said that the two of them, like the young lady, were both bitches. They were upset and felt that their crying was annoying. They had not come down upstairs all afternoon. Fuck. The bodyguard who finished recording with his mobile phone couldn't help but say a dirty word. I don't blame him for being rude. It's really the servants' words that make people angry. What's the matter? They were just two children about half a month old. I didn't expect that Mrs. Gore was really cold-blooded and ruthless. Sure enough, the hearts of the noble women of the rich family are so vicious that even their own grandchildren can be so cruel. No wonder Bo Xiao will help Miss Tang take back the two children at all costs. Fortunately, the two children did not fall into the hands of Mrs. Gore, the poisonous woman, otherwise I'm afraid I won't see the sun tomorrow. Abroad. Guo Jingzhou received a call from Guo Qianqian, brother, come back quickly, okay? Our house was smashed, everything was smashed, and my mother was also injured. I was also scared. As soon as the phone was connected, Guo Qianqian's heartbreaking voice came into Guo Jingzhou's ear. Suddenly, his heart stagnated, and he asked, Qianqian, what happened? Speak slowly. Guo Jingzhou knew his sister. She was spoiled by Wen Len to be a little spoiled and wayward, and her temper was always competitive. She must be rewarded. Not to mention that she cried, it would be good if she didn't make others cry. And now she is crying so sadly, something must have happened. It was Tang Jung. She asked Bo Xiao to bring someone to smash our house, and also robbed two children. What did you say? Guo Jingzhou heard her words clearly, and his handsome face became gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bo Yechen led people to smash the Guo family, which made him angry. Unexpectedly, they took the child back again. Does Tang Jung really dare to come to rob the child? Okay, good, it seems that she wants to fight with him to the end. However, why does she think she has the ability to fight with him? Is it just because of her ridiculous and stupid relationship with the Bo family? Hanging up the phone, he quickly turned out Tang Jun's number, and when he was about to dial it, Mr. Gore in bed suddenly opened his eyes slowly. Suddenly, he put down his mobile phone and said in a low voice, Grandpa, you are awake. Then he rang the bed bell eagerly. Chapter 40, listen to Grandpa's advice and learn more about Tang Jung. Grandpa, how are you? Are you? Guo Jingzhou looked at Mr. Gu, who was pale and weak after a series of examinations, and his handsome face was full of worry. Fortunately, it was a false alarm, otherwise the old man would have an accident and he really didn't know what to do. Jingzhou, why didn't you tell me that such a big thing happened at home? How long did you want to hide it from me? The old man ignored Guo Jingzhou's worried voice and looked directly at him and said sternly. Suddenly, Guo Jingzhou stiffened and then whispered, Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Don't pretend to me. Let me ask you, are you divorcing the Tang Jung girl, and did the girl live in the Bo family? Also, what were you doing on the night she was married? Mr. Guo's resonant voice suddenly sounded in the large ward. Guo Jingzhou's eyes narrowed. Damn it, who told the old man about these things? What's the matter? Are you still going to hide it from me? When the old man saw that he squeezed his lips and didn't open his mouth, he was angry. His mood, which had finally calmed down, was even more ups and downs. Guo Jingzhou saw that he was slowly excited again, and then he said, Grandpa, don't get excited. How can I not be excited? You boy bullied Tang Jung like this while I was sick. Why can I? Cough cough. Grandpa. Guo Jingzhou saw the old man coughing and patted him on the back to comfort him. Then he said in a low voice, don't be excited, I'll tell you. Yes, Tang Jung has been making trouble with me recently, and she did mention divorce, but those are all her angry words. Don't worry, no matter what, now we have children, we won't go that far. There is also the matter of the Bo family. You know Mu Shanshan. She returned to China. Coincidentally, it happened that Tang Jung came back on the day of giving birth. That night, I didn't receive Tang Jung's call because of something, so she was taking care of her. Later, Tang Jung and her children lived in Bo's house with her. Really? Then tell me, what important thing did you not receive her call on the night she was giving birth? Mr. Gore squinted and asked, and his face was stained with disappointment with Guo Jingzhou. Guo Jingzhou was slightly stunned. To be honest, he didn't want to tell the old man about the night Tang Zhou's birth. It was not that he was afraid that he would misunderstand something, but that he was worried that the old man would faint emotionally after knowing that he was with Ling Jiro. After all, he has always opposed his private meeting with Ling Jiro, especially after marrying Tang Jung. If you don't say it, I'll say it for you, because you had a candlelight dinner with the girl of Ling's family that night, right? However, Jingzhou, Grandpa really didn't expect you to do such a bastard. Seeing that Tang Zhou's daughter is about to give birth, you don't have to arrange a close person to take care of her, but you still have a private meeting with the girl of the Ling family behind her back. The old man sighed and shook his head repeatedly, his face was full of disappointment, but it stung Guo Jingzhou's heart. He frowned and explained, Grandpa, things are not what you think. I didn't have a private meeting with Ling Jiro. Let alone ask someone to take care of Tang Jung, but you know her. Guo Jingzhou paused for a moment when he said this. His handsome and heroic face thought of the boxes of instant noodles in Dijing Villa before, and his face was a little dark and terrible. Did he not ask someone to take good care of her? It was obviously her own practice. No, she not only practiced herself, but also practiced his Guo Jingzhou's child. What about her? You have to make it clear to me. When Mr. Guo saw that he paused, he asked excitedly. Guo Jingzhou saw that he was asking tightly, so he slowly opened his mouth. Since she was pregnant, I have hired a nanny to take care of her. But what about her pretentiousness? She either thinks that the food cooked by others is not delicious, or she is trying to find others everywhere. What's more, during her pregnancy, she kept eating junk food on my back and didn't let the nanny tell me. And in her room, boxes of instant noodles were also moved into it. Grandpa, do you think she is a person who wants to live with me? And is there any mother who abuses her children like this? Forget about practicing herself, she also practices the children of my Guo family. As for the junk food such as instant noodles takeaway, has she ever thought about how much impact it will affect the child? What? Mr. Guo was also stunned after listening to his words, and then something soon surged in his eyes. Instant noodles takeaway? Practice yourself and your children. Oh, he doesn't believe that Miss Tang Zheng is such a person. Grandpa, you also think she is too much, don't you? She. Jingzhou, who told you these words? Did the girl Tang Zheng say it herself, or the nanny? Guo Jingzhou's face sank, and his tone was a little unhappy. Naturally, she was a nanny. Does she, Tang Zheng, dare to say this to me? Now Mr. Gu's mouth overflowed with a smile that was more ugly than crying. It turned out that you would rather believe the words of a nanny than the Tang Zheng girl. Okay, very good. Guo Jingzhou frowned. Grandpa, the nanny didn't dare to lie to me with the salary I paid. The old man snorted coldly and didn't have the courage to lie to you. Who do you think you are? Hell King of Hell. If you cheat, you will die violently. Ridiculous. And did you meet Miss Tang Zheng on the first day? Since it's not, why do you want to tell you through other people's mouths? 3 years, you and Tang Zheng have been together for 3 years, not 3 days, but you are as stupid as a stranger. You believe whatever the nanny says. Have you asked Tang Zheng again? In addition, Miss Tang Zheng grew up in an orphanage. She knows what instant noodles taste like better than anyone else. She has even experienced dry swallowing, but now you tell me to move boxes of instant noodles in her room. The old man sighed deeply and said, Jingzhou, do you remember the first time I brought that girl to you when her eyes were red? Do you know why her eyes are red? Do you know why there are so many girls in the orphanage, but I chose her? Because the girl's words reminded me of the past and made me completely break the defense, that is, she said that she would never want to eat instant noodles again. Guo Jingzhou's body was slightly stiff, not because maybe he misunderstood Tang Zheng, but he knew that the old man had a deep story in his heart, and that story was related to instant noodles. But what, the old man never told them. Jingzhou, listen to Grandpa's advice and use your eyes to understand the Tang Zheng girl more carefully. Don't always look at her with colored glasses because of her background, and don't blindly hurt her heart completely. She didn't do anything wrong with her, but our Guo family's fault. If you marry her but can't give her a happy life, I won't talk about your parents and sister. But you are her husband. If even you, like them, always put that girl at the end and treat her as an outsider everywhere. One day, she and the Guo family, and you will be really strangers. Chapter 41. He crushed all of Tang Zheng's expectations, and the next day, on the helicopter, Guo Jingzhou is speechless. The word describes my mood, and the old man's sentence, which is like a stranger, flashed back and forth in my mind, and my heart suddenly hurt a little. Is it like a stranger? Is he really willing to go that far with Tang Zheng? The answer is naturally, not, otherwise his pounding heart would not be so uncomfortable, would it? And he never thought that the person who fainted his grandfather would be Ling Jiro. If he hadn't been on the plane, he would have made a phone call to question. In addition, the last words that Grandpa said to drive him out of the ward made him panic inexplicably. That is, Jingzhou promised Grandpa to be kind to the Tang Zheng girl. Kindness? Isn't he kind enough to her? No, he thought that he had been kind enough to Tang Zheng. It was she who challenged his bottom line again and again without knowing it, and still did it against him. Dijing Villa. When the nanny saw Guo Jingzhou's cold face appear, she was so scared that she lowered her legs on the coffee table in an instant. The snacks in your hand are like hot potatoes. It's neither put in it nor not put it in. Guo, Mr. Guo, oh, my god, she never dreamed that Guo Jingzhou would appear in Dijing Villa at this time. A face has already lost its complexion, because the messy part of the living room and coffee table has made her see what happened. Guo Jingzhou didn't say anything, and his gloomy and sharp black eyes just swept over the messy living room coldly. He began to rage inch by inch and opened his mouth. He asked, is the young lady back? The nanny trembled with fear. No, no. Explain the living room and the coffee table. Guo Jingzhou's cold voice has no temperature. The nanny's eyes were hot at this time, and she directly knelt down and begged for mercy. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Guo, please give me another chance. I'll clean up right away. Accustomed to the comfortable life in this billion-dollar mansion, the nanny almost regarded herself as the hostess here. Especially now that Tang Jung is not here, Guo Jingzhou rarely returns. She is as happy as a fairy. This is why she behaves more and more recklessly, just like the messy garbage and confetti now. If it hadn't been for what Guo Jingzhou had seen with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed his mansion worth hundreds of millions. And in the presence of a nanny, it will be like a dog's nest. Let me ask you, whether the snacks on the coffee table at the beginning were eaten by the young lady or by you, and those instant noodles. You'd better tell me the truth. The cold and deep voice doesn't need to be too deliberate, but it shows the oppression that makes people breathless. The nanny was paralyzed. How dare she force herself to argue? She lowered her head and trembled. Yes, it's me. It's all my food. No, but instant noodles are really eaten by her wife. She didn't lie to Guo Jingzhou about this, because she often doesn't buy vegetables and kitchen supplies. Tang Jung just wants to do nothing, so she can only eat instant noodles to satisfy her hunger. After all, she was still pregnant with 2 children at that time, and her body was already bulky, so she couldn't go out to eat every day. And Guo Jingzhou doesn't know about these. He always thought that after he paid a high price to hire a nanny, Tang Jung could be well taken care of, but he didn't expect. How dare you lie to me? Guo Jingzhou roared harshly, and the nanny's tears came out directly. Choking and sobbing, really, Mr. Guo, I didn't lie to you. The instant noodles in the young lady's room are really eaten by her. Guo Jingzhou looked at the nanny who was scared and trembled, suppressing the obscure anger in his heart. Dao, I'll give you one last chance. Why does the young lady eat instant noodles every day? Guo Jingzhou learned from Mr. Guo that Tang Jung hated eating instant noodles, so he knew that things were not so simple, and the truth was in the nanny in front of him. However, he didn't dare to think deeply about some terrible things, because he was also afraid that he had misunderstood Tang Jung. Yes, because I didn't cook for the young lady, and then she had no choice but to eat instant noodles when she was hungry. However, Mr. Guo, except for not cooking for the young lady, I really haven't done anything else to hurt her. At most, I left some cleaning for her to do. The nanny knew that there were some things that could no longer be hidden, so she shook her lips and opened her mouth. But she didn't know how shocked Guo Jingzhou was by her words. She doesn't cook for Tang Jung? Damn it, the nanny he hired for tens of thousands of yen turned out to be an ancestor. She not only didn't cook for Tang Jung, but also let her clean the villa in the late stage of pregnancy. What about her? It's extremely comfortable to raise your legs more wantonly than the master. It was difficult for Guo Jingzhou to say what he felt like at this time. Tang Jung's gloomy face flashed in front of him holding an instant noodle box. He found that his heart actually hurt. That stupid woman is really stupid. The nanny is so lazy. Why didn't she tell him? Why don't you sue him? But he forgot that it was not that Tang Jung didn't tell him, but that he never answered and would not answer when she called him. Over time, he crushed all Tang Jung's expectations. With the wind, she no longer had any hope. Mr. Guo, get out of here. The cold and angry voice didn't wait for the nanny to finish speaking, but directly roared coldly. The nanny got up, looked at his cold face like Satan, and wanted to ask about his monthly salary. But when her eyes met his gloomy eyes, she didn't dare to say a word. She turned around and left the living room in embarrassment. After she left, the messy living room was still messy and difficult to step on. But Guo Jingzhou's tall figure suddenly sat down weakly on the sofa, and his deep black eyes flashed a dark cold color. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, his mobile phone rang. When he picked it up, it was Ling Jiro, and his eyes became more gloomy. Hey, Jingzhou, my mother asked you, Aunt Wen and Qianxian to come to my house for dinner. Have you met Grandpa? Guo Jingzhou's voice was so low that he couldn't hear much emotion. Ling Jiro smiled and said, well, yes, there happened to be a promotional film to be filmed there 2 days ago, so I went to see Grandpa by the way. Ling Jiro's voice sounded extremely harmless and had no guilty at all, as if the old man's fainting had nothing to do with her. Guo Jingzhou frowned, so what did you say to him? This. Jingzhou, can I not say it? Ling Jiro said softly. Guo Jingzhou didn't say anything, but even through the mobile phone screen, Ling Jiro could still feel his powerful deterrence. She pursed her lips and pretended to sigh helplessly. Well, Jingzhou, let me tell you, it was Grandpa who kept asking me about the situation between you and Tang Jung, so I told you about your recent divorce and her living in the Bo family. The old man was very sad after listening to it and asked me to persuade you when I had time. He also said that Tang Jung was a good girl and you must cherish her. Ling Jiro cleverly brought the topic out, but Guo Jingzhou blocked her retreat and said gently, right? Grandpa fainted. What? Grandpa fainted? Ling Jiro was shocked and stunned, and his tone was extremely harmless. It was as if she really didn't know about the old man's fainting. Chapter 42 She and I haven't filed for a divorce yet. Pay attention to the wording. Jingzhou, really, I really didn't know about Grandpa's fainting. Obviously, he was fine when I left. Ling Jiro was so anxious that she was about to cry. The sound of sobbing made her extremely harmless. Guo Jingzhou pinched his painful eyebrows. To be honest, he hated women crying and felt annoyed. Seeing that there was no sound from his side, Ling Jiro narrowed her eyes, and her choking voice was a little heavier. He said softly, "Really, Jingzhou, I don't know why Grandpa said that, but I really didn't want to anger him, let alone harm him. I know that he has always disliked me and is prejudiced against me, but he can't slander me like this. What's more, I told him everything he asked. Why did he do this? Could it be that it was because you didn't answer the phone call when you were having dinner with me on the night of Tang Zhang's birth?" Ling Jiro cried directly as she said. Guo Jingzhou, who was on the other end of the phone, was a little upset. "All right, Jiro, don't cry." "How can I not cry, Grandpa? I believe you are. As for his old man, he is old and in poor health, you should take care of him more." I can't hear too much emotion in a low voice. But Ling Jiro raised the corners of her mouth because she knew that the old man's incident had finally been exposed. Fortunately, the old man hated her so much, otherwise she couldn't deceive Guo Jingzhou so easily. "Thank you, Jingzhou. Will you bring Aunt Wen and Qianxian to dinner tonight? Let's talk about it again." Guo Jingzhou was not in the mood to eat at this time, but because of Wen Lai's relationship with her mother, he did not veto it. When Ling Jiro heard his absent-minded answer, she squeezed her lips and didn't push too tightly. After saying a few more polite words, she hung up the phone. Even if she is not with Guo Jingzhou now, she still feels his bad mood. In this case, she'd better not bother him, lest she accidentally say the wrong thing to annoy him. The phone was hung up, and Guo Jingzhou's dark eyes glanced at the messy living room again, and his temples hurt for a while. Suddenly, he remembered the situation when he came back to Tang Zheng's room last time. At that time, he said, why the messy living room and her room turned out to be a heaven and a ground. Unexpectedly. Inexplicably, his chest felt a little stuffy and uncomfortable. Tang Zheng? Did he misunderstand her? Evening. As the sun set, a layer of hazy golden light fell outside the window, golden, like a layer of gold on the ground, dazzling. Guo Jingzhou opened his eyes. Because he had just woken up, his blood-stained eyes were a little uncomfortable with the strong light and narrowed slightly. When he raised his eyes and looked at the still messy living room, his handsome face instantly sank. Take out your mobile phone and dial the repair phone, and ask someone to come to Dijing Villa to clean it. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. But Feng Qiu, who received his call, looked stunned. What did Mr. Guo just say? Ask someone to go to Dijing Villa to clean. What do you clean? Besides, isn't there a nanny there? But even if Feng Qiu had doubts in his heart, he did not dare to call back to confirm what Guo Jingzhou had just said. He could only honestly arrange for people to go to Dijing Villa immediately. Zh. When Guo Jingzhou was about to get up and walk out, there was a sudden sound of brakes in the yard. Then there was Guo Qianxian's cheerful voice. Brother, Sister Jiro asked me to pick you up and go to her house for dinner. When Ling Jiro called her just now, she didn't believe that Guo Jingzhou had come back. She thought that if Guo Jingzhou really came back, why not review the house first? He knew that it had been smashed by Boyechen, and when she called him at that time, he was scared to tears. Guo Jingzhou glanced at her indifferently, and then said, you go with your mother. I have something to do. Guo Xianxian frowned. What's the matter? Guo Jingzhou seemed to be dissatisfied with her excessive questioning, and his cold eyes swept straight to her, with the oppressive power of those who had been on the top for a long time. Guo Qianxian was stared at by him, and what she wanted to say later was instantly stuck in her throat. Mr. Guo, coincidentally, Feng Xiu brought a temporary housekeeper over. Go in and clean everything inside and outside, including the second floor. Guo Jingzhou ordered in a light voice. Feng Xiu nodded, and then took the housekeeper to walk inside. However, when he entered the living room and looked at the mess on the coffee table and sofa worth tens of millions, he suddenly took a deep breath and rubbed his eyes. I thought to himself, he must have read it wrong, right? Otherwise, why is Mr. Guo's villa worth hundreds of millions like a dog's nest? Brother, my god, why are you so messy here? Is it made by Tang Zheng again? That bitch, not to mention smashing Gu's house with Bo Shao, even smashed Dijing Villa. Is she crazy? Guo Qianxian looked up and saw the chaos inside, and anger appeared on her face in an instant. Feng Qiu felt that the amount of information he heard was a little big, and asked in surprise, Miss Guo, what ruined Gu's house, young lady? Don't call that bitch young lady, she doesn't deserve it. Guo Qianxian said angrily. Guo Jingzhou couldn't listen any longer and said directly, Qianxian, I haven't filed a divorce with her yet, pay attention to the wording. Guo Jingzhou himself didn't know why. He was particularly uncomfortable listening to the word bitch in her mouth, and even had the impulse to slap her. Yes, Tang Zheng really didn't please him, but after all, she is his wife. As the saying goes, one glory, one loss. Others shut up and scold Tang Zheng as a bitch, and he, Guo Jingzhou, may not be good looking, right? Brother, it's this time. Are you still protecting her? Do you know how arrogant she was when she and Bo Shao came over yesterday? He not only robbed the children, but also smashed everything in our yard, and also intimidated the servants at home, saying that they dared to chew their tongues, so they pulled out their tongues. Brother, she obviously didn't pay attention to you, let alone regard the Gu family as her home, otherwise she would not have watched the yard being smashed without a sound to stop it, and her mother. Gu Qianqian was so angry that her whole face was twisted, and she almost blurted out that Wen Len was pressed by the bodyguard, but she held back in the end. After listening to her words, Feng Xiu's face was shocked and incredible. What? The young master and the young lady were robbed back by the young lady? Gu Qianqian stared at him with white eyes. Yin and Yang, strange. Yes, you sent the child here yesterday afternoon, and they brought someone to Gu's house at night. And he also surrounded the house with nearly 100 bodyguards. That situation was to tear us apart. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, I really don't know about this. Feng Xiu's back was a little cold at this time. Seriously, he didn't expect Tang Zheng to go to the Gu family to rob the child. Gu Jingzhou didn't say anything, but his tall body burst out with a gloomy and cold breath. The black eyes narrowed and the thin lips were squeezed tightly. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Chapter 43. The face is a little paralyzed, but the way he looks like a dryso is super handsome. Bo family. Wow, Tang Zheng, come and see. The little prince smiled. It's so warm. He must be a little warm man when he grows up. Mu Shanshan said excitedly while shaking the stroller. Yi Qilan, who happened to come out of the dish, couldn't help laughing when she saw her stunned appearance. How old is the little prince? How can he laugh? Shanshan, you must be dazzled. Mom, the little prince really laughed just now. I didn't lie to you, but it's a pity that the little guy laughed for too short, otherwise I would have to take a picture of it for you with my mobile phone. Mu Shanshan argued. Tang Zheng, who was sitting on the sofa and holding a little glutinous rice, also grinned, and then looked at the little girl sleeping quietly in his arms. And his heart suddenly felt a little sore and swollen. Thinking of bringing two little guys back last night, she was hungry and eating milk powder hard. Her bloody heart seemed to be stripped off by life. And they have an afternoon. The wet diapers that haven't been changed even made the two little guys have allergic rashes, which broke her heart. Wen Lan, Gu Tianqian, oh, one of these two people is the child's grandmother, and the other is the child's aunt, but I didn't expect that they could do something so well. It's just that bullying their two little babies is nothing. Are they worthy of being human? Mu Shanshan didn't pay attention to Tang Zheng's expression at this time. A pair of clear and smiling eyes locked on the soft and lovely little prince, as if he would miss something. And while she watched it, she kept talking. Our little prince, you should grow up quickly. When you grow up, your godmother will buy you a lot of food and clothes. Let our little prince become the most handsome man in the world, okay? But the little prince, remember to smile more when you grow up. Don't waste his stunning face like a paralyzed face. But on the other hand, the paralyzed face is a little paralyzed, but the dry look is super handsome. You didn't even see the way he beat people for you and your sister yesterday, and you almost hooked out the godmothers. Alas, it's so handsome and cool. Mu Shanshan was absorbed in teasing the little prince, and did not see the tall figure coming into the door at all. And Tang Zheng, even if she saw Bo Yechen appear, couldn't open her mouth directly, so she coughed and gave a hint to Mu Shanshan. But I can forgive the woman who doesn't understand what she means at all, and she still underestimates herself. It was not until the end that the man's tall figure suddenly covered a shadow above her that she suddenly turned around. Wow, damn it, you, when did you come back? Mu Shanshan looked at the man who walked back without a sound, with a shocked face. Bo Yechen did not reply to her and ignored her. Instead, his tall body bent slightly to look at the little prince of the stroller. The little guy has big round eyes, bright and brilliant, like gems and stars. Especially when he blinked, everything seemed to lose their color. Bo Yechen's heart throbbed inexplicably. He knew that the little guy's eyes were like Tang Zheng's, beautiful, bright, dazzling and dazzling. The stars in the sky are not as bright as 1/3 of them. Reaching out, his slender fingertips gently pinched the little guy's tender face, and his voice was deep and gentle, which was very good. Mu Shanshan. Tang Zhong. Yi Qilan came out of the kitchen and saw Bo Yechen appear. She was a little surprised. Then she quickly smiled and said, Yi Chen, are you back? Have you had dinner yet? Didn't we eat together? We are just about to have dinner. In fact, Yi Qilan was very happy at this time. She had been married into the Bo family for several years, but these few days were the most times when Bo Yechen came back. She thought to herself, does this mean that Bo Yechen has begun to accept her and Shanshan slowly in her heart? Otherwise, if it changes to his previous temper, let alone come back for dinner, even if Bo Hongye has something to do with him, he may not come back. Bo Yechen ignored Yishila's words, but his deep black eyes kept looking at the little prince in the stroller, and he was surrounded by an indifferent breath that strangers should not approach. Yi Qilan seemed to be used to his indifference of her, smiled awkwardly, and then turned around and went to the kitchen to be busy. When Mu Shanshan saw her mother's hot face on someone's cold ass, her tone was a little angry and her face was paralyzed. Where did my mother just talk to you? Can't you respond? Who is this for? Bo Yecheng glanced at her with evil eyes, and his tone was a little manly. Did I ask her to talk to me? You. Even if you don't give in, my mother is an elder, and she is so flattering to you in a low voice. Can't you give her a good face? Mu Shanshan was angry. Good face? Oh, is this the first day you met me? You still have amnesia. Do you expect me to give your mother and daughter a good face? Bo Yecheng's low and cold voice came from his thin lips, and Mu Shanshan blushed with anger in an instant. Yes, they don't deserve it. Then why do you come back with a paralyzed face? He didn't forget that her mother was busy with dinner these days. If he is so arrogant, why would he eat the food cooked by her mother? Go out to eat. Shanshan, my hands are numb. Please help me hold the little glutinous rice. Tang Zheng saw that the atmosphere between the two of them was a little turbulent, so he deliberately said. Mu Shanshan then glared at Bo Yechen fiercely, and then went to hug Xiao glutinous rice. It's just that the little girl didn't give her face. As soon as she got into her arms, she not only woke up, but also cried. No matter how much she coaxed, she couldn't do it. Mu Shanshan will be a little glutinous rice that can't be coaxed in his hand. She muttered, you, a delicate little girl, don't know who is following this delicate nature. Although your mother is delicate, she is not as delicate as you. The godmother can't coax you, can she? Don't cry, be obedient, little glutinous rice. If you cry again, your mother will be cruel to you. You don't know yet, do you? The godmother's fierce appearance is terrible, like a tiger. Is she afraid? That's the barking of a dog. As soon as Mu Shanshan's words fell, Bo Yechen, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, opened his mouth and said such a sentence. And his dark eyes are still full of dislike for her. Thinking about the use of his sister, who was killed halfway, he can't even coax a child well, and it's terrible to be murderous. He thinks it's ridiculous, otherwise how can he tell the tiger from the dog's barking? Poof. Tang Zheng couldn't help laughing, and Mu Shanshan's little face, which was originally red, was even more like a drop of blood when she looked at Tang Zhou's heartless smile. Her angry eyes stared at Bo Yechen, and her beautiful eyebrows tightened. A beautiful and clean face also became vivid and playful because of anger. It's just that in Bo Yechen's eyes, this woman is stupid, so stupid that people hate and want to laugh. Chapter 44. You can't coax a child for a long time. You can hit the wall, wow wow. The cry of little glutinous rice is still going on, and Mu Shanshan, who can't coax the little girl, will be completely defeated. Tang Zheng, help, I really don't know how to deal with this girl. She just didn't listen to me. I was so angry that I had to beat her ass. Woo woo woo, the little prince is still handsome and good. If I get married and have children in the future, I must live according to the template of the little prince. Then you have to find a dog man like Gu Jingzhou like some stupid woman, otherwise how can you give birth to that little guy? Mu Shanshan's words fell, and Bo Yechen's cold and hot voice sounded again. Obviously, his words poked Mu Shanshan's scales. She said with an angry face, looking for a dog man like Gu Jingzhou. I can't get married for the rest of my life. The Bo family doesn't plan to support you for the rest of their lives. The indifferent voice interrupted her again, and then the tall figure of the man stood up from the sofa and stepped forward. Mu Shanshan was still annoyed that this paralyzed face was dedicated to her words. Unexpectedly, as soon as she raised her head, she saw him with a height of 192 coming to her. Suddenly, she hugged the little glutinous rice that was still crying in her arms, and her face was full of guard. What are you doing? If you think the little glutinous rice is noisy, you can go upstairs, and no one will let you stay here. Mu Shanshan thought he was tired of the little girl's babbling cry. After all, she did cry for a long time, and even her own ears were almost cocooned, not to mention Bo Yechen. The man saw that she looked at him with a wary face, and his narrow black eyes narrowed slightly. Then he looked at the soft and cute little girl with a small mouth when he saw her pink and tender little face, crying to tears. His eyes turned cold in an instant, and his voice was dark. He couldn't coax a child for a long time. Mu Shanshan, you can hit the wall. After saying that, he stretched out his slender arm and held the little girl in her hand directly into his hand. And he was afraid that the little girl's soft body would bend, and his powerful big hand was particularly wide and steady to support her body and... The voice is unique to men, low and sexy. Well, little girl, it's okay to cry almost. The pig can't coax you, but it doesn't mean that uncle can't. Be obedient. Bo Yechen's voice was warm and deep. It sounded like no oppression, but it seemed to be oppressive. And little glutinous rice doesn't know either. Did Dao understand what he said, or the way his broad palm shook her, which made her feel the joy of swinging? In an instant, a little mouth gradually stopped crying. It's not so tight. The little girl's soft little hands and feet are in his arms, and she seems to be pedaling and kicking happily. She is so unhappy. Mu Shanshan was stunned at this moment, and her heart was full of grievances and loss. This grinding little girl seems to like Bo Yechen's hug very much. What's going on? Obviously, she took care of her in the days when she was in the hospital. It's really sad. Shanshan, if you have nothing to do, come and help mom cook. Yi Tilan came out. Seeing that Shanshan didn't take the child with her at the moment, she said with a smile. Mu Shanshan was choked. Are you alright? She had something to do. She just hugged the little glutinous rice and coaxed her, but the little girl didn't want her. Kitchen. Mu Shanshan pouted and went in with an unhappy face. Yi Qilan saw this and asked softly, "What's wrong, Shanshan?" Yi Chun said, "You again?" "No, it's the little glutinous rice girl. She seems to like the paralyzed face hug very much." Shanshan. As soon as Yi Qilan heard her say that Bo Yechen's face was paralyzed, she stopped her in a warm voice. "Don't be paralyzed. You have to call Yi Chen brother. Mu Shanshan is not happy." "Call her brother?" "Oh, I called him. Does he dare to agree? Besides, will he agree?" "Mom, it's not the first day we entered the Bo family. Don't you know what his nature is? When he came back, he looked at us with a stinky face. He looked at us horizontally and vertically, as if we owed him 1.8 million yen. Keep your voice to speak. It's good if he's willing to come back. Mom, don't expect him to accept us immediately. But as long as he is willing to come back, it proves that his bitterness in our hearts is decreasing little by little, isn't it?" Shanshan didn't refute this statement. After all, in the past, Bo Yechen even stepped into the door of the Bo family, not to mention his face. Thinking about it, he has indeed changed a lot, hasn't he? Although he can't say anything obedient, he is at least willing to tell her. Living room. "Thank you, Bo Shao." Tang Zhong's crisp voice suddenly sounded, and the man holding the little glutinous rice slowly turned to look at her. Looking at each other, he looked at her beautiful and clean little face, with the haggard and maturity that did not belong to her age. He whispered, "No need, just fight for your own spirit." Tang Zhong was choked by him and suddenly lost his words. She squeezed her lips and drooped her eyes. She covered her messy and complicated emotions in her heart. She is not stupid. She knows what Bo Yechen's words of competition mean. But the other party is Guo Jingzhou. What does she use to fight with him? No background, and an orphan. Not to mention fighting, standing in front of Guo Jingzhou. Her existence is at best a clown, isn't it? Seeing that she lowered her head and didn't say anything, Bo Yechen realized that his words might be a little underconsiderate. She squeezed his lips and did not make a sound again. Instead, he looked down at the little girl playing with her eyes open in his arms. Bacha, just for a while, the little girl found a new pleasure, that is, eating small hands. Bo Yechen looked at her little mouth bulging and eating his little hand vigorously. The cold atria seemed to be poured down by someone, making his limbs soft and soft. This little girl, with such delicate and beautiful facial features, will definitely be a beauty embryo like her mother when she grows up. Fuck. Realizing his inner thoughts, he couldn't help but say a word in his heart. For nothing else, just because he will think that Guo Jingzhou's woman is beautiful. What's the matter? He thinks he must have never been in a relationship, otherwise how could he think Tang Zhong is beautiful? On the dining table. Halfway through the meal of Tang Zhong and others, the bodyguard outside suddenly came to report. Mr. Bo and Mr. Guo asked to see him. He said he was coming to find Miss Tang. In an instant, the hearts of several people who were eating pleasantly tightened. Guo Jingzhou came. "Aunt Yi, Shanshan, Mr. Bo, you eat first. I'll have a look." Tang Zhong got up and was about to go out. Unexpectedly, she was clasped by the man sitting next to her. When the dog came, she would talk to him after eating. "Bodyguard, dog. Is Mr. Bo talking about Mr. Guo outside?" Tang Zhong was pulled like this by Bo Yechen, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated uncontrollably, and his little face was a little unnatural. Secretly withdrew her hand in a hurry. Just as she opened her mouth and wanted to say something, Bo Yechen said in a low and cold voice to the stunned bodyguard. "Go to the word, just say that Miss Tang is eating and ask him to wait first." "Yes." The bodyguard received the instructions and turned around and left the living room. Chapter 45. The face is a good thing. If you drop it, please pick it up. Mu Shanshan bit the small crispy meat sandwiched on the chopsticks fiercely, and said vaguely. It was Tang Zhong. "Eat first, and only when you are full can you have the strength to fight the scumbag." Yi Qilan frowned and glared at her, signaling that she should not say this in front of Tang Zhong. But Mu Shanshan didn't care. "I didn't say anything wrong. Don't worry, it's worthy of the word scum." Yi Qilan shook her head and couldn't help this daughter. "But I was secretly worried about how this girl would get married in the future if she spoke so openly. Even if I get married, I'm afraid I won't be liked by my mother-in-law, alas." Outside. When Guo Jingzhou heard the bodyguard reply, his handsome face instantly darkened. "Did she ask you to say that?" The bodyguard was stunned by his dark and gloomy eyes, and then replied, "It was Bo Shao." When the words fell, Guo Jingzhou's big hand hanging on his side squeezed tightly, and his eyes were full of deep taboo. For a long time. Tang Zhong finally came out. As soon as Guo Jingzhou saw her, he ordered in a cold voice to pack up and go home with me. Without any words of warmth and explanation, his dark and low voice was like a high-ranking emperor. In his eyes, Tang Zhong is like an ant and a slave, only humble and obedient. "Guo Jingzhou, we are divorced." Tang Zheng opened his mouth and always saw his gloomy eyes. I don't know when it began to disappear, leaving only coldness and dead silence. Tang Zheng, I haven't signed the divorce agreement yet. Besides, you should have a period of time for so long. What's the degree? Tang Zheng looked at him with a faint look. Guo Jingzhou looked at her cold and fearless eyes and suddenly had a feeling of strength on cotton. In his impression, Tang Zheng has always been obedient and behaved, and never looked at him with such indifferent eyes. But now she suddenly became rebellious as if she had changed. Grandpa is awake. Well, I misunderstood you. I can apologize to you for this, but Bo Yechen is not a good person. You shouldn't get too close to him. And why didn't you tell me earlier about the nanny in Dijing Villa? Although I rarely go back there. But you are the young lady of the Guo family. You are so cowardly that you can't even deal with a servant and let her ride on your head to be a blessing. Have your bones been removed or crushed? If I hadn't interrogated you, you would have been going to hide it from me, right? Obviously, Guo Jingzhou thought of what the nanny had done and felt distressed and guilty for Tang Zheng. But the words he said were always as high as himself, invincible, and smelly and hard. Guo Jingzhou, have you finished? After saying that, I'm going back to take care of the child. Tang Zheng looked at him expressionlessly, and his painful heart shattered into slag again. From the beginning to the end, he didn't mention the two children in the Guo family. It can be seen that he didn't care about those two children at all. I didn't know what she was thinking at this time. Guo Jingzhou began to say something on her lips, and Guo Jai, what's going on? I asked Feng Qiu to send the child there. Why did you want to steal it? Why do you think I should grab it? Tang Zheng squinted and asked him, and when it came to the child, she was obviously a little emotional. Just think of the heartrending cry of the little prince and the little glutinous rice at that time. Just think of the poor appearance of the two little guys who are hungry and devouring. As long as she thought of the erythema and buttocks that had not completely recovered so far, she had a sense of anger in her heart and had nowhere to vent. Do you think I gave you less money? Tang Zheng, when did you become so greedy? 3 billion, that's not 30,000 you. Guo Jingzhou's voice contained contempt and contempt. Then he said, or do you want to continue to restrain me with the child? Tang Zheng laughed and looked at his lofty and invincible appearance. The corners of her grinning mouth gradually deepened. Guo Jingzhou narrowed his eyes and felt that her smile was mixed with sarcasm. His fingertips tightened, and his voice gradually became cold. Tang Zheng, stop doing it and follow me back obediently. I cannot care about the stupid things you did before. In Guo Jingzhou's eyes, his words are undoubtedly a gift to Tang Zheng, and she has no reason to refuse. Imagine, he can even tolerate such stupid things as her living in Bo's house and letting Bo Yechen hold their children. What else is she dissatisfied with? Does he have to lower his high head to coax her back? Does she deserve it? Tang Zheng looked at Guo Jingzhou, who was staring at her like ice, and suddenly felt that his 3-year marriage was ridiculous. Who is Guo Jingzhou? Bei Chen is the most noble. A man with power and good looks, her orphan can marry him, which must have saved the galaxy in her last life. Otherwise, no one can reach her, but what about her? It's okay not to be grateful to Dida, but he still tries to exchange his heart for his heart. But she seemed to forget that Guo Jingzhou, a man, had no heart. Mr. Guo, where is your face? Her voice, which was not cold or hot, suddenly sounded like a sharp sword stabbed into the tall man opposite. And after saying that, she turned around and wanted to leave. Tang Zheng felt that it was the limit for them to talk about this. Unexpectedly, Guo Jingzhou grabbed her wrist, his face was gloomy, and the bottom of his dark eyes was even more bloody red. Tang Zheng, obedient. This woman, he felt that she had really kicked her face too much recently, otherwise he would have lowered his posture to this point. He didn't believe that she didn't understand what he meant. Guo Jingzhou, let go. Tang Zheng was grabbed by his wrist, and his emotions were a little out of control. She thought that the words of Mr. Guo, who had just been rusty, had completely wiped out their relationship. And Guo Jingzhou has always been proud. He must be able to understand what she means. So according to his usual character, shouldn't he just throw his sleeves and leave? After all, what is her Tang Zheng? Do you dare to show him your face? But at this moment, the man didn't follow the routine at all. He grabbed her wrist, not to mention, he also held it so hard that she couldn't break free. Tang Zheng, what else do you want to do? I've already said that I won't investigate the past, so you have to be stingy with me, don't you? And how much is your stud? Besides letting the Bo family see all the jokes of our husband and wife, what else do you think is there to be proud of? Guo Jingzhou's voice was very cold, and he had lost his patience, and what he said was also very stinging. What's more, he has always been not good at coaxing women, and he hates women who lose their temper. Now that Tang Zheng is on the edge, how can he not be angry? Tang Zheng was also angry at this moment and shook off him who was clamping his wrist. Her face was full of cold sarcasm. Mr. Guo, your face is a good thing. Please pick it up if you drop it. Her voice is neither humble nor arrogant. Although it is soft, it is tenacious. Just like her cold eyes on Guo Jingzhou at this time, it makes people feel strange and unbelievable. Chapter 46. After unpacking the gift, you should weigh yourself whether you still have the face to hug her. Buzz living room. At this time, Mu Shanshan's whole face was almost pressed against the window, watching the situation of Tang Jing and Guo Jingzhou in the yard. When she saw the man shamelessly pulling Tang Zhong's hand, she was so angry that she couldn't wait to go out and slap Guo Jingzhou in the face immediately. It is said that men are cheeky, but Guo Jingzhou is so cheeky that he is so thick. His family are so kind to the little glutinous rice and the little prince. She really didn't know where he came from and came to find Tang Zhong. Look at his arrogant posture again. What? Do you think that no one protects Tang Zhong and bullies him? No, I have to go out and help Tang Zhong, otherwise Guo Jingzhou, the shameless scumbag, might bully her. After saying that, Mu Shanshan was about to go out, but was stopped by Yi Qilan. Shanshan, don't be impulsive. This is a matter of the couple. You can't help Fei Dan if you rush out like this. It will also make things more chaotic. I think it's better to let Tang Zhong and Guo Jingzhou speak clearly in person. What's good? Is Guo Jingzhou a good talker? You see, he has touched Tang Zhong. He is really a scumbag. If you don't love Tang Zhong, it's okay to sleep with her. Now that the child comes out, he still does these things that are worse than beasts. Sure enough, none of the Guo family is a good thing. Fortunately, it's not too late for Tang Zhong to wake up. Otherwise, her soft-natured person would not have been gnawed to the bone by him and the old woman in his family. What kind of rich family? Let me see, the bullshit rich family is almost the same. Whose rich family's wife is so sinister that she even abuses her grandchildren? Guo Jingzhou was also blind, and he could never see the wolves in his family staring at Tang Zhong. Mu Shanshan cursed for a while, but Yi Qilan's eyebrows jumped, wondering if her daughter was too straightforward. Even if Bo Hongye is not here at this time, Bo Yechen is still here. She is so righteous and indignant to involve all the rich family. No matter how she sounds, it is not like that. Because in Beicheng, the Bo family is the second richest family, but this girl, alas. Okay, let's say a few words less. The little glutinous rice and the little prince are still there. This is not good for them to listen to, affecting their physical and mental health and growth. Mu Shanshan pouted. What can they understand when they are so young? Now Yi Qilan glanced at her, and her eyes clearly said that the little ones couldn't understand, but have you forgotten that there is still a person who can understand here? Mu Shanshan shut up in an instant and exhaled deeply. Her eyes looked in the direction of Tang Zhong in the courtyard again. I sobbed in my heart. I almost forgot that my face was still here. Tang Zhong, I don't want to say the same thing again. Guo Jingzhou narrowed his eyes and looked at Tang Zhong, who didn't take his words to heart at all, and gradually felt angry in his body. Tang Zhong smiled at him coldly. It just so happened that I didn't want to hear it for the second time. Mr. Guo, slow down, and didn't see him off. After saying that, Tang Zhong walked up and went to the living room. Later, Guo Jingzhou saw her resolute steps and strode to catch up. Then he said in extremely cold words, okay, you don't leave, but my child, I have to take it away today. In an instant, the words in his mouth angered Tang Zhong, and she turned around and stared at him fiercely with a cold look. Guo Jingzhou, who do you want to take the child with? Your mother is still your sister. Do they deserve it? Thinking of what the two little guys have suffered, Tang Zhong can no longer calm down. People say that disaster is not as good as children, but when Lan and Guo Xianxian are narrow-minded and can't even tolerate two children, which is really unexpected by Tang Zhong. One of them is the child's biological grandmother and the other is the biological aunt. Except for you, an irresponsible mother, no one is more suitable to take care of the child than them. Guo Jingzhou's words showed strong contempt. Tang Zhong laughed when he heard his words and sneered coldly. Am I irresponsible? Compared with their children's crying and the cruelty of indifference that made them starve all afternoon, I really dare not agree. Nonsense, they are children's grandmothers and aunts. How can they be treated like this? Guo Jingzhou didn't believe what Tang Zhong said at this moment. Her dark and deep eyes only felt that this was just her intention to keep the child. Guo Jingzhou, you haven't seen it with your own eyes, so you can never imagine what their hearts will be like. So I'll put it here for now. If you want to take the child away today, you can step on my corpse. The woman's eyes definitely stung Guo Jingzhou's heart. He never thought that he, a father, wanted to take the child away, and she would say such cruel words. It seems that he has done something unforgivable. But it's normal to bring her child home, isn't it? But what about her? So radical. Dogs will bite people when they are in a hurry. Stupid woman, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Aren't you afraid of rabies? Suddenly, Boyeche's low voice sounded behind him, and it seemed to deliberately stimulate Guo Jingzhou. At this time, he was still holding Xiao glutinous rice in his hand. Moreover, Xiao Ya's avatar also cooperates with him to be angry with his scumbag. He gnawed his little hand, and his little mouth was still soft and glutinous, which was simply heartwarming. Seeing that his daughter was so happy in his arms, Guo Jingzhou's handsome face instantly seemed to be slapped. Damn, he is the father of this little girl, but she doesn't even want to hold herself. Instead, she is so happy in Boyechen's arms. Walking up, he was like a lion who was only angered. He went up to grab the little glutinous rice in Boyeche's arms. However, Boyechen had already seen his movements, and his long figure flashed slightly, which made him jump into the air. Guo Jingzhou saw that he didn't let himself hold the little glutinous rice, and his dark eyes were gradually stained with obscure cruelty. Fei Bo's lips opened slightly, and his voice was humane. Boyechen, don't forget that I am the little girl's father. What qualifications do you have to not let me hold her? Boyechen sneered, and then hooked his lips and said lightly. He didn't say that he wouldn't let you hold the little girl, but he would give you a gift before hugging her. After unpacking the gift, you should weigh whether you have the face to hug her. After saying that, he directly threw a black mobile phone to Guo Jingzhou, with unruly movements and a little unruly madness. Guo Jingzhou pressed the switch, and a recording popped out of it. Without much thought, he clicked on it directly. Then, tell me all the things that happened after the two children looked back at home, and dared to miss half a word. Feng, after Fuz's special help left the child, the wife and the young lady did not hold them again, and they also said that they could not die of hunger. They were not allowed to make milk powder for the young master and the young lady to eat, and asked us not to change diapers for them. He also said that the two of them, like the young lady, were both cheap bones. They were upset and felt that their crying was annoying. They didn't come down upstairs all afternoon. What about the young master and the young lady? They asked us not to touch or care about anyone. They even cried so much that they vomited milk. The wife also said it was normal and said that the children came here like this. Guo Jingzhou. Chapter 47. Stupid woman, can you be a little promising? How about it? Do you still have the face to hug this little girl? When Boyechen saw that Guo Jingzhou had finished listening to the recording, he said in a cold voice with sarcasm. Guo Jingzhou, on the other hand, staggered back with his tall body, and his handsome face was full of disbelievability. He knew that his mother didn't like Tang Zheng, but he was a bitch. His mother actually said that Tang Zheng and his children, which was undoubtedly hitting Guo Jingzhou in the face. Not only that, after he ordered Fan Xiu to send the two children to Gu's house, she was so indifferent. Let the child starve and be indifferent. As a grandmother, she doesn't even care about the child crying until she vomits milk. At this moment, Guo Jingzhou suddenly felt that his heart had been torn open, and at the same time, he was in a mess. Guo Jingzhou, you go. We are done. There is still money left. I will return it to you. Tang Zheng's voice was faint, and his eyes were cold. Guo Jingzhou looked up and looked at her eyes, which were already full of disappointment and pain. For the first time, he was a little embarrassed. But the pride engraved in his bones did not allow him to bow his head and open his thin lips. His voice is obscure and hoarse. Tang Zheng, do you think we can finish it? Don't forget that I am the biological father of two children. What else do you want to do? Tang Zheng became excited again when he heard his words again emphasize that he was the father of two children. I don't want to do anything. I just want to take you and the child home, back to our own home, he said brazenly. Tang Zheng said coldly and mocked, family. Which family? Is that the place you have never been back to since I was pregnant? Boyechen beside him was suddenly shocked by her words, as if he didn't believe that Guo Jingzhou, a scumbag, could do such an excessive thing. Tang Zheng, let's forget about the past and start over. I promise you that I will try to learn to be a good husband and a good father, okay? Guo Jingzhou opened his mouth in a humble and low voice, and a pair of eyes that did not contain too much emotion looked at Tang Zheng, but he was as calm as water, without fluctuation. Tang Zheng laughed. This is Guo Jingzhou. He is always high above. Even if he coaxes people, he seems to be particularly strong and oppressive. Just like he is staring at her black eyes now, it is clearly written in them, don't be ignorant of good and evil. Are you moved? Stupid woman, can you be a little promising? Seeing that Tang Zheng didn't say anything, Boyechen thought she was moved by Guo Jingzhou's words, and her voice suddenly became cold. Tang Zheng turned his face and smiled at him. I was already very promising. Boyechen, damn it, he felt that her bright and dazzling smile seemed to seduce him, but he couldn't find any evidence. Tang Zheng. Guo Jingzhou didn't expect that she had lowered her posture to this point. She was still uninteresting and suddenly became a little annoyed. Especially looking at her smile at Boyechen, it shook his dead heart. He actually feels beautiful, very beautiful. Although it was just a side face, it really amazed him. People come, see off guests. Boyechen's low and cold voice fell, and the bodyguard guarding outside suddenly came in. And Guo Jingzhou's handsome face was embarrassed, and he was about to call Tang Zheng again. Boyechen's voice was not cold or hot, and he said to the two bodyguards, in the future, watch the door and snacks. Don't put any dogs in the yard. What is the Bo family? Is it a kennel? Bodyguard. Shame, in the whole North City, I'm afraid only they dare to be so unscrupulous and directly say that he is a dog in front of Mr. Guo Tang Zheng, the little prince is looking for you. As soon as Mu Shanshan took the little prince out to see the situation outside, she heard Boyechen's extremely ironic voice. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth almost grinned to the back of her head. Dog. This paralyzed face actually said Guo Jingzhou's dog in public, which is simply too pleasing. Look at Guo Jingzhou's appearance like swallowing a dead fly, haha, how cool it looks. Mom, you didn't even see Guo Jingzhou's face just now. It was like swallowing a dead fly. It was really cool. After sending Guo Jingzhou away, Bo Yechen also drove away from the Bo family. Well, as soon as he walked in front of him, Mu Shanshan's back foot began to tease the little prince while teasing him. Tang Zhong and Yi Qilang couldn't help laughing when they saw the flying eyebrows. It's good to have Yi Chen here. At least Guo Jingzhou doesn't dare to be too presumptuous, otherwise Tang Zheng will only be bullied. Yi Qilang whispered. Mu Shanshan nodded. Aha, I also feel that the paralyzed face is very manly now. He not only fights for the little glutinous rice and the little prince, but also helps Tang Zheng teach the dead scumbag a lesson, which makes me a little admire him. Yi Qilang threw a white eye at her. If you really admire Yi Cheng, he should say less words to make him unhappy when he comes back. He is usually busy with work, and he doesn't have much time to go back to Bo's house. What about you? This mouth is not blocked, alas. Mu Shanshan pouted and didn't like it. When did I say something to make him unhappy? Besides, did he reply less? Why didn't I notice it? And Mom, haven't you seen him coming home on time almost every day? And I'm your own. Why do I feel that you are paralyzing everywhere? If it's like this, I'm going to be jealous. What's more, his stinky face is not as cute as me. Even Uncle Bo likes me more. Do you also know that Uncle Bo likes you more? Why is it wrong for the mother to point at Yechen? What's more, that child is still excellent. Look at you again. What's wrong with me? Mu Shanshan turned up the volume. Yi Qilan had no choice but to frown. Forget it, Tang Zheng won't talk about you here. Mu Shanshan muttered, it's almost the same. Then he picked up the toy in his hand and tried to tease the little prince. Tang Zhong looked at their quarrels and warm appearance, and suddenly felt envious. Because she is an orphan, she doesn't know what it feels like to be nagged by her mother at all. But she knows that she must be very happy, just like Mu Shanshan now. Supreme Clubhouse. The most high-end consumer club in Beicheng. When Jin Mingsheng arrived at the box, Bo Yechen had already drunk a bottle of wine. He frowned. What's going on? You asked me to drink, and you drank before I arrived. Bo Yechen raised his eyes. At your turtle speed, I'm afraid that if you wait any longer, your lungs will explode with anger. He called an hour ago, but Jin Mingxing just arrived now, which shows his speed. It can't be my fault. I was going to come just after receiving your call, but there was an emergency room, which was delayed. As you know, it's not as free as you as the president in our line. If you want to cancel the meeting, you can cancel it, and if you want to postpone the itinerary, you can postpone it. We have to be on standby all the time. The patient can't come. I'm still waiting for her not to show it, right? Jin Mingshe's voice was gentle and his mouth, and his handsome and heroic facial features looked particularly deep and three-dimensional under the light, just like a prince walking out of a cartoon, full of nobility. Chapter 48. What does Guo Jingzhou's daughter cry have to do with me? Bo Yechen looked at him and narrowed his dark eyes. It's a pity to be a doctor with your face. When he was in college, he knew that Jin Mingxing was almost surrounded by the girls in the whole school. And the reason why no girl dares to provoke him, who is more outstanding than his appearance, is because his personality is too cold. Not only cold, but for the girl he doesn't like, if he dares to show his love in front of him, he will kick her away without hesitation. Don't tell him that he is a gentleman or not, because he really hates the feeling of being peeped at by those girls everywhere. There was even a time when a girl sneaked into their dormitory and threatened him by stealing his underwear, saying that if he didn't date her, she would hang his underwear at the school gate. And that disgusting and perverted behavior made him have a psychological shadow on women for a long time. But Jin Mingxin is different. He is humble and gentle, and he always seems to have a way to deal with those S. So what's not a pity? Male model? Star? Jin Mingxin said in a low voice while pouring wine for himself. Male public relations. Pooh. In this way, as soon as Jin Mingxin drank the first sip of wine in his mouth, he was suddenly sprayed by the three words in Bo Yechen's mouth. Brother, it's too much. The cold voice came out of Jin Mingxi's mouth without any oppression. Bo Yechen laughed, and then picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it all. It seemed that he was not happy, so he simply picked up the bottle next to him and drank it. Hey, Yechen, are you calling me to drink or looking for death? Don't blame me for not reminding you. It's just your way of drinking. Tomorrow, no, you don't have to hold on until tomorrow. You will have to wash your stomach to believe it or not. Let you have a drink. Why are you chirping like a woman? It's not over, is it? Bo Yechen frowned and said coldly. He knows his own amount of alcohol in his heart, and he also washes his stomach. Oh, it's not bad that these wines can make him drink. Jin Mingxin frowned when he saw that he didn't seem to look good. What's wrong? Is he in a bad mood? Isn't it your sister who was killed halfway to provoke you again? But I'm not talking about you. At first glance, the girl is a person who lacks a guts. Why do you argue with her so much? Isn't she intend to suffer? When it comes to Mu Shanshan, Bo Yechen can't help but think of Tang Zhou's beautiful and delicate little face, and the soft and sticky little girl who likes to be hugged by him. However, no matter how beautiful Tang Zhou is, no matter how cute the little glutinous rice girl is, what does it have to do with him? They are Gu Jingzhou's wives and daughters. Did I argue with her? It's her who kicked her nose too much. She and her mother are both begging for a living in my Bo family, and now they even let 3 idle people live in the Bo family. Bo Yechen said coldly. Huh? No way. Is that girl so arrogant? No, isn't she afraid of you? How dare she take people home without your consent? Are you afraid of me? Bo Yechen sneered, but he was afraid on the surface. In his bones, the girl had never been afraid of me. Isn't it? If Mu Shanshan is really so afraid of him, do you dare to call him a facial paralysis? How dare you speak ill of him in front of him? And do you know which 3 people she took to live in Bo's house? Gu Jingzhou's wife and children. Boom, Jin Mingchen was suddenly struck by his words. Did he hear it right? What did Yi Chen say? The people brought into the Bo family by Mu Shanshan are Gu Jingzhou's wife and children. Oh, my god, it's true to say that the girl is single-minded. It's not good for her to take Gu Jingzhou's wife and children. Doesn't she know that Yi Chen and Gu Jingzhou are mortal enemies? And what does Gu Jingzhou's woman think? Why does she dare to live in the Bo family? She is not afraid that she will enter and come out if she is destined. So what's on your mind now? You don't want to attack that woman and the child, do you? Yi Chen, listen to your brother's advice. Don't involve women and children in the affairs between men. They are innocent, let alone murder. Where have you been? Am I this kind of person? Bo Yechen looked at him with white eyes, and then took a sip of wine and continued. It's not enough to touch women and children, but Gu Jingzhou's daughter is very annoying. The little girl who is less than a month is very clingy to me. If she doesn't hug me, she will cry loudly, which is very annoying. Jin Mingsheng, how did he hear the smell of pampering? Is it annoying? I'm afraid that Bo Yechen didn't even notice how gentle his tone was when he talked about the little girl. That's it. Jin Mingsheng felt that he seemed to have missed something shocking during this busy period. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the mobile phone on the table rang. It was Bo Yechen's. He picked it up and saw that it was Mu Shanshan, and pressed it directly without thinking about it. It's annoying. He won't let him stop drinking, will he? Why don't you answer? Jin Mingsheng saw the annoying 3 words he showed on it. He also knows who this person is, because this is the nickname that Bo Yechen specially took for his sister who was killed halfway. What are you doing? What can that stinky girl come to me for? What's more, who does she think she is? Jin Mingsheng. The Bo family. What should I do? Tang Zhong, my face is paralyzed and didn't answer the phone. Use yours to call again. Mu Shanshan said anxiously while holding the little glutinous rice. Tang Zhong was also anxious at this time. Seeing that Xiao Gluti's cry was louder and louder, she directly dialed Bo Yechen's phone. However, the moment the phone was connected, she was suddenly stunned and didn't know how to say the purpose of the phone call. Hello? The man's unique low voice came from the mobile phone again. Seeing that Tang Zhong didn't say anything, Mu Shanshan grabbed her mobile phone directly and said in a hurry, paralyzed, where are you? I don't know what's wrong with little glutinous rice. She cried so much. Can you come back and coax her? Suddenly, the other end of the phone suddenly became quiet. If it hadn't been for the sound of breathing from the mobile phone, Mu Shanshan would have doubted whether there was anyone on the other end of the phone. Facial paralysis? Jin Mingsheng couldn't help laughing directly. Bo Yechen glared at him, and then said in a slur voice, what does it have to do with me that Gu Jingzhou's daughters cry? I'm not her father. Whoever made it will find anyone. Bang, after saying that, before Mu Shanshan could speak again, the phone was hung up directly. However, after hanging up the phone, Bo Yechen seemed extremely restless and anxious. And the brain mixed with alcohol flashed from time to time when Tang Zheng couldn't coax the child, and the soft little face of the little glutinous rice cried. Damn, his drinking is obviously good, but now he is very sure that he is drunk, otherwise how could he feel sorry for Gu Jingzhou's woman and children? Imagine, even when Lang, the grandmother, said that it was okay for the child to cry, so what was there to worry about? Is it possible that the little girl can still cry? Jin Mingsheng sensed his absent-mindedness and said in a joking voice from his lips. Don't you really go back to coax the child? Suddenly, Bo Yechen was angry. I coaxed him. When I was idle and panicked. Drink. Chapter 49 Don't drink, go back to coax the little girl. Jin Mingsheng laughed when he saw Bo Yechen drinking sullenly with a stinky face. Yi Chen, don't blame me for not reminding you as a brother. Such a big child has been crying for a long time. Do you have an end? Before Jin Mingsheng finished his words, he was interrupted by Bo Yechen. I saw that his handsome facial features were pulled up like bark at this time. Isn't it good to cry for a long time? Does he think he has a problem with IQ or is he a fool? He thought he didn't know that the little big girl had been crying for a long time. But what does this have to do with him? The child is not his, but Gu Jingzhou's bastard. It's not over. You can take a look at this first. Jin Mingxin knew that he couldn't listen to him now. Simply hand him the information about the disadvantages found after the baby cried for a long time, so that he could see it himself. Bo Yechen squinted slightly and glanced at him, and then looked down at the mobile phone he handed over. And when he saw the word baby on the hand that was about to call back the mobile phone, he couldn't help but pick it up. When I opened it, I saw that the dense explanations above were all the sequelae and harms of babies crying for a long time under the month. For example, vomiting milk, vomiting, choking on milk, and then blocking the throat, causing difficulty breathing. In addition, the vocal cords were damaged, and the voice became hoarse. In short, every word touched Bo Yechen's heart. Inexplicably, his cold and pounding heart suddenly felt suffocated, and his neck was more like something wrapped around him, making his breathing more and more difficult. Some confused and slightly drunken brains flashed even more through the soft little guy, and the atrium suddenly felt a little soft. That little girl is so delicate. I couldn't help but be scared, but the noise was really deadly. No one could be coaxed, and the crying was endless. And her tearful tears in her eyes, Bo Yechen felt like a blunt knife stabbed into his chest. Damn, he roared angrily in his heart. After throwing Jin Mingsha's mobile phone in front of him with his big hand, he still trembled a little. What shook was that he was afraid that the little girl would cry. Haven't you thought about it yet? Jin Mingshin was a little frustrated when he saw that he was unmoved. It seems that he has thought too much. Yi Chen can't do it to Gu Jingzhou's women and children at all. Hey, Yi Chen, where are you going? Keep drinking. Before Jin Mingshen finished thinking about the words behind him, Bo Yechen, who had been sitting well, suddenly got up and left. And he looked at his moving appearance and jokingly said what he had just said. Of course, Bo Yechen knew that he was making fun of himself. He raised his cold eyes and said in a low voice that he would not drink and go back to coax the little girl. Jin Mingshen. The Bo family. As Jin Mingshin said, the little glutinous rice voice was a little hoarse, and the soft little face was even cold with tears. Tang Jun held the little girl and looked at her who couldn't coax her. His heart was a little uncomfortable, and his eyes couldn't help blushing. She suddenly felt that she was a little failed. Obviously, she was her own daughter, but she tried her best to coax the little girl. As for Bo Yechen, every time she seemed to say a few words of a fierce little girl in a low voice, she was particularly obedient. Sometimes even after the man finished the little girl, she still babbled happily in his arms and waved her little hands and feet, which made people's hearts almost melt. Tang Jung, take a rest for a while. I'll coax you. Mu Shanshan saw that her eyes were red and she spoke in a choked voice. But she stubbornly did not let go of the little glutinous rice, but continued to hum the little song gently. Yi Qilan was taking the little prince upstairs at this time. Listening to the crying downstairs, her heart tightened inexplicably. She looked at the little prince who was sleeping quietly with a small face again, and she sighed softly. Alas, there's nothing we can do. It's the most difficult for a woman at this time, because she used to be like this. Tang Zhong, let me hug the little glutinous rice. Seeing that Tang Zhong didn't respond, Mu Shanshan spoke again, and her eyebrows were full of heartache and anxiety. No, Shanshan, help me go upstairs to see the little prince. I'll just bring little glutinous rice. How can you take it? This little girl has been crying for so long, and you are still in term. Listen to me and let me hold you. You are about to lie on the sofa for a while. As Mu Shanshan said, she stretched out her hand to hold the little girl in her arms. But who knew that as soon as her hand touched the quilt wrapped in the little girl, she immediately cried even louder. Mu Shanshan withdrew her hand nervously, squeezed her lips, and her eyes were also a little hot. I thought to myself in my heart that I blamed my face for the paralysis of the little girl. Now it's okay. She not only doesn't want her, but even Tang Zhong's mother. And what about the culprit? He hugged the little girl and didn't come back to coax her. Really? Why are you still crying? What do you two eat? Can't coax a child for so long. Suddenly, the low male voice hit Tang Zhen and Mu Shanshan's ears. Then, the two of them looked up and saw Bo Yechen in a white shirt and black trousers. The man's sleeves were slightly rolled up, revealing half of his strong arms. At the neckline, a few open buttons make him look unruly, and with his handsome and deep face, there is a sense of abstinence. Tang Zhen raised his eyes, and the red eyes happened to collide with his deep black eyes. Suddenly, Bo Yechen's heart tightened and his breathing was stagnant. Tang Zhen's eyes? Why do you look so much like that woman that night? Fuck, what is he thinking nonsense about? Give me the child. Bo Yechen shook off the messy ideas in his brain, and the tall figure approached Tang Zheng and said. A pair of dark and burning eyes looked straight at the little girl in her arms who was crying, and her little face was full of tears. But he didn't know how embarrassed Tang Zheng was when his gaze on Xiao glutinous rice at this moment. Because the little girl will be held in her arms, and Bo Yechen's eyes. At a glance, it seems to be staring at her chest. Did you drink? Suddenly, Tang Zheng didn't have time to blush Bo Yechen's dark and unclear eyes. When he bent down slightly to hold the little glutinous rice in her hand, her thin eyebrows suddenly turned, and her fair face was also full of repelling his approach. Bo Yechen's body stiffened, and his voice suddenly became a little unnatural. Well, he drank a little, but it didn't affect the coaxing of the little girl. After saying that, he directly took the little glutinous rice into his arms. Mu Shanshan looked at it in a daze, as if she didn't dare to believe that Tang Zheng questioned Bo Yechen like this, and he would be so talkative. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he say that what does it have to do with you whether I drink or not? If I'm willing to come back and coax this little girl, you should be grateful to Dade. But this paralyzed face was not like this just now. Even when Tang Zheng asked him, she didn't know if it was her own eyes. Seeing that he seemed to be a little embarrassed. Damn it. Chapter 50 Facial Paralysis. Could it be that the smell of wine on your body makes little glutinous rice uncomfortable? What's going on? There is something wrong with this little girl tonight. Bo Yechen coaxed for a long time. Seeing that the little glutinous rice in his arms was still crying aggrievedly, his handsome eyebrows frowned, and his heart tightened. Usually, the little girl is very obedient when she comes to him, but now she can't do anything. It's useless for him to say soft words and hard words. Although her crying voice became much smaller, her soft body still kept shaking, as if she was scared and felt uncomfortable somewhere. Face paralysis. Could it be the smell of wine on your body that makes xiao glutinous rice uncomfortable? Mu Shanshan opened her mouth. Bo Yechen frowned. It was unlikely. She looked uncomfortable somewhere, and her body kept shaking. Uncomfortable? After listening to his words, Mu Shanshan went straight to his arms to look at the little glutinous rice. Tang Zheng, it's true. Little glutinous rice body has been shaking. Shanshan, go for a drive. The voices of Bo Yechen and Tang Zheng sounded at the same time. Mu Shanshan said, and then quickly picked up the car key and ran to the yard. Tang Zheng is still busy cleaning up the little guy's bottle and spare diapers. Hospital. Jin Mingxin was called over by Bo Yechen again. What's wrong with Yechen? Didn't I just call you? You can take this little girl to see a pediatrician. I'm not an insider in surgery. Bo Yechen raised his cold eyes and said that he didn't feel good. Can't you help him? Jin Mingxin was unable to refute this, so they rushed to the pediatrician. Finally, after a series of examinations, the doctor said that the child might have a cold and a stomachache, and then told them that it was fine. And she also put a navel sticker on the little guy, and then she fell asleep quietly in Bo Yechen's arms. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, just as several people walked to the door of the hospital, Tang Zhao's mobile phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Guo Jingzhou's and pressed it open. What are you doing in the hospital? Or is there something wrong with the child? The cold voice with a little questioning came from the mobile phone. Tang Zheng subconsciously raised his eyes and looked around. Guo Jingzhou seemed to feel her thoughts. Again, don't look at it. I'm not in the hospital. It was Feng Xiu who saw you in the hospital. Answer me, what on earth are you doing in the hospital? Guo Jingzhou spoke again, and his voice was still cold as usual. It's nothing. The little glutinous rice is a little uncomfortable. I'll bring it to have a look. Are you alone? Tang Zheng, she thought Guo Jingzhou was sick now. Didn't he say that Feng Xiu saw her? Then he asked her what this meant. How could she know that Feng Xiu didn't tell Guo Jingzhou who else was with her at all? He only said that he saw her and xiao glutinous rice. Guo Jingzhou didn't hear Tang Zheng reply to him immediately, as if she acquiesced to asking. Lower your voice. Wait for me there. I'll come right away. Tang Zheng. Haha, what does she want him to come over? Don't you blame her for not taking care of children? Or is it that she doesn't know good or bad? No, Shanshan and Bo Shao are with me, and Bo Shao's friends. Guo Jingzhou. So he is holding our daughter again, right? Guo Jingzhou didn't know why. As long as he thought of Bo Yechen's skillful technique of holding the little glutinous rice, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Obviously, he was the little girl's father, but the little girl didn't give him any respect. If she didn't know this, she would have thought Bo Yechen was her father. Damn, when did Guo Jingzhou ever be so frustrated? In the mall, he always won the competition between him and Bo Yechen. But he didn't expect that he lost to a little girl in the end, and it was his own. He couldn't be beaten or scolded, and so did Tang Zheng. Knowing that he and Bo Yechen were mortal, he also let him have too much contact with their daughter. She obviously deliberately hit Guo Jingzhou in the face. Little glutinous rice likes to be hugged by him. Tang Zheng is not cold or hot. Guo Jingzhou's voice was cold. Does she like it? What does her little old child know? Tang Zheng, if you hadn't made her rely too much on Bo Yechen, could she distinguish between likes and dislikes? Also, I am her biological father, but think about it yourself. Because of your selfishness, how many rights have you deprived our father and daughter of? I deprived. After listening to his words, Tang Zheng instantly raised sharp thorns on his body, and his voice became cold. Isn't it? I asked you to go back to Dijing Villa, but you didn't go back, but you wanted to live in Bo's house. But have you ever thought that you have lived in the Bo family for a long time? What should I do as a father? Do you want me to go to Bo's house to coax my children and hold my children? Tang Zhou, you have always been sensible and obedient, so I believe you can understand what I mean. And then what? Tang Zhong asked back coldly. Guo Jingzhou was choked by her and didn't know what to say for a moment. Is there anything else? Hang up without me. After saying that, with a snap, she hung up the phone directly without waiting for Guo Jingzhou to speak. Guo Jingzhou, who was holding his mobile phone, saw that her phone was so crisp and his chest suddenly seemed to be stuffy. Of course, he would never admit that Tang Zhong's phone call just now made him feel panicked. I also felt something passing by little at my fingertips, and I wanted to catch it but couldn't. Tang Zhong, that's right. You should have been so stubborn to treat a dog man like Guo Jingzhou. When Mu Shanshan saw Tang Zhong finish the phone, she smiled and gave her a thumbs up. And Boyecheng glanced at her silly appearance, and her handsome face was full of disgust, and then went to the car with the little glutinous rice in his arms. Noon, the next day. Guo Jingzhou's cold figure appeared in Guo's house. Jingzhou. When Ling Jiro saw him appear, she turned into an extra delicate little face and smiled lightly. Guo Jingzhou frowned. Why are you here? Auntie asked me to have lunch together. What's the matter? Aren't you happy? As she said, she bit her lip helplessly. That look, as if Guo Jingzhou had done something to her. Guo Jingzhou didn't reply to her, but just dragged his tired body to the sofa. No one knows that after being hung up by Tang Zhong last night, he had a night's dream, and it was all unimaginable and shocking. And dreaming, he suddenly heard the little glutinous rice girl calling her father. At that moment, he was full of joy and opened his hands to hug the soft little girl. But who knew that in the blink of an eye, she actually ran to Boyecheng, and the soft and glutinous father's call from the little mouth was still him. Boom, at that moment, even in a dream, Guo Jingzhou still felt that his body was blown up with dozens of deep mouths, and the world seemed to collapse. Dad. Little glutinous rice is actually called Boyecheng's father, so how can his biological father stand it? Chapter 51 Tang Zheng really has a few tricks. Brother, you're back. Guo Tianqian came down from upstairs and saw Guo Jingzhou smiling. Where is Mom? Guo Jingzhou asked in a faint voice. It should be in the kitchen. Sister Jiro came to eat. She was so happy that she should be busy in the kitchen. Guo Tianqian didn't see that Guo Jingzhou's face was wrong at all, and said with joy. How can I not be overjoyed? The obnoxious Tang Zhong is not there, and Ling Jiro did not refuse their invitation. No matter how you look at it, it is a drama. Ling Jiro blushed a little at Guo Tianqian's words and explained softly that I happened to have nothing to do recently, so my aunt called. Unexpectedly, before she finished her words, Guo Jingzhou got up directly and went to the kitchen. Some words, some things, he must get confirmation from Wenla's mouth, otherwise his heart will be as uncomfortable as a thorn in his heart. Jingzhou. Ling Jiro looked at his long-term back, and her eyes were a little red. After all, she was also the golden lady of the Ling family. When had she been ignored like this? Not to mention Guo Jingzhou, who was loved to the bone marrow. Guo Tianqian saw her red eyes and hurried forward to comfort her. Sister Jiro, don't be sad. My brother may have something important to say to my mother. When he finished, he will naturally not treat you like this. Ling Jiro's heart was sour at this time, as if she had poured several cans of vinegar. What's the matter? Oh, if Guo Jingzhou cared about her, he wouldn't even give her a luxurious look, would he? But why can't Tang Zheng see her existence when he leaves? Kitchen. Mom, come out. I have something to ask you. Guo Jingzhou's low and mellow voice sounded at the door. Wen Lancha's thin eyebrows shrewd. What's the matter? It's time for dinner soon. If it's not important, let's talk about it after dinner. It's rare for Jiro to come to our house for dinner. Jingzhou, don't neglect her, or I will be embarrassed to treat Aunt Liu. Liu Ying is Ling Jiro's mother, and Wenlan is also a best friend. The two have known each other for many years and have always had a good relationship, and they have always wanted to arrange a couple of Guo Jingzhou and Ling Jiro. But unexpectedly, before the two of them could act, they were robbed by Mr. Guo and let Tang Zheng marry in. For this reason, Wenlan always felt sorry for Liu Ying, and also regretted that she did not work hard on Guo Jingzhou and Ling Jiro earlier, which made Tang Zheng take the lead. Mom, don't you like those two children? Seeing that she didn't want to come out, Guo Jingzhou simply spoke directly. Wenlan's body stiffened, and he looked at Guo Jingzhou with calculating eyes. He said slowly, Jingzhou, why did you say that? Did Tang Zheng say something in front of you? When Feng Xiu took the two children back to the house, why didn't you take good care of them, let them cry and be hungry, and didn't change their diapers for hours? Mom, I know you don't like Tang Zheng, but after all, the child is my Guo Jingzhou. As a biological grandmother, don't you think you have done too much? Guo Jingzhou himself didn't know how much effort he had spent to control his temper, so he said it lightly. No one knew that when he heard the recording at that time, his whole body and mind felt as if they had been dismantled. Let the two children less than 1 month old cry. They don't coax or make milk powder to drink, regardless of whether they urinate or not, or feel uncomfortable. Damn, even if he was a big man, he had never taken care of the little guy and the little girl seriously, but when he thought of them crying and trembling, his heart still tightened. Chizu is innocent. Everyone knows this truth, but Wenlan has done so far widely. Am I overdoing it? Jingzhou, what Tang Jun said to you, right? Wen Lan squinted and asked. Seeing that she didn't feel guilty, Guo Jingzhou said the recording that Bo Yechen threw to him again. Unexpectedly, after listening to this, Wen Le was a little emotional in an instant. Jingzhou, Bo Yechen was not a good person at all. Not to mention breaking into the house, he also took nearly 100 people to smash our yard. Now it's so good that he even bit us back. What kind of children cry? We don't coax or hug them, and we don't allow them to make milk powder when they are hungry. It's just his grandiose statement to the servant. I didn't expect you to believe it. Oh, I have to say that she Tang Jun really has some tricks. She secretly took a wild man to my Gore family to make trouble. Not only can she retreat with her whole body, but now she actually deceives you to come and ask me. What about herself? Isn't it wrong to shamelessly take someone to the Gore family to rob the child? It's still Bo Yeqing and Jingzhou, who are our Gore family's mortals. She is obviously hitting you in the face. And those two children, go and ask Qian Qian if I like it. Huan, you can also ask Feng Xiu. When he sent the child here, I held the little one in my hand at the first time. Are these fake? Wen Lan was so angry that her whole face was almost distorted. She really didn't expect that Guo Jingzhou would question her because of an unconvincing recording. Even if the servant said the truth, as long as she bit to death and it was not what they bit, she would not believe that Guo Jingzhou would believe Tang Jing and Bo Yeqing would not believe her. Guo Jingzhou pursed his lips and didn't open his mouth. A pair of deep dark eyes looked at Wen Lan, as if he was thinking. Wen Lan was stared at by him and felt uncomfortable. She lowered her eyes to cover the cruel poison from the bottom of her eyes. He said patiently again, Jingzhou, I'm your mother. Don't you know what my nature is? And those two children are yours. Even if I don't like Tang Zhong, I can't do anything to them. Brother, what Mom said is the truth, and I can prove it. Suddenly, Guo Qianqian's voice sounded from behind. She originally wanted to hear what Guo Jingzhou and Wen Lan were saying, but she didn't expect to let her listen. It's just that Tang Zhong, the bitch, said some nonsense to her brother, didn't coax them, didn't hug them, and didn't make milk powder for them to drink. She didn't even look at what the two little things she gave birth to were. She couldn't stop crying. It was so noisy that it hurt people's heads. She also blames them for not coaxing. Why doesn't she blame herself for not taking good care of the child? Qian, forget it, stop talking. Wen Lan said aggrievedly. Guo Qianqian raised her voice a little. How can she forget it? If I don't explain it for you, I will have misunderstood you. Tang Zhong, the bitch, is the same. Obviously, it's her own fault. How can she have the face to splash dirty water on you? Brother, really? Don't believe her. Her man is not so simple at first glance, otherwise she wouldn't have hooked up with Bo Xiao so quickly to stand up for her. Guo Qianqian's face was full of jealousy as she said. Thinking of the day when Bo Yeqing protected her and rolled up her sleeves to help the two children fight, she couldn't wait to tear Tang Zhong apart. She is a bitch, and she has married her brother. Why is she still so restless to seduce Bo Yeqing? What about her face? Was it eaten by a dog? And she didn't look at her rotten figure in the mirror. Is she worthy of Bo Yeqing? Chapter 52. He is nothing more than wanting to sleep with you, Bo Jia. As soon as Tang Zhong's bowl was put down, his mobile phone jingled. Guo Jingzhou, that bastard, what is he looking for you for? Tang Zhong ignored him and drank some more soup. When Mu Shanshan saw the name on her caller ID, she couldn't help frowning and cursing. There's nothing we can do. Who made Guo Jingzhou, that bastard, give her a bad impression? In the past, she felt that the man always looked high and invincible, like an emperor. But after all, he is Tang Jia's husband, so even for Tang Jia's face, she can only suppress her dissatisfaction with him. But now it's different. Tang Zhong divorced him, and she doesn't have to give that dog man any face anymore, does she? And on the internet, didn't he say that he and Ling Jiro are a perfect match, made by heaven and earth? Then they should get married as they want. Maybe she will set off a string of firecrackers to celebrate him while she is in a good mood. Shanshan, don't serve it for me. I'm really full. When Tang Zhong saw the curtain, Shanshan picked up her bowl and wanted to serve her soup, and quickly reached out to stop it. Yi Qilan laughed. Well, Shanshan, even if Tang Zhong is in the month, you can't feed him like this. It's not good to be too full. Bo Yeqing and Bo Hongye are not at home today, so the days when only the three women are left at home seem particularly comfortable. Ding ding ding. The mobile phone was still ringing. Tang Zhong glanced at it and then picked it up and scratched it. Tang. When Mu Shanshan saw her answer the phone, she opened her mouth to stop her, but she was blocked by Yitilan's chopsticks. Suddenly, she was speechless. She could only watch Tang Zhong go outside to answer Guo Jingzhou's phone. What's the matter? A faint voice came out of Tang Zhong's mouth. Guo Jingzhou said in a low voice, come out, I'm outside the Bo family. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly without waiting for Tang Zhong to reply. Tang Zhong didn't back down. After he put away his mobile phone, he walked outside. Not far away. At this time, Guo Jingzhou's slender figure leaned against the front of the car with a handsome face and a noble temperament. It's just that the entering breath on his body is a little cold, just like the face he has given Tang Zheng for the past 3 years. What's the matter with me? Tang Zheng's beautiful shadow came to him, and his voice was soft and very pleasant. Why do you falsely accuse your mother? Guo Jingzhou asked coldly, recalling Guo Qianxia's words that she hooked up with Bo Yechen, and suddenly felt a little flustered. False accusation? Why did I falsely accuse her? Tang Zheng was very surprised that he came over and said such a word without an end. Why should he falsely accuse his mother with Bo Yechen about the child? She obviously likes the 2 children so much, but you help an outsider say that she doesn't like it. Tang Zheng, do you think it's a fun thing to see our mother-son relationship? After listening to his words, Tang Zheng suddenly smiled. Does she like 2 children? What do you like? Why didn't I see it? Guo Jingzhou, when will you learn to look at people with your eyes? Tang Zheng, don't think that you can hide all the facts with sharp teeth. Mom, she is indeed a little prejudiced against you, but the child is Gu's. She can't, as you said before, not to coax or hug, or even let them starve. So it's my fault. I deliberately said what I deliberately wanted to sever your mother-son relationship. Guo Jingzhou, if you want to hear this paragraph, I can tell you now. At this time, Tang Zheng was like a hedgehog, with sharp thorns standing up, and the piercing appearance also made Guo Jingzhou very unhappy. In my memory, she has always been gentle and well-behaved, and she has a good temper, and she can't hold guns and sticks when she speaks. But what about now? She has changed, not like the Tang Zheng he knows at all. Not to mention the choking, he was still Yi and Ya strange, and the contemptuous and sarcastic eyes she threw at him, which made him very uncomfortable. Tang Zheng, who on earth gave you the confidence to talk to me like this? Mu Shenshen or Bo Yechen? He was depressed and angry. Tang Zheng glanced at him coldly, as if he was looking at an idiot. We have come to this point. Do you think I still need others to give me confidence? Then how dare you? Do you know that my words can make you live in the North City, and those 2 children, as long as I have the intention to take them back, do you think the Bo family can protect you? Yes, you, Guo Jingzhou, are very powerful in the North City. How dare I make you unhappy? Not to mention living without a fixed place, I'm afraid it's just a matter of words that you want me to die without a place to hide. But Guo Jingzhou, you don't deserve a husband, let alone a father. Do you know what you deserve? Be a son and an elder brother, and be the support of the white moonlight in your heart. Tang Zheng's words are full of ridicule. Guo Jingzhou's handsome face was blackened by her anger. He is not worthy of his husband and father. Why did she say that to him? In the 3 years since he married her, what has he not done well except ignoring her? In terms of material, he has never treated her unfairly. He threw a lot of money to the nanny to take good care of her. Although the money was embezzled by the nanny later, as the young lady of the Gu family, is it reasonable for her to be arrogant and blessed by a nanny? Who can't she blame herself? Guo Jingzhou didn't know that it was not that Tang Zheng was useless, nor that the nanny was too arrogant, but that Wen La's hand behind him stretched too long. Even if Tang Zheng doesn't live in Gu's house, she still has a way to bully her. It seems that Qianxian is not wrong. You hooked up with Bo Yechen that you dare to talk to me so stubbornly, right? Guo Jingzhou, you can humiliate me as much as you want, but please don't involve Bo Shao and don't let me look down on you. Tang Zhou stared at him angrily. In the past, her heart would hurt and suffocate when she heard his words humiliating her, but now, she herself is a little surprised that he can be so heartless. Shenshen is right. He, Guo Jingzhou, is a dog man. He is not worthy of her sadness and heartache. He is not worthy. Oh, it seems that I'm not wrong to protect his reputation like this, but Tang Zheng, don't forget that we haven't divorced yet. So you'd better not do anything to lose my Guo Jingzhou's face as the young lady of the Guo family, otherwise I will never forgive you. Also, if you are empty and lonely, you can beg me, and I can reluctantly satisfy you, but if you dare to climb on Bo Yechen's bed. Bang, before he finished his words, Tang Zheng suddenly waved his hand and slapped over. Bastard, you are shameless. Guo Jingzhou was beaten by her, and his eyes narrowed more sinisterly. The cold color of his handsome face was also like Satan in hell, which was extremely frightening. Am I shameless? If that man hadn't benefited you, would he be like this for you? Wake up, Tang Zheng. I'm a man and know men best. He helps you like this because he wants to sleep with you. You. Tang Zheng was so angry that he didn't know what words to use to describe Guo Jingzhou's shamelessness. Tang Zheng. Suddenly, Bo Yeche's cool voice sounded behind Guo Jingzhou. Chapter 53. Who said she was not a treasure? The word sleep in my mouth is for a lifetime. Do you know what those people raised by the door of my Bo family do? Bo Yechen's low and deep voice was hoarse and dark, and a little sexy and magnetic. Tang Zheng squeezed his lips, and his eyes were reddened by Guo Jingzhou's anger. At this moment, the water mist lingered, and people's hearts were unconsciously soft. Bo Yechen frowned and looked at her almost crying because of Guo Jingzhou. Open your thin lips again, specializing in chasing dogs, stupid woman, have you been with Mu Shanshan for a long time? Why is your brain as dull as her? Otherwise, if you are entangled by a dog and don't know how to call someone to clean up. Bo Yechen. Guo Jingzhou gritted his teeth, and the gloomy coldness was about to break out. No one has ever dared to describe him with the word dog like this. If he can endure it once or twice, it does not mean that he can endure it again and again, and at this moment, he has an impulse to fight with Bo Yechen. Although the man's competition should not be on his fists and feet, looking at the particularly arrogant face of the man in front of him, he almost lost his mind. What's the matter? Do you want to fight with me? Come on, I'm always with you. Bo Yechen finished speaking wildly. Then he really began to untie the cufflinks, which was quite like a big fight. Guo Jingzhou was so angry that his handsome face was almost distorted. He squinted at the man in front of him. His words were as cold as ice. Bo Yechen, what is the purpose of doing this? Humiliate me? Bo Yechen sneered coldly and humiliated you. Are you worthy of a dog man like you? Does that mean you want to sleep with Tang Zhong? Guo Jingzhou was angry at this time, and he didn't know how much the words from his mouth hurt Tang Zhong. What's more, looking at Bo Yechen protecting her everywhere, he felt very unhappy. Tang Zhong is his, and the person she loves is also Guo Jingzhou, so even if he doesn't want it, she shouldn't be cared about by others, not to mention that he hasn't said he doesn't want her yet. But Bo Yechen obviously cares about her, and this care is not limited to her, but also the 2 children living in the Bo family. Guo Jingzhou suddenly felt that he had some failures. Failure could not coax his children, and failure could not cure Tang Zhong. However, in just a few days, he saw with his own eyes that the walls on her body were built high and piled up deeply with those sharp thorns. Seeing that the man was so shameless, Bo Yechen's black eyes narrowed slightly, and then an evil spirit gushed out. Oh, to deal with such a shameless dog man, he has to be more shameless than him. That's right. Who doesn't want to sleep with a beautiful woman like Tang Zhong? You don't think so? Why is it like a male dog in heat here? Tang Zhong. With a moment, her pretty face turned red in an instant. If a dogman like Guo Jingzhou said this, she would still understand. After all, he did a dog, but what happened to Bo Xiao? Tang Zhong, do you hear me? He admitted that he wanted to sleep with you. Do you really regard yourself as a treasure? Who said she was not a treasure? The word sleep in my mouth is a lifetime. Guo Jingzhou, do you think everyone is like a dog like you, and a woman can say it? Oh, I have an appetite. I'm not an ordinary woman. Even if I take off my clothes and stand in front of me, I'm not interested. I'm going. Mu Shanshan, who just came out and accidentally heard Bo Yechen's words, almost turned green with anger. With this paralyzed face, she finally had a little crush on him, but because of the words in his mouth, she was speechless. What to sleep for a lifetime, what to take off, what does he want to do? Are you bullying Tang Zhang? No so. You are simply shameless. Guo Jingzhou didn't expect that Bo Yechen would say the words of sleep for the rest of his life. He was so angry that his handsome face was extremely angry. Humph, in terms of shamelessness, I dare not compare with you, Guo Jingzhou. Bo Yechen sneered. It's Guo Jingzhou. At least Tang Zhong is your ex-wife. How can you humiliate her like this? Are you still a man? Are you still sleeping? What's wrong with you 2 big men as Tang Zhong? It's shameless. Mu Shanshan strode up. He hugged Tang Zhong, who was a little pale, and patted her on the back to comfort her. Tang Zhong, don't be sad, just think of 2 male dogs fighting. Let's go into the living room. Bo Yechen. Guo Jingzhou. 2 male dogs? This scene is beautiful. Living room. Bo Yechen came in, and Mu Shanshan was still cursing. None of those 2 bastards are good. I should buy a dog-beating stick and beat them all out. All right, Shanshan, say 2 less words. When Yi Tilen saw Bo Yechen's appearance, she frowned and said. At this time, Mu Shanshan was pressing a flame on her body. She looked up and saw the long and clear-faced man in front of her. Her little mouth began to choke as if she had eaten a gun. Face paralysis, you are too much to take advantage of Tang Zheng. I warn you, she is my best friend, and I don't care whether your words are true or false. Swallow it all back to my stomach. Don't have any thoughts about Tang Zhong, let alone play tricks on her, otherwise I will never end with you. Bo Yechen knew that in Tang Zhong's incident, Mu Shanshan's head was like a pepper, choked and spicy. In particular, her calf-protecting heart is a little vivid and playful, which is very vivid. But he was also proud, so he raised his cold eyes. He sneered at Tang Zhong, who was drooping eyes. Do you have any thoughts on her? Oh, do you think I'm so hungry? Don't worry, even if all the women in the world die, I won't be interested in Guo Jingzhou's women. It. Her. The person you brought in had better take a good look at me, otherwise if you dare to climb into my bed in the middle of the night, I won't pity the jade. Don't blame me for my lack of arms and short legs at that time. After saying that, Bo Yechen didn't even glance at Mu Shanshan and went straight upstairs. And Bo Yechen never thought that in the near future, because of this sentence, his face was directly beaten into a pig's head. He, how can this be? Mu Shanshan was so angry that she was speechless. She stared at the slender figure upstairs and gritted her teeth. In my heart, I scolded all the men in the world. But soon she reacted again and exclaimed, no, what did the paralyzed face just say? Asked Tang Zhong not to climb on his bed in the middle of the night. Seeing that she hadn't turned the corner yet, Yi Qilan whispered and forgot to tell you that Yi Chen decided to move home. What? Suddenly, Mu Shanshan's pupils widened, and at the same time, Tang Zhong was shocked by her. Bo Yechen moved back to Bo's house. Although there are many rooms on the second floor of the Bo family, she still feels a little inconvenient. Maybe she really should move out with her children. Evening. As soon as Bo Yechen came out of the room, he heard the sound of Tang Zhong's hair blowing in the room. What? Have you found the house? Who allowed you to find a house? Anyway, I don't agree, Tang Zhong, I don't allow you to move. Mu Shanshan's voice was stained with anxiety, but Tang Zhong was not only slow. Shanshan, I have been disturbing Aunt Yi and Uncle Bo for a long time, and I'm really embarrassed to stay any longer. Besides, I still have a few weeks to give my baby. It's okay. I can take care of myself and my child. Chapter 54. If you don't want her and her children to move out of the Bo family tomorrow, just do as I say. No, how can you take care of 2 children by yourself? Well, Tang Zhong, if you think it's not easy to live here, then you have to pay some meals. Anyway, I firmly disagree with moving out. And my mother knows and won't agree. She also told me yesterday that you have lost weight and asked me to help you take care of the children and let you have a good rest. When Mu Shanshan heard Tang Zhong say that she was going to move out, her heart was sore and uncomfortable. Thinking of her identity as an orphan and the way she was not treated well by the Guo family, she felt sorry for her. And Guo Jingzhou's man is too doggy, and she dares not expect half of it. Shanshan, I've made up my mind. Don't persuade me. Tang Zhong insisted. Mu Shanshan completely drooped her little face and came to her. Tell me honestly, are you going to move out because you came back to live with facial paralysis? If so, I'll tell him now and let him move away. Anyway, he doesn't lack a place to live. Speaking of Bo Yechen, Mu Shanshan will tear his heart apart. Thinking of Yi Qilaz in the past, she couldn't ask him to live in Bo's house, she was so angry. Now, it's good. They didn't ask him, but he came with his face on his own. It's just that she either thinks he comes back to live, or can he come back later? At least we have to wait for other people's little glutinous rice and little prince to be bigger, otherwise Tang Zhong will be so embarrassed. It's not because of Bo Xiao. In fact, I've always had such a plan. Tang Zhong denied it, and her eyes under the curtain covered the deep melancholy in her heart. Mu Shanshan saw through her mind and pouted. Come on, don't I know you yet? But Tang Zhong, you really can't move out now. Even if you want to move, is it okay to finish the month? Otherwise, I can't cross paths with my mother. I'm afraid that my face will be paralyzed and my face will not feel comfortable. Think about it, you moved away as soon as he came back. If you didn't know, you thought you were hiding from him. What did Uncle Bo think? And my mother might also be embarrassed. After listening to Mu Shanshan's words, Tang Zhong smiled. Shanshan, I know all you said, so don't worry. I will tell Uncle Bo and Bo Xiao in person, and I won't embarrass Aunt Yi. Yi Qilan treats her like her own daughter, and Tang Zhong really doesn't want to embarrass her. What's more, Bo Yechen already had a delicate relationship with them. She didn't want to make them more nervous and stiff because of her own reasons. Alright, Shanshan, let's go downstairs. I'm a little hungry. Seeing that Mu Shanshan still wanted to say something, Tang Zhong pulled her up and went downstairs. Bo Hongye is on his way home now. Suddenly, his mobile phone rang. He picked it up and saw Bo Yechen. He directly slid away to answer. Hello, Yechen. Didn't you say you wanted to take her out for a trip? It just so happens that the customer sent 3 tickets to Country Y today. Please prepare and leave immediately. Bo Hongye. Just as he wanted to say something more, Bo Yeche's low voice sounded again. By the way, he took the girl Mu Shanshan with him. It was too noisy and annoying. Bang. After saying that, he didn't wait for Bo Hongye to speak at all, so he hung up the phone directly. On the other side, Yi Qilan received a call from Bo Hongye, and her eyes were suddenly warmly moved. The reason why she was moved was that Bo Yechen finally promised Bo Hongye to take her on a trip. No one knows that for Yi Qilan, it is not just as simple as travel, but Bo Yechen has accepted her in his heart. Because Bo Hongye had never taken Bo Yechen's mother on a trip, Bo Yechen sneered coldly about his later proposal to take Yi Qilan out. And the dark and hateful eyes were like countless knives stabbed into Yi Qilan's heart. In fact, what she wants is not real travel, but Bo Yechen's attitude towards this matter, but he never took a stand. But now, Bo Hongye said that he took the initiative to let him take her on a trip, and said that the air tickets had been prepared for them. How could she not be moved? It's just that Tang Zhong is in Bo's house now and has 2 children with her. It's really hard for her to leave. What? Go to Country Y? I'm not going. I'm going to stay to take care of Tang Zhong and the child. Mu Shanshan's words just fell. Unexpectedly, 10 middle-aged women suddenly came in at the door, and they all had an eye-catching and clear work card hanging on their chests. The big words of gold medal maternity matron are written on it. Suddenly, Mu Shanshan was shocked. Mom, did you invite me? Yi Qilan frowned and said doubtfully on her face. It's not me, it may be your Uncle Bo. He is more thoughtful, so he is afraid of Tang Zheng and his 2 children. It's not easy for them to refuse Boyechen's feelings, otherwise they are afraid that the relationship that has been repaired will collapse again, but going on a trip at this time, alas. This is not the most important thing. The important thing is that Boyechen also asked them to take Shanshan. Yi Qilan was a little mixed at this time. It was not that she was afraid that Shanshan would affect something, but that Tang Zheng was embarrassed to open this mouth. I invited the person. The time is about the same. It's time for you to leave for the airport. Suddenly, Boyeche's faint voice sounded behind the two. Mu Shanshan suddenly turned around, her eyes were stained with anger, and her face was paralyzed. You don't want to stop us from bullying Tang Zheng, are you? Boyechen glanced at her with cold eyes, and then walked to her intimidation. He is condescending and annoying. He doesn't want her and the child to move out of the Bo family tomorrow, so he will do as I say. Mu Shanshan was stunned for a moment. Did you hear what we just said? Boyechen ignored her and ordered several gold medal maternity matrons to take care of the children in the second room upstairs, and the remaining 2 take care of the adults. Yes. The midwife received the instructions and went straight upstairs in an orderly manner. And Tang Zheng didn't expect that when he was breastfeeding, Yi Qilan and Mu Shanshan actually flew to Y country, or the kind that didn't even say hello to her. In the car. Shanshan, what did Yi Chen mean just now? Why don't you want Tang Zheng and his child to move out of the Bo family? Yi Qilan asked. Mu Shanshan pouted, and then told her what Tang Zheng had said to her before. Unexpectedly, Yi Qilan laughed after hearing it. Mom, what are you laughing at? You should also learn to grow up. You can't see such a simple situation. No wonder Yi Chen always scolds you for being stupid. Mu Shanshan gritted her teeth. He not only scolded me for being stupid, but also scolded me for being annoying. This face is paralyzed. He can't do anything, and gives people the first place. What kind of annoying bastard, but what does this have to do with Tang Zheng? Yi Qilan answered the phone. Why is it okay? You just said that Tang Zheng was determined to move out. If Yi Chen doesn't leave us, how should we answer her? Decisively refuse or force her to stay. Although Tang Zheng is gentle and quiet, he is a little stubborn, and Yi Chen must have seen this, which is why we 3 talkative people are separated. In this way, even if Tang Zheng wants to move away, it is difficult to talk to him. What's more, he also invited 10 gold medal maternity matrons. Tang Zheng is not an ignorant person. What do you think? Chapter 55. Mu Shanshan brazenly went to be a light bulb. The second floor of Bo's house. Tang Zheng looked at the sudden appearance of the 10 gold medal maternity matrons, and his pretty face was full of astonishment. Seeing that she was surprised, Boyechen explained in a low voice that my father and Yi Qilan had traveled to country Y, and Mu Shanshan also followed her. Did Shanshan also go? Why? So sudden. Tang Zheng spoke softly. It's really too sudden. Suddenly, she was not prepared at all. Not suddenly, my father has always wanted to take Yi Qilan out for a walk, but he didn't get what he wanted because of me. As for Mu Shanshan, the girl said that she was too tired recently and brazenly went as a light bulb. Mu Shanshan, what a paralyzed face, how dare you falsely accuse me like this? Let's see how I deal with you when I come back. After listening to his words, Tang Zheng pursed his lips and didn't speak again, but he felt a little guilty and blamed himself. She knew that Shanshan was tired. After all, since the birth of little glutinous rice and little prince, her role as a godmother really touched her. The opportunity is rare. Maybe it's a good thing for her to go out to play, but she, Aunt Yi and Uncle Bo have all left. It seems that what she wants to move out can only be said when they come back. What's more, the 10 gold medal maternity matrons have come over. She is really embarrassed to open her mouth without any more interest. Leave the child to them to take care of. Come down and have some food. The faint voice contained a concern that Boyechen didn't even notice. Tang Zheng said oh and went downstairs. Sutulaya restaurant. Tang Zheng and Boyechen sat opposite each other, and the soft light hit them, as if there was a sense of warmth of the quietness of the years. However, without Yitila's words of concern and Mu Shanshan's witty words, the Situlaya restaurant is really quiet and a little depressing. What's the matter? The food doesn't suit your taste. Boyechen looked at the bowl of soup that was almost chilled in front of her and asked in a low voice. Tang Zheng nodded and raised his eyes to look at Boyechen's dark and deep eyes. I'm full. Can I not drink this soup? During the period of more than 20 days of term, Yi Jilen almost didn't cook soup for a day. Tang Zheng was really tired of eating, but it was hard to say. What's more, people who have been in labor know that 3 meals a day are simply tormenting. Over time, their appetite becomes worse, just like the current Tang Zheng. It's true that she had a meal, but only half a small bowl. With Boyechen's thinking, the meal was not enough for him to swallow, but she was full. Tang Zheng saw that Boyechen didn't reply, so he just stared at her. His heart suddenly sank and thought that he seemed to be pretentious, so he stretched out his hand to take a bowl of soup. Unexpectedly, Boyechen moved faster than her and directly opened the bowl, said in a low voice, and went to the sofa to sit for a while. After saying that, he got up and left. When Tang Jun saw him get up, he thought he was going upstairs or going out, and unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But when she looked back and saw that the slender man did not go upstairs and went out, but entered the kitchen, for some reason, her heart suddenly accelerated abnormally. Why did Bo Yechen enter the kitchen? He won't be able to reprimand those servants when he saw that he couldn't eat. Kitchen. Several servants were almost scared when they saw Bo Yechen coming in. And when he saw him roll up his sleeves, washing vegetables and cutting vegetables, they were even more scared and dared not take a breath. God, my God, Bo Shao thought the food they cooked was not delicious, so he had to cook it himself. But it's not right. They have been in Bo's house for many years. If Bo Shao was dissatisfied with them, he would have fired them long ago. Don't stay here. Go to the living room to chat with Tang Jung. Bo Yechen glanced at several frightened servants and said in a low voice. Suddenly, they scrambled to go out to find Tang Jung. After only Bo Yechen was left in the huge kitchen, he took out his mobile phone to look up something. Soon, half an hour passed. The kitchen finally returned to calm from the sizzling sound just now. Then, Tang Jung looked up and saw Bo Yechen, who was handsome and profound, coming out with 2 plates of dishes in his hand. The warm yellow light made his tall figure more and more slender and straight, coupled with his strong and outstanding appearance and perfect figure, his whole body seemed to be shining with golden light, which was dazzling and irresistible. In particular, his deep dark eyes seemed to hide thousands of stars, which can soothe all the melancholy and sadness in people's hearts. Let's eat it. It should be fine according to the recipe for the month. After Bo Yechen put down the dishes, he also took the initiative to add another bowl of rice for Tang Jung. Tang Jung looked at the braised crucian carp and stir-fried shredded carrots on the table, and his eyes suddenly turned red. She has been an orphan since she was a child, and she has experienced little warmth. One is the old man of the Guo family, and the other is Mu Shanshan and Auntie, and now, she seems to feel more warmth. That's the man Bo Yechen, who is the mortal end of Guo Jingzhou. The man who should have hated and disdained her the most, didn't expect to cook for her. She admitted that she was very unpleasing, because she was grateful for the 2 dishes, but you know, this little emotion can sometimes really disintegrate all her coldness. Letting you eat is not making you cry. Tang Jung, when will you be a little promising? Also, wipe your nose. It's so ugly. Bo Yechen really didn't expect that he could make her cry like a broken bead by stir-frying 2 dishes for her. If he had known this, he wouldn't have been soft-hearted to cook for her to eat, so that she would starve to death and save her from crying. Tang Jung was originally very emotional. Unexpectedly, he was wiped ugly by the snot in his mouth and suddenly stopped talking. Then she picked up the tissue and instinctively wiped it on her nose. However, there was no snot on it. It was obviously tears. Seeing that she was really stupid and wiped her nose, Bo Yechen couldn't help hooking the corners of her mouth and joking. It seems that your IQ is really stupid by the girl Mu Shanshan. In this way, the intelligence of the 2 children is also very worrying. He didn't like to see Tang Jung crying. He always felt that it was not tears in her clear eyes, but a knife that would stab his Bo Yechen's knife. It's just that he really saw a ghost. There are so many women in the world. Who is not good for him to feel sorry for Guo Jingzhou's wife? Lack of love or lack of roots? Bo Yechen, thank you. Tang Jung said in a hoarse voice, and then picked up a bowl of rice. The tip of the nose is like a poor cat, which is pitiful. The man stared at her Sven's pickup, and Leng Jun's eyebrows wrinkled. Thank you so much, but you have to finish these 2 dishes, or I will pour them into your nose. After all, not everyone can waste my heart. Look at her cat-like food. Fortunately, there are no outsiders, otherwise they would have thought it was his Bo family who abused her. It tastes good. I will definitely finish it. Tang Jung grinned, and then baked a piece of crucian carp until golden, which looked very appetizing. Chapter 56. Do you think I still like your brother's trash? The next day. Guo Jai. Guo Tiantian looked at Wen Lan carrying big and small bags into the room, and her eyes were full of doubts. Mom, what are you doing early in the morning? Shopping. Wen Lan narrowed her cold eyes and said gloomily, well, didn't your brother say that I don't like those 2 children? So I specially went to the mall to help them buy some clothes and shoes. Tiantian, you can send them to Bo's house in a while. Tang Jung, that bitch, only if you gag her mouth tightly, she won't chew her tongue in front of your brother. Otherwise, because she has given birth to 2 children now, her cheap mouth may break the relationship between us and your brother. Wen Lan thought of Guo Jingzhou's previous questioning of her, and her eyes were as fierce as a poisonous snake. Yes, she didn't like those 2 children, but except in front of Tang Jung and the Bo family, she never revealed why Jingzhou believed Tang Jung so easily. In the end, I'm afraid that he already has a place with Tang Jung in his heart, but he just doesn't know it. But why does her orphan who has no identity and no background, and doesn't even deserve to give people Ling Jiro's shoes, affect Jingzhou? What kind of onion is she? Damn it, she's really angry. Okay, Mom, I'll send it to the baby after breakfast. Guo Tianxian answered very cheerfully, and she was even more happy. If you go to Bo's house, you may be able to see Bo Shao. Although she hates Tang Jung, as long as she can see Bo Yechen, she can bear it. Well, that's okay. You can send it to them after dinner. I made an appointment with a few sisters to play cards, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Wen Lan turned around and left. Outside the gate of the Bo family. After Guo Qianqian parked the car, she took the bag out of the trunk and then dialed Tang Jung. Although Tang Jung, the bitch, is not worth her calling, can't help it. Now, she can't enter Bo's house. If you don't call her, how can she give her clothes and how can she see Bo Yechen? Hello. Tang Jung looked at the strange number on his mobile phone and picked it up politely. Guo Qianqian listened to her flat voice, squinted her eyes and said proudly, "It's me. My mother asked me to send something to the child. I can't get in at the gate of Bo's house now. You come out and take it." "Who are you?" Tang Jung asked back in a faintly cold voice. Guo Qianqian was furious in an instant. "Tang Jung, what are you pretending to be? Don't tell me that you can't hear my voice. And which mother do you have in the North City except my mother Wen? Then you are really wrong. I don't have a mother in the North City. As for Wen Lan, she is your mother, not my mother. Don't forget that Guo Jingzhou and I have divorced. How dare you talk about this?" Guo Qianqian was already holding back her anger. When she heard Tang Jung mention the word divorce, she couldn't help raising her voice. "It's true that you signed the divorce agreement, but who doesn't know that this is a trick between you and my brother? Otherwise, where do you come from? Your face will sign with your front foot, and your back foot will live in my brother's mortal brother's house. But Tang Jung, at least you have been the 3-year daughter-in-law of the Guo family. You are shameless, my brother, is our Guo family shameless? The North City is so big. Why don't you go? Why do you rely on entering the Bo family? Isn't it just to provoke my brother to pick you up?" Guo Qianqian's voice was very sharp and harsh, and Tang Jung's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. "Leng, anger your brother to pick me up? Oh, Guo Qianqian, have you forgotten to take drugs or look at your brain recently? Do you think I still like your brother's trash? On the night of childbirth, the man who didn't show up in life and death, Tang Jung's heart died that night. You bitch, how dare you call my brother trash? Come out, Tang Jung, come out for me. If there is something, don't be a shrinking turtle." Guo Qianqian roared angrily. A distorted face with anger. What's more, she raised her neck and looked into the iron fence. If she was not there, Bo Shao should not be here, because after a while, she didn't even see half of his shadow. Although she was lost in her heart, she was glad that Bo Yechen was not there when Tang Jung scolded her brother just now, otherwise how could she deal with Tang Jung? "Damn bitch, how dare you call her brother trash? Wait and see her come out for a while and she won't tear her face. What the hell is she? How dare she be so crazy? Miss Tang, it's better to leave it to us." The bodyguard at the door said in a low voice when he saw Tang Jung going to Guo Qianqian. When Bo Shao went out, he specially explained that if the dog of the Guo family came, regardless of men or women, they would clean up at will, and he would carry it if something happened. And now Miss Guo, who has a ferocious and distorted face, is here to provoke trouble at first glance. "No, it's a private matter. I can handle it. Don't worry," Tang Jung said softly and walked towards Guo Qianqian. She even had a fight with Guo Qianqian, and she was afraid of what she would do. Moreover, she had arrived at the door of Bo's house. If she didn't come out, she would definitely not give up. When Guo Qianqian saw Tang Jung coming over, her eyes stained with resentment and jealousy stared at her fiercely. Looking at her still slender figure after giving birth to a child. Look at her snow-white complexion. Looking at her wearing even an ordinary loose dress, she is still beautiful. She hated it so much that her teeth were itchy. I have to say that Tang Jung's appearance is really good. His facial features are exquisite and three-dimensional, his skin is crystal clear, and his figure is tall and slender. Leaving aside the identity of an orphan who couldn't get on the stage, she stood with her brother and did have the feeling of being on the right side. Even Guo Qianqian feels that her temperament and speech are sometimes more feminine than Ling Juro. Of course, she will never admit these. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Seeing that Tang Jung was getting closer and closer to her, Guo Qianqian's eyes narrowed viciously, and then she thought of an extremely humiliating way. That is, when Tang Jung was about to come to her, she directly threw a few bags in her hand at her. And his mouth was full of sarcasm. "Take the clothes that Mom bought for the 2 children. After all, it's hard to live under the fence, isn't it?" The bag was thrown out of the air, and the clothes were scattered all over the ground. Guo Qianqian looked at the dusty baby clothes that fell on the ground and sneered with a sneer at the corners of her mouth. It's true that the child is his brother's, but because their mother is Tang Jung, they only deserve to wear the clothes picked up on the ground. What's more, she specially looked at the clothes tags before she went out. It was not expensive, only about 200 yuan for a set. It can be seen that her mother really doesn't care much about these 2 children. Who doesn't like their mother? If you want to blame them, you can't blame them for not being reincarnated. If they are thrown into the belly of Tang Jung, if they are thrown into the belly of Sister Jiro, that's a collection of thousands of love, but it's a pity that they don't have this life. Tang Jung bent down and picked up a baby's clothes that fell under her feet. Looking at the tag with a price of 200 yen that had not been removed on it, she suddenly laughed. 200 yen? The work clothes worn by the servants in Gujai Villa are more than this price. Wen Lan is really humiliating. But why did she think that Tang Jun would help her 2 children accept this luxury? So she stretched out her hand and threw it, and she directly threw the ash-stained clothes to Gu Qianqian. Chapter 57. Can you give birth to those 2 children without my brother? Tang Zhong, are you crazy? This is the clothes my mother gave to 2 children. How dare you throw it away? Gu Qianqian didn't expect Tang Jun to be so arrogant and threw the clothes Wen Lang bought in front of her. She was so angry that her whole face was green. In my memory, she was so poor that she couldn't even afford to wear a decent dress. Where on earth did she lose these clothes? Did she forget that if it hadn't been for her brother in the past 3 years, she would have only picked up the leftovers like a beggar? Go back and tell Wen Lan that from now on, little glutinous rice and little prince have nothing to do with your Gu family. They belong to my Tang Jun, and they can only belong to me. Her stubborn words made Gu Qianqian sneer coldly. Are you Tang Jun? Can you give birth to those 2 children without my brother? An orphan is indeed an orphan. It's ridiculous that people who have not been educated or raised don't even know this common sense. Really? Is that enough to laugh? Is it time to get out of here after laughing enough? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Bo Shao has issued a death order to those bodyguards, but whenever the dogs of the Gu family come to the door, regardless of men or women, they will be taken care of. Tang Jun's voice is neither humble nor arrogant, and he also has a contemptuous smile. Gu Qianqian looked at her and scolded her dog when she opened her mouth and made fun of her appearance. She was so angry that she was ready to wave to her 2 big mouths. It's just that she hasn't come close to Tang Jun. Unexpectedly, she, who has the advantage of height, slapped her heavily with her backhand. At this moment, Gu Qianqian was a little confused by the beating, and she stood still in a daze. It was not until her cheeks could clearly feel the pain under the fingerprint that she screamed sharply like a shrew. Tang Jun, you bitch dare to hit me? Damn it, her parents were reluctant to beat her half, but they didn't expect to be beaten by the woman in front of her who was not as good as her today. Why did she say that she was a bitch? Even a serious person like her brother Gu Jingzhou had never beaten her. The more Gu Qianqian thought about it, the more she couldn't swallow it. The whole swollen face quickly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, making her look very embarrassed. And all this was thanks to Tang Zhong. She couldn't stand it. Covering her painful face, she rushed to Tang Jing again in anger, with the momentum of giving her 8 pieces. However, Tang Jun, you bitch, let go of me, it hurts. After Gu Qianqian's hair was pulled hard by Tang Zhong, her whole face was twisted and ferocious. There was water mist in his eyes, and he still felt sorry for me, which made people feel extremely distressed. However, Tang Jun, who was used to her vicious and sour face, felt sorry for her Chu Chu. Because she knew very well that if she was the one who would be pulled by her hair, Gu Qianqian's cruelty would definitely have to cut off a lot of her hair before she stopped. Gu Qianqian, don't think that Tang Jun is an orphan and easy to bully. I tell you, if you dare to provoke me next time, it won't be as simple as slapping and pulling my hair. You be clear, barefoot people are not afraid of wearing shoes. If you dare to humiliate me and my children again and again, I can kill and set fire to you whether you believe it or not. Tang Zhong's vicious voice really scared Gu Qianqian, and her tears suddenly rolled down. He cried, I know, it hurts so much, you bitch, let go of my hair. The 2 bodyguards who rushed to protect Tang Zhong. One of them still had his mobile phone in his ear at this time, but he seemed to be unheard by the angry and low words in it. A pair of shocked pupils looked at Tang Zhong, who had the upper hand completely, and his eyes were full of admiration. The Gu family in Beicheng is 1,000 gold. Everyone gave into it, Gu Qianqian, who was afraid of it and avoided it. Unexpectedly, Miss Tang directly took a handful of her hair and was domineering. Are you listening or not? Be careful about the dogs of the Gu family. If you dare to let them bite Tang Zhong, I will ask you when I come back to get it. At this moment, Bo Yechen said harshly while driving, and his dark eyes flashed even more. Because he heard that the bodyguard just said that it was Tang Zhong who took the initiative to come out of the door of the Bo family, he had the heart to pump her ass. That stupid woman, is it the first day she met the dog men and women of the Gu family? How dare she walk out of the circle he specially drew for her alone? She is not afraid of being gnawed by them. In particular, Wen Lan, a woman, relying on herself to be an elder, is not enough to trample on her and humiliate her. She even died by herself. Damn it. With a bang, Bo Yechen struggled to hammer the steering wheel and looked at the traffic light in front of him for nearly a minute of him. He was very restless. Although he gave the order to make the bodyguards not to be polite to the Gu family, it was the Gu family in Beicheng. Even if they don't care about Wen Lan and Gu Qianqian, they have to be afraid of Gu Jingzhou's power. It is precisely because of this that he is worried about Tang Zhong, the stupid woman. And the 2 bitter women at a disadvantage. Bo Shao, Miss Tang didn't eat. Bang. The bodyguard didn't finish talking. Bo Yechen directly hung up the phone, and then looked up and saw that the traffic light turned green. He directly stepped on the accelerator and flew to Bo's house. Didn't you eat anything? Suffer a loss? Oh, with Tang Jun's softness, Bo Yechen didn't believe the bodyguard's nonsense unless he saw it with his own eyes. You should know that when she fought with the two women of the Guo family last time, she was so stupid that even Wenlan didn't know how to hide when she smashed her with a bag. Tang Jun, you bitch, you will die, woo woo. Guo Qianqian cried directly in pain. Her spoiled temper made her feel even more humiliated. She twisted her body and struggled to pull her hair out of Tang Jun's cruel hand. But she couldn't. On the contrary, the more she twisted and struggled, the more Tang Jun pulled, which made her whole scalp numb and painful. Tang Jun. Suddenly, Bo Yeche's cool voice sounded. For a moment, Guo Qianqian's sobbing suddenly became loud, and her voice was even louder. Bo Shao, help me. Guo Qianqian completely forgot her identity at this time. When she saw the man who appeared like a god, she looked at him with aggrieved and greed. Bo Yechen ignored Guo Qianqian and didn't even look at her with an extra look. He strode forward, and his tall figure suddenly rushed to Tang Jun. The long legs lifted Guo Qianqian away, and that foot was just like a dog. But Guo Qianqian was, in the joy that he didn't kick her with gravity. She thought that Bo Yechen must be interested in her, otherwise how could he gently kick himself instead of kicking him? Chapter 58. Is it difficult for a dog to bite you? Do you still want to bite back? Are you a pig? Is it difficult for a dog to bite you? Do you still want to bite back? Bo Yechen roared angrily, and his elite eyes swept at Tang Jun. After seeing that there was really no injury on her body, the tight heart was relieved. Fortunately, he would have come back in time, otherwise she would have been injured. Mu Shanshan, the little girl, was afraid that she would scold him to the point of being old. Who let the Bo family be the only two of them now? Alas. I'm all right. Tang Jun looked at himself up and down with deep eyes, and his face was a little unnatural. Especially when she looked at his burning and dark eyes, she rubbed them and quickly turned off her face. She always felt that Bo Yechen's dark eyes were like discs, with deep absorption power, as if she was about to be absorbed if she didn't pay attention. Guo Qianqian looked at their eyebrows and eyes, and her teeth were itchy with anger. She clenched her hands fiercely. Her sobbing voice said to Bo Yechen again, Bo Shao, Tang Jun, get out of here. The cold roar had no patience at all. After listening to Guo Qianqian's words, he said it directly. Suddenly, Guo Qianqian's heart seemed to be broken and fell to the ground. Tang Jun squinted his eyes and looked at Guo Qianqian's dying appearance, and suddenly guessed something in his heart. A woman's sixth sense has always been accurate, but she really didn't expect that Guo Qianqian would have an idea about Bo Yechen. What are you still doing? Not bitten enough by the dog? Keep up. Bo Yechen glared coldly at Tang Jun, and his handsome frown eyebrows were a little helpless. Then he turned around and walked straight ahead. Tang Jun pursed his lips, looked at the arrogant and cold back in front of him, and then followed. Bitch. People. Guo Qianqian looked at their backs one after and gritted her teeth. When the bodyguard saw that she didn't leave, he ordered to expel the guests with a cold face. Miss Guo, please leave. Helpless, even if Guo Qianqian was unwilling, she could only leave in embarrassment, but the moment she turned around. When she heard the two bodyguards talking about what Mu Shanshan and Bo Hongye both traveled to country Y, her head exploded fiercely on the spot. Looking back, she looked at the two bodyguards with red eyes and asked, what did you just say? Mu Shanshan and Chairman Bo and his wife went on a trip. So, now there are only Tang Jun and Bo Shao in the Bo family. The bodyguard, the evil man, swept her almost crazy perverted appearance and sneered, what does it have to do with you? Eat radishes saltily and don't worry. Guo Qianqian. Guo Jai. Guo Qianqian cried heartbreakingly when she came back, causing the servant to quickly call Wen Lan to report. Qianqian, what's wrong with you? Wen Lan came back in a hurry. Looking at her tall and swollen face and tearful eyes, her heart was about to break. Mom, Tang Jun is shameless. Now, she is the only one in the Bo family with Bo Shao. She is simply shameless. Guo Qianqian dreamed of having a chance to spend time with Bo Yechen alone, but she didn't expect that she could not expect anything. Tang Jun was as simple as eating noodles. She was jealous to the extreme. Wen Lan frowned. After listening to her endless words, she said, Qianqian, what are you talking about? Are there only Tang Jun and Bo Yechen in the Bo family? How could it be? Where is Mu Shanshan and Mr. and Mrs. Bo? Went on a trip? All three of them went on a trip, so now only Tang Jun and Bo Shao are at Bo's house. Mom, you said Tang Jun was so cheap. Will she take advantage of this time to seduce Bo Shao? Guo Qianqian didn't want to admit that Tang Jun was indeed born beautiful, otherwise her brother would not agree to marry her. It's just that Bo Shao is the man she misses. If she touches her, she will be disgusted to death. She dares. She and your brother have not officially filed for divorce. If she dares to betray your brother, I will never forgive her. Wen Lan roared angrily. For her, anyone Tang Jun seduced had nothing to do with her. On the contrary, if her marriage relationship with Guo Jingzhou had not been broken off now, she would have wanted her best. In order to let the old man in her family, who was treated abroad, see how blind he was at that time. Guo Qianqian sucked the tip of her nose. She didn't dare to take her brother's child to live in Bo's house. No, Mom, we have to tell her about this and let him pick up the bitch back. Otherwise, what really happened to her and Bo Shao? What she lost was her brother's face, the face of our Guo family. Wen Lan was suddenly surprised by Guo Qianqian's sensibleness. At least under her pampering and tampering over the years, she has always been simple-minded and can't even think about the depths. But now it's different. She has really grown up and knows the face of Guo Jingzhou and the face of the Guo family. Qianqian, don't urgent, I'm going to call Jingzhou. After all, Tang Zheng is his wife, and these things should indeed be handled by him as a husband. It's just that you have to persuade your brother when you have time. Tang Zheng has already signed the divorce agreement. What is he still doing? I really don't know what he is thinking. Mom, I'm a scrupulous grandpa. Wen Lan was unhappy. He didn't care what he was doing. He was far away. If he didn't say anything, we didn't say it. Can he still have a clairvoyance to know the situation in Beicheng? And I'm angry when it comes to your grandfather. Why did you let your brother pay the bill when you said he liked Tang Zheng? Isn't his old man still a few years to live? Isn't it better to marry himself? He actually breaks up the marriage between your brother and Jiro. Wen Lan said angrily with a ferocious and twisted face. Thinking that Lin Jiro, such a good girl, missed Guo Jingzhou because of Mr. Guo's interference, she hated it so much. However, Guo Jingzhou only listened to his old man, not to her as a mother. Mom, you can't say this nonsense, or it will spread to Grandpa, and he will definitely be furious. Guo Tianqian reminded softly. In her heart, she suddenly felt that Wen Lan's words were a little disgusting. Although she didn't like Tang Zheng, at least she was now her brother's wife and gave birth to 2 children for her brother. The words of Wen Lan's words that the old man married Tang Zheng by himself made her feel uncomfortable in her stomach. Seeing Guo Qianqian's cautious appearance, Wen Lan frowned and realized that his words were a little inappropriate. He said again, "Amn't just whining with you? How can I be so unobstructed in front of others?" Guo Qianqian nodded, "I know." Guo Qianqian knew how deeply Lin Jiro had won Wen Lan's heart. But there's nothing we can do now. Her brother and Tang Zheng, the bitch, haven't really succeeded in divorce. If they do too obviously, I'm afraid it will have a negative impact on them. Especially, Lin Jiro, as an artist, should be careful to maintain her reputation. Otherwise, once she stinks, being scolded is still a trivial matter, and her acting career will be ruined. Guo's group. Guo Jingzhou received a call from Wen Lan. What did you say? Tang Zheng is now alone at Bo's house with Bo Yechen. The low voice is obviously mixed with obscure and restrained anger. Chapter 59. As long as it is the dog of the Guo family, both men and women, they are not allowed to enter the Bo family. Tang Zheng received a call from Mr. Guo. Hello, Grandpa. Miss Tang Zheng, where are you now? Grandpa wants to see those 2 children. Shall we have a video call? Tang Zheng. My heart suddenly tightened. Grandpa wants to video chat with her. But she is in Bo's house now. How can this be good? Just then, Guo Jingzhou called in. Grandpa, Jingzhou called. I'll hang up first and get back to you later, okay? Okay, Grandpa is waiting for you. Mr. Guo laughed out loud when he heard her words. I thought that his previous words to Guo Jingzhou finally worked. The 2 people will talk on the phone when something happens, and there is a lot of money, which proves that the relationship still has a foundation, doesn't it? Although the boy Jingzhou has done a lot of confusing things before, Tang Zheng is a sensible child, so the old man believes that they will be able to make up as before. It's just that the old man forgot that Guo Jingzhou and Tang Zheng have never been well. How did they come from the beginning? He didn't know that some things, some disappointments, some injuries, once they take root and germinate like seedlings in people's hearts. It's like a sharp thorn. Even if it is pulled out, it still leaves traces of being stabbed on the human body. As the saying goes, it is difficult to round the broken mirror, and it is difficult to collect the water. Did Tang Zheng, Mu Shanshan and Bo go on a trip? Now there are only you and Bo Yechen left in Bo's family, and there are children, right? Guo Jingzhou's cold and deep voice came out. Even through the screen, Tang Zheng can feel the chill around him at this moment. However, how did he know that Shanshan and Auntie and Uncle Bo went on a trip? Answer me. The repressed roar came from the mobile phone again, which scared Tang Zheng, who was in a trance. Suddenly, her voice became cold. Guo Jingzhou, you must be sick. Why are you shouting so loudly? Guo Jingzhou didn't hear the answer he wanted, sneered, and then hung up the phone with a snap. Tang Zheng. Guo Tianqian is sick, and Guo Jingzhou is also sick. It seems that the disease is not mild. How would she know that Guo Jingzhou was speeding to the Bo family? He can tolerate her petty temper and temperament. After all, he was a bad husband on the night she was born. And the incident of the nanny he hired before made him feel guilty and blame for Tang Zheng. But this is not a reason for Tang Zheng to get inch by inch. Previously, because Mu Shanshan and Yi Qilen were in Bo's house, she refused to go back to Dijing Villa with him. Now there is only her and Bo Yeche's Bo family. Damn it, she is already a mother. Why don't she know how to avoid suspicion? Here. Guo Jingzhou's car soon came to the gate of Bo's house, with a unique cold oppression. He narrowed his cold eyes and swept at the bodyguard who didn't let him pass. He said coldly and opened the door. I'm sorry, Mr. Guo. Mr. Bo deliberately admitted that the Guo family is not allowed to enter without his permission. Please forgive me. In fact, Bo Yechen's original words are that without my permission, as long as it is the dog of the Guo family, both men and women, they are not allowed to enter. Of course, Guo Jingzhou is also a person who should not be underestimated in Beicheng, and the bodyguard did not have the courage to tell him the original words. Guo Jingzhou frowned and saw that the bodyguard who lowered his head had no intention to pass him, and the anger came up in an instant. Then he stepped on the accelerator, and suddenly the car rushed straight into Bo's yard like a wild horse. But Guo Jingzhou didn't care. He just sneered with a calm face. Oh, it's just a door, and Guo Jingzhou can afford it. Suddenly, the loud sound of clamming scared the little glutinous rice and the little prince inside. Suddenly, Bo Yechen walked towards the courtyard with the crying little glutinous rice in his arms, and his tall figure gathered the popularity of Shura Satan. He wanted to see who had the courage to come to his Bo family to make trouble. Where is Tang Zheng? Let her come out. Guo Jingzhou was already in a bad mood. When he looked up and saw Bo Yechen holding his daughter very naturally and skillfully, his eyes were full of jealous and gloomy cold light. The sight is in it fell on the little girl with a soft and delicate cry in Bo Yechen's arms. He suddenly came forward and grabbed the little girl into his hand. Guo Jingzhou, you are crazy, aren't you afraid of hurting the little girl? Bo Yechen didn't expect that he would suddenly reach out to snatch the child, and he was taken away carelessly. In fact, it was not all his negligence, but when Guo Jingzhou competed for the package of small glutinous rice just now, he was afraid that the fight between the two men would hurt the child, so he instinctively gave in. It's just that Guo Jingzhou, the dog man, really made him have an impulse to beat him to death. He, an outsider, knows that scruples will hurt the child. Why does he dare to rob him? My daughter, Guo Jingzhou, is not so fragile, so don't worry about you. After saying that, he went directly into the living room with the little glutinous rice in his arms. He seems to be a regular visitor here. Bo Yechen clenched his fist in anger. If he hadn't been afraid of hurting the little girl in his arms, he really wanted to have a good fight with him. Why are you here? When Tang Zhong saw Guo Jingzhou appear, he frowned and asked, why don't you want me to come, for fear that I will disturb the good things between you and Bo Yechen? It's just Tang Zhong. Don't forget that you are the mother of 2 children now. It's best to keep a bottom line in doing things, otherwise how will they meet people in the future? Guo Jingzhou's face was cold, and every word of humiliation was on his thin and ruthless lips. Guo Jingzhou, what should I do without leaving a bottom line? Did you catch me have sex with Bo Shao, or did you take off your clothes and hook up? Guo Jingzhou. Bo Yechen, damn it, does this woman really dare to say such thoughtful words? Still go to bed, take off your clothes and hook up. Tang Zhong, are you shameless? Guo Jingzhou reprimanded in anger. A pair of dark and gloomy eyes seemed to be alive and unload the open-mouthed woman in front of him. They haven't divorced yet. He is still her husband, Guo Jingzhou, but what about her? Saying in front of him that he went to bed and took off his clothes to hook up with Bo Yechen. There is no doubt that I am hitting him in the face. What's more, will she die if she speaks well? Do you have to be so stingy? What kind of face do I want? Your powerful Guo Jingzhou is not afraid of humiliation. What am I afraid of as an orphan? Besides, is that what I want to get? Tang Zhong replied sarcastically. Qingxiu's eyebrows are stained with anger, isn't it? They don't care that their family will never care about her face as an orphan. No matter where they are, they always look like they are laughing at her wantonly. It seems that their humiliation and ridicule are gifts to her. She has had enough and really endured enough. She is weak, but not everyone can bully her. After all, rabbits bite people when they are in a hurry. Number 60 Zhang, the water was hot at first, but you didn't remember to drink it until it got cold. I don't have so much time to talk nonsense with you now. I'll pack up and go back to Dijing Villa with me right away. Guo Jingzhou ordered in a cold voice with an order. Okay, then wait for me. Guo Jingzhou. Bo Yechen. The 2 men were surprised by what Tang Zheng said at the same time. One is thinking that this woman is finally not stingy with him. But that's right. He put the steps under her feet. If she doesn't know any more, it will be really stupid. After all, Guo Jingzhou doesn't have so much time to coax her. But Bo Yechen was thinking that this woman was gnawed by a dog. Otherwise, why did she easily agree to Guo Jingzhou? Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and gently opened his thin lips to reprimand Tang Zheng. However, when he saw that she was the little prince and the little glutinous rice, digging up a bottle of milk powder, he frowned. Only take away the amount of milk powder that 2 little guys can eat at a time. So she didn't plan to spend the night in Dijing Villa, otherwise she should have taken the bottle of milk powder, not just a few spoons. Guo Jingzhou has not participated in the process of taking care of the two children since they were born, so Tang Jun only picked up a few diapers and bottles of the little guy. He was just surprised. Is it just such a thing? Where are the children's clothes? Don't you need to bring it? Tang Jong sneered and glared at him. His light voice was a little sarcastic. Do you need to bring it? Can't you afford a few sets of children's clothes for tens of billions of villas? Guo Jingzhou was choked by her and stopped talking, but his quiet eyes looked at Tang Jing and always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say anything. Guo Jingzhou can naturally afford the clothes of the two little guys, and as long as she is happy, he can also monopolize the best children's brands in Beicheng. However, no matter how common sense he is, he knows that after buying baby clothes back, you have to wash and disinfect first, and then dry it clean before you can wear it for your child, but Tang Jing doesn't bring anything now. What should the child wear in the bath at night? Tang Jong saw Guo Jingzhou's thoughts and didn't want to compete with him for too long in the matter of clothes. I deliberately said that the clothes were bought by Aunt Yi and Shanshan for the two children. Now I want to go back to Dijing Villa, and I don't have the face to take them away. What's more, you won't allow me to bring it in. After all, I know how much you hate everything about the Bo family. Guo Jingzhou frowned after hearing this. Why are they all the clothes they bought for their children? Didn't I transfer 2.9 billion and 100 million in cash to you? Can't afford to afford a few sets of children's clothes. Tang Jong smiled colder this time. Yes, you transferred 2.9 billion and 100 million in cash to me, but what's the use? Why is it useless? Guo Jingzhou was puzzled and asked. Let me tell you this. At first, the poured water was hot, but you didn't remember to drink it until it became cold, but it was cold. Do you think it's still useful? Guo Jingzhou felt that Tang Jong's words were saying something about him, but he couldn't guess it, so he could only look at her like a fool. Do you still want to go? Tang Jong looked at him faintly with a side face, and his clear eyes were no longer as playful as before. It's dead silent, like a lake that no one stirs up. Guo Jingzhou's chest suddenly became dull and his breathing was stiff, and the big hands holding the little glutinous rice were obviously nothing between his fingers. But he felt like he was holding a handful of sand, and the sand was gradually disappearing from his fingers. He tightened his palms and tried to keep them, but in vain. Let's go. Guo Jingzhou responded in a low voice, and then turned around and went out with the little glutinous rice in his arms. Dijing Villa. As soon as Tang Jung came back, he turned Guo Jingzhou out of the door on the grounds that the little glutinous rice and the little prince wanted to rest. Although he was unhappy, he didn't show it on the child's face. He just said lightly that he had something to do and was ready to go to the study to deal with official business. Tang Jung ignored him and didn't even respond. He closed the door directly. Guo Jingzhou saw that her door was closed so neatly, and an unknown fire was blocked in his chest. Look, has she been spoiled in the Bo family recently? Otherwise, how dare you give him a face? Grandpa, how are you? In the room, Tang Jung was watching the video, and his fair and pretty face was shining through the light, which made her look good. Mr. Guo was lying on the hospital bed at this time, feeling a little stuffy and short of breath. Seeing Tang Jong Yungying's smiling face, he suddenly smiled happily. Miss Tang Jong, where's the child? Let Grandpa take a look at the child. The old man's tone is anxious. Seeing that he was excited, Tang Jung hurriedly turned his mobile phone in the direction of the little glutinous rice gnawing his little hand. The little girl seemed to be in a good mood at this time. She didn't cry anymore, and maybe the bed was very soft. Her little feet kicked and kicked happily. Looking at the little prince next to her, she is much quieter and more restrained than this little girl. In addition to a pair of big round eyes, the little guy is humming a little song by himself. That look is simply cute. Okay, I haven't seen you for some days. I feel that this little girl and the little boy have grown up a lot, and the mold is also more and more like Tang Jung girl. Mr. Guo looked at the two children, and his heart was soft. Jingzhou's child, his great-grandson, great-granddaughter, is also so cute. If possible, he really hopes that he can borrow more time from God, so that he can see these two soft little guys more. It's just that he didn't know if it was his own illusion. He always felt that the beautiful and exquisite facial features of these two little guys were not like Guo Jingzhou except for Tang Jung. The eyebrows are not the same, the eyes are not the same, the nose and mouth are not the same, which makes Mr. Guo can't help but curse Guo Jingzhou for not fighting. The sons and daughters he made didn't look like him, but all looked like Tang Jung's girl. Alas, it seems that not only can't he see what he has done to Tang Jung's girl, but even the two such big children can't get used to him. Otherwise, why don't they want to have facial features that look like Jingzhou? Grandpa, the little prince and little glutinous rice are having fun now, so you must get well soon. They are still waiting for you, Grandpa, to hug them. Tang Jong doesn't know much about Mr. Guo's physical condition. But she knew that his condition must not be very good, otherwise he would not have been treated abroad for a few years. Well, Grandpa must get well soon and hug them. By the way, will the child be full moon in a few days? The old man asked. Tang Zhong nodded and hummed. The old man's thick and deep word girl sounded in his ear. Inexplicably, the tip of his nose was a little sour, and his heart was even more swollen and painful, with a feeling of being strangled and tightened. Well, when they are full of the moon, Grandpa will give each of them a gift. When Tang Zhong heard the gift from his mouth, he opened his lips and said, Grandpa, they are still young, so don't worry about it. Mr. Gore smiled in a low voice. He knew what Tang Zhong meant, but he was afraid that the gift he gave was too expensive and would cause trouble. However, he didn't have much time. He didn't leave anything for their mother. He was afraid that he would feel uneasy when he got underground.